Magical Lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Forbidden Black Hole. Life and Death Crisis. No one noticed when Ronan had completed the acceptance ceremony of the inheritance. As the chief wizard of this session and the one who completed the bloody battle of Hermes, Ronan Damien's name should have been shining, enjoying supreme glory and praise. But the sudden conspiracy and turmoil covered it all, and his glory was ignored and hidden. Countless dark red lightning flashed across the sky in an instant, and the rich power of the forbidden domain was gathered in two scarlet rugged ice blades. When the hideous and majestic body passed through the sky, it seemed that a blood-like sticky and terrifying electric light suddenly exploded in the field. Boom! The terrifying blood-light ice waterfall penetrated the void, and a huge gap appeared at the edge of the magic circle. Large pieces of strange runes were broken, and the entire formation stopped working and fell into a trend of continuous collapse. Broken. Seeing that the haze of death that enveloped everyone's head was finally torn open, and the dawn of survival shone in, countless wizards below showed surprise on their faces. Some could not bear the joy and flew into the air, eager to rush out from the gap. For a moment, a large number of first, second and third level wizards in the huge ruins of the ancient fairy city were like a dense swarm of bees. Under the guidance of the streamer transformed by the genius wizards in the south, they rushed towards one direction frantically. However, before they approached the gap, a strange buzzing sound rang out. A terrifying pale white energy beam suddenly penetrated the field like a huge sharp blade. All the figures swept by the beam melted and disappeared directly, and nothing was left. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the wizards who were rushing towards the exit of life suddenly felt like being poured with a basin of cold water, and all stopped abruptly. They were shocked to see that in front of the gap in the rune formation, a middle-aged man wearing bone armor and with strange purple hair appeared. The purple-haired middle-aged man swept across the field coldly, exuding the huge aura of a fourth-level dawn wizard, like a scorching sun, releasing blazing flames, wantonly scorching everyone below. Without any nonsense, the ferocious and majestic figure surrounded by dark red snowflakes closest to the gap crossed the red ice knives in his hands, and the strong frost taboo power burst out, brazenly attacking the purple-haired middle-aged man. At this moment, the huge multi-headed snake phantom in the sky roared, 8 heads raised, and countless dark red lightning intertwined, and the snowflakes in the sky were shaking violently. Countless wizards were dazzled. Even if a 4th level or even 5th level battle group was erupting next to it, the might was even more gorgeous and terrifying, but it still couldn't cover up the peerless brilliance of this scene. Because this is a charge and challenge launched by a level 3 wizard to a level 4 wizard across the gap between the fog and the dawn. Counting back 10,000 years, there is no other person in the southern wizard world who has such strength and courage. Everyone forgot to speak, stood still and watched, and their minds were subconsciously connected with the figure in charge of the bloody frost. The purple-haired middle-aged man of the dawn level is much stronger than the average level 4. Even the level 4 wizard of the Life King Court can't stop him with all his strength. His terrifying strength is undoubtedly revealed in this battle. Even with the blessing of the power of the forbidden domain, the dark red body above the sky is still retreating step by step, and every attack is forcibly suppressed. Seeing that the balance of victory is constantly tilting in one direction, at this moment. Taka! A cold and short voice sounded again in the void. The light arrow burning with a hot golden flame suddenly appeared, passing through many spaces, and instantly hit the purple-haired middle-aged man who was as bright and blazing as the sun. Boom! Under the terrifying energy glow, everyone turned their heads subconsciously and saw Serena on the central platform, with a pale face and a shaky body. She was leaning on the ground with a bow in one hand, breathing heavily, and looked like she was seriously overdrawn. Because of Serena's crucial arrow, the originally one-sided battle situation changed. The scattered snowflakes in the sky instantly gathered into a dark red frost tornado. Inside the tornado, the figure holding the red ice rose up, like a huge ancient python born of blood. The terrifying forbidden power penetrated the void and tore through the purple-haired middle-aged man's obstruction in an instant. The whole person suddenly appeared outside the damaged rune magic circle. It worked. Seeing this scene, I don't know how many people subconsciously clenched their fists, and a sense of surprise rose in their hearts. It seemed that they were the ones who successfully escaped at this time, and even they themselves couldn't explain why they had such emotions. But at this moment, an unprecedented terrifying roar suddenly sounded in the field. In the distant level 5 battle group, an entire vortex of energy raging like a world-destroying storm exploded, and with a muffled groan, a tall figure with broken wings fell out in a mess. Immediately afterwards, Lindis, with countless black streamers all over his body, appeared again. "Doru, you really disappoint me," Lindis asked indifferently, and he raised his hand suddenly. In an instant, the sky of the entire fairy ancient city ruins was completely dark, the sun lost its original color, and the void in the dome showed a large area of violent distortion. A large amount of free energy particles gathered and condensed into a substantial glass energy hand, pressing down fiercely. Crack, 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 the energy hand with 6 fingers, which was as ferocious as a monster, fell down, and the void below collapsed and shattered directly. In the area covered by the hand, the earth sank silently, and the ground shook, as if the sky was collapsing. Countless wizards were shocked and retreated madly. They watched helplessly as the blood-colored frost tornado at the center of the energy giant hand quickly disintegrated, revealing the figure inside. He made a defensive move at the first moment, but the red-eye stubble knives in his hands were shattered in the first moment. The latter was like an ant under the giant's hand, small, weak, and thin. Is it over? Everyone felt the same way and had a deep sense of despair from the bottom of their hearts. Under the might of the 5th level, these low-level wizards with low strength were like ants in dust. In a blink of an eye, they could be completely turned into dust. Everyone watched helplessly as the terrifying energy giant hand crushed and fell bit by bit. Time also slowed down at this moment, and pessimism and depression filled the entire battlefield. At this time, accompanied by a slight inhalation, a calm voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Torbu. Black hole." This voice was like a cluster of fire in despair, instantly dispelling the endless darkness. Countless wizards suddenly looked up, and the next moment, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. The figure under the giant hand of energy, the inconspicuous crystal armband on its right arm suddenly bloomed with unprecedented dazzling brilliance. In an instant, the vast and majestic energy like the sea of stars gushed out from it. With the action of the figure raising his hand and gently pointing upwards, pop, a dark and round hole appeared, and the majestic energy sea of stars quickly shrank and collapsed. In the sky, dense and endless black lightning appeared silently. These lightnings were connected to the black hole, which expanded rapidly and exuded an incomparable terrifying taboo atmosphere. The whole world seemed to be leaking, all the energy, light, airflow, everything was leaking crazily towards the position of the black hole, and the indescribable terrible suction force spread out. All wizards who looked directly at the black hole felt a horrible feeling that their flesh and blood and even their souls were sucked into it. Under this force, the energy giant hand that was condensed to the extreme quickly began to crack and collapse. Lindis's angry mental power swayed the void, but it was also constantly pulled and twisted by this force. His elemental body couldn't even get close. The black hole that was getting bigger and bigger was like a real black sun rising slowly in this world. Under the forbidden black sun, the body as agile as a dragon rose into the sky. He stood on the top of the expanding black sun, his dark red long hair was blown up without wind, and he looked back, sweeping deeply at the people behind him, and then turned into a blood-colored streamer and disappeared. All the raging energy flows between heaven and earth completely subsided after the appearance of the black hole, until the terrifying breath dissipated, the black hole gradually disappeared, and many people still stood there, stunned, as if they had completely forgotten words. Ronan's figure when he left was like a brand, deeply engraved in the hearts of every wizard present. Perhaps hundreds of years later, many people can still remember this scene. They had seen fireflies bloom, turn into stars, and then replace the sun in the sky, the glow tearing through the darkness. The beginning of a legend, and they were all witnesses. 2 forbidden domains of power. A level 3 body against a level 5, even with the help of the power of Hermes's inheritance, this Ronan Damien, even in the central region, can become an extraordinary figure. On the central platform, the Dawn Wizard of the Court of Life murmured in a trance. Beside him, Selena's palm stroked the knife marks on the suit of armor on her chest inch by inch, her eyes full of complex and indescribable colors. Those wizards of the Court of Life who had long come together around the two, especially the silver-haired female wizard who had crossed paths with Ronan, were now even more dazed, as if they were stupid. They initially thought that Ronan wanted to use Grace's relationship to climb the tree of the Court of Life. After Ronan rejected Selena, They laughed at Ronan's stupidity and ignorance. Now they know that they are the ones who are really stupid and ridiculous. The armband of Hermes's Archon suit? After a long time, it has accumulated such a magnificent energy. Lindis stood in the void with an expressionless face. He squinted his eyes, and his eyes penetrated through the distance of space, as if he caught the figure of the ant that was fleeing rapidly. Hermes' Archon inheritance was handed over to the other party by him personally. Now that the other party escaped with the power of this inheritance, Lindis felt like he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his foot. He felt a little cold in his heart, but before he decided whether to continue chasing, a violent roar of magic sounded from the side. Boom! Under this energy fluctuation, the rune array that had been opened up by the black hole had nearly 1/3 of its parts begin to collapse. Two figures quickly jumped out from the edge of the collapsed array. It was a tall figure with 4 wings on its back, leading a red-haired girl to flee quickly. Lindis's eyes tightened, and he quickly extinguished the thought in his mind. Forget it. Compared with a little southern native who repeatedly broke his expectations, the goal of returning to the south this time was obviously more important. The feud with the Phoenix family had already been formed, and it was impossible to choose to give up now. Doru. A huge mental power came out of his body, and a purple-haired middle-aged figure immediately appeared in front of him like teleportation. After lightly glancing in the direction of Selena, Lindis said indifferently, "You should know what to do." The purple-haired middle-aged man lowered his head silently. Lindis snorted lightly, tapped his eyebrows lightly, and released more than a dozen spell clones again, rushing into the battlefield. Then the whole person disappeared out of thin air, turning into a stream of light in the sky, and quickly chased in the direction where Vivian and the others fled. With Lindis's departure, under the slowly collapsing rune formation, a new round of chaos broke out again, with people fleeing, fighting, and dying. He didn't know how far he had rushed out in one breath, until the backlash from the will of Hikalto could no longer be suppressed, and Ronan suddenly stopped. At this moment, he was in a desolate and silent wilderness. In the distance, between the gray mountains, there was a curl of smoke rising, and it seemed that someone was living there. Plop! Ronan fell directly to the ground, struggled to get up, and barely sat cross-legged. He lowered his head and breathed violently, and his dark red long hair spread like a blood waterfall on the gray-yellow grass around him. Ronan first looked at the position of his right upper arm. There was a beautiful armband that seemed to be made of some strange crystal, the armband of Hermes's guardian. The massive amount of energy particles accumulated in the armband, and the armband's own super-strong amplification of energy-based spells. With the blessing of these two conditions, Ronan's endless vortex of spurt broke through to the master level in one fell swoop, the realm of the real forbidden domain. Torbu. Black hole. Thanks to this power, he was able to successfully escape from the 5th-level wizard who came out of nowhere. Otherwise, he might have been caught by the other party at this moment, and what awaited him might be a fate 100 times more tragic than death. This style of behavior is very similar to that of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. But this group of people doesn't seem to be targeting me this time. Ronan didn't think he was qualified to track the 5th-level wizard of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society to capture him personally. Looking at the geniuses in the entire battle, I'm afraid that only Selena from the Life King Court of the Central Wizard Empire and the equally noble and mysterious Ash Witch Malil have such qualifications. Ah! Suddenly, Ronan, who was thinking, let out a painful roar. On his forehead, the dense veins all stood out in an instant, and the dark red hair behind him flew up. His originally slender and well-proportioned body also squirmed rapidly, as if something was growing between the bones and flesh and trying to break free. Hikalto. Ronan whispered a name, his eyes red. The intense pain from the depths of his consciousness made him involuntarily press down with both hands. The lawn in front of him suddenly turned into powder finer than dust silently, and he sank down with it. The threat from the 5th-level wizard was temporarily eliminated. But Ronan's life and death crisis was not completely resolved. At this time, the real danger came from himself. In order to win the last round of the bloody battle, he took the risk of crushing the blood crystal in his heart again, and forcibly merged the blood power that was far beyond his ability to bear at this stage. He proposed the deal to Hikalto. Now it's time for the other party to ask him to fulfill his promise and pay the price. Asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket for the new month. Chapter 227, Drinking Poison to Quench Thirst, Shadow Dragon. In the desolate and lonely wilderness, the terrifying cold air gushed out from the sunken ground like a fountain, and spread like a spider web on the grass. Within a radius of several miles, the season went directly from late autumn to severe cold. In a small area, the sky fell directly with goose feathers of snow. The snow was deep red, as if it was soaked with blood, full of the meaning of killing and extinction. In the deep pit, in the dark red frost, Ronan's face was hideous, his muscles twisted, and he inserted his 10 fingers deeply into the mud in front of him like a demon. Hikalter, frost! Hikalter, frost! Countless sharp and slippery voices screamed hysterically in his ears, repeating the same name over and over again, as if countless stones were rubbing against the smooth surface of glass, driving people crazy. At this time, the darkness as thick as oil had occupied most of the corners of his consciousness. It was the remaining will of Hikalter that surged from the long river of time, full of all kinds of domineering, evil, cruel, and violent consciousness. 6 pale golden spiritual power crystals difficultly bloomed, and layers of shadows surrounded and wrapped around him, and his ego was constantly being devoured. Let go, embrace greatness. You and I should have been one. Waves of murmurs, like the whispers of an ancient demon, coerced and bewitched him to let down his guard. In the unspeakable pain, Ronan's eyes were red, and he growled and punched the ground hard. Boom! The terrifying power was released with a fist, and with him as the center, the ground around him collapsed silently and exploded. Huge waves of mud and frost gushed out, and Ronan's figure slowly rose uncontrollably in the blood-colored mud. At this moment, he was like an ancient sinful sun, and his whole body was constantly releasing a cold, murderous, ominous and taboo aura. A strong bloody light filled the whole world. A flock of birds flew over from the sky, and without any warning, they turned into dark red dust and disappeared. Countless bodies of tiny creatures fell from the turned earth soil. There was no life left in this area. Ronan's figure was suspended in the air, and his dark red hair danced wildly behind him like a living thing. His face was distorted, and his hands were fiercely grasping his head. His 10 fingers sank deep into his head, piercing his flesh, and he didn't know that blood was flowing out. Pain. Too painful. The pain of having his soul devoured and his will forcibly deprived was beyond any pain he had ever endured. He was now like falling into the big mouth of a huge beast, being bitten and chewed bit by its sharp teeth, as if he wanted to completely crush him and chew him up before swallowing him. The consequences of this forced fusion of blood were more than 10 times more serious than the last time. Not to mention that Ronan had no time to rush back to the silver ring and use the holy blood tree to purify the blood in his body 3 times and re-extract and condense it into blood crystals. Even if the holy blood tree was in front of him, it would probably be difficult to work again. This was not only clear to him, but also to the him who was entrenched in his consciousness space at this time. In a trance, Ronan had seen the outline of a huge 8-headed giant snake that connected the sky and the earth, which became clearer and clearer in front of him. Those pairs of scarlet snake eyes that were like the sun and the moon were staring at him coldly. Him was waiting for the moment when his will completely collapsed. This was the deal reached between Ronan and him. Nothing in this world is for no reason. When you gain power far beyond yourself, you naturally have to pay a corresponding price. Gradually, the 6 spiritual power crystals in the consciousness space were completely swallowed up by the shadow. The ancient will of Hikalter almost eroded the entire consciousness space. Surrounded by endless darkness, Ronan's self-will only had a cluster of sparks left, which could be completely extinguished at any time. Under the blood-red dome, in the endless wilderness, before the last bit of light was about to be swallowed up, Ronan slowly raised his hand, and his narrow and sharp fingers cut a bloody 6-pointed star-like pattern on his chest. Asaslan. Bow. From his trembling lips, he uttered a strange and difficult spell syllable. For the servant. When. Bear the thorns together. As the last word was read out, he suddenly raised his head, and the 6-pointed star pattern on his chest shone brightly. In an instant, an invisible and strange power emerged from his body. In the consciousness space, it seemed that an invisible vortex was formed, and the ancient will of Hikalter that had almost occupied all of his consciousness rolled into the vortex uncontrollably. At this moment, Ronan seemed to hear the angry roar of Hikalter. A smile appeared on his twisted face, and his cloudy eyes were full of tranquility like after a storm. He knew the result of the deal with the devil long ago, so he didn't have any backup plan. On the quiet autumn lakeside, the young shepherd held his beloved lamb and lay on the soft yellow grass. Without any warning, the huge wild lake suddenly froze, and the terrifying coldness rolled in from the bottom of the lake like a tide. The poor shepherd and his sheep didn't even have time to react, and everything on the lakeside was frozen into snow-white ice sculptures under this cold wave. In just a blink of an eye, the area near the wild lake completely turned into a world of ice and snow, as if only this place had entered the harsh winter season. The terrible coldness was still accumulating upwards crazily, and the frost spread around like a flood and beast, and the lawn and the earth slope were about to invade the distant forest. Boom! The frozen lake surface suddenly exploded, and a ball of black frost quickly jumped out from the bottom of the lake. The rolling frost was rolling and surging, and it seemed that there was some terrible giant hidden in it, and there were faint roars and struggles. It was unknown how long it took before all the noise subsided. The black frost slowly dispersed, revealing the shadow of a 100-meter-long giant snake. This giant snake had 2 heads, and there was a bulge between the 2 heads. Its body was covered with dark blue and black ice crystal snake scales, and its snake eyes were scarlet, giving people an extremely ancient, evil and overbearing feeling. The 2-headed giant snake stared indifferently in one direction, and uttered an ancient and obscure language from its mouth, as if it was saying something. After a moment, it stared deeply into the distance, turned silently, and swam away towards the unknown distance. All the blood and frost between heaven and earth dissipated, and Ronan fell from the sky and landed in a bottomless pit. Hoo-hoo-hoo, he panted heavily, and on his fair and well-proportioned body, streams of sweat flowed down his skin and muscles, but before they could drip, they were frozen into frost by the strong cold air everywhere. It was as if he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. This was indeed the case. Ronan was now in his normal state, with white hair falling on the ground like a waterfall, and titanium metal slowly climbed up his body at a turtle's speed, condensing into the shape of a robe. Feeling that he had almost recovered, Ronan slowly stood up from the ground. In his consciousness space, the will of Hikalto had completely disappeared. It can be said that his consciousness space has never been as clean as it is now. Compared with the last time he forced his bloodline to merge and narrowly escape death, he seemed to have gotten through this more dangerous backlash much more easily. But only Ronan knew that the reason why he could stand here completely intact was just drinking poison to quench thirst. Ronan took a deep breath and recalled his previous operation. Pasillina's master-servant contract has the effect of letting the subordinate bear damage for the master. He used this rule to let the ice crystal demon snake dormant in the ice lake bear half of the backlash of Hikalto's will for him. And the reason why Hikalto's will has completely withdrawn from his body now is Hikalto's own choice. Imagine facing a weakened potential human body, and a demon snake body with pure ancient ice crystal demon snake blood. How would Hikalto, who is also a snake, choose? Naturally, no matter how you look at it, the latter is 100 times better body possession than the former. Ronan is equivalent to sacrificing the ice crystal demon snake in exchange for a glimmer of breathing opportunity for himself. This breathing opportunity is also temporary. With the existence of the master-servant contract, the resurrected Hikalter will come to me again sooner or later. If I can't kill it completely, the best result at that time is to become Hikalter's human servant. The will of the ancient Warcraft overlord Frost Hydra plus the pure blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake. The two together, God knows what kind of monster will be created. So Ronan said that this method is just a means of drinking poison to quench thirst. His will has just revived, and he has just completed the possession of his body. At this time, Hikalter is undoubtedly the most weak. To solve this big problem, now is the best time. Ronan's eyes flickered, feeling the soul mark between his body and the ice crystal demon snake, but found that this connection has become blurred and difficult to capture. He followed his memory and went straight to the wild lake where the ice crystal demon snake hibernated. When he arrived at the place, he saw a mess after the raging of ice and snow. Run away. Ronan was a little surprised. Logically speaking, he should be the one to run away. But thinking carefully, he only needs to worry about being devoured or enslaved by Hikalter. But as an ancient overlord, Hikalter needs to consider more after resurrection. Enemies, natural enemies. God knows whether some terrifying existences that were once at the same level as him will follow the smell to find him. Cunning and forbearing are also the nature of snakes. It is estimated that before recovering to a certain strength, Hikalter will not easily appear. This breathing opportunity is more abundant than expected. But is it good news for Ronan? The longer the time drags on, the more Hikalter will recover his strength, and the disaster that will fall on my head in the end will become more and more huge and difficult to resist. Ronan's face is gloomy. But he has no solution, he can only wait quietly for the arrival of the Judgment Day. Before that, Zhu will do his best to strengthen himself in order to fight for that ethereal life. Let's take it one step at a time. Ronan wrapped his robe tightly around him, his eyes far away, and left quickly in one direction. The ruins of the ancient city of goblins. The whole world seemed to be in chaos. The roar of spells was endless, and countless wizards fled around like headless flies. Almost every minute, a wizard fell from the sky. Somewhere in the chaotic situation, Angel was half hidden in the void, looking around at the scene in front of him, with a look of enjoyment and intoxication on his face. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him silently. The proper and luxurious dress, slender figure, holding a black book in hand, exuding a mysterious and elegant temperament like a noble scholar. It was Li Wiki of the Chaos Secret Society. Neither Angel nor Li Wiki appeared when they joined forces to attack the rune formation before. What are you still standing here for? Li Wiki looked gloomy, staring at Angel and spoke coldly. The two seemed to be old acquaintances. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. You and that guy named Ronan Damien have known each other for a long time, right? He is one of the experimental subjects that Lord Lindis wants to capture. Now, only you have the means to find him. Li Wiki said to Angel in a commanding tone. Angel just glanced at him lightly, then moved his eyes aside, pretending that he didn't want to pay attention. Li Wiki's face looked ugly. The previous Shoyu is dead, and no one will support you anymore. Don't forget who gave you the half of the fallen crow heart in your body. Li Wiki's eyes were cold, and he threatened with a smile, if Lord Lindis knew your attitude, what do you think? Such a noise. Li Wiki was interrupted by Angel's words before he finished speaking. He snorted coldly, and just when he was about to say something else, he saw Angel casually raised one hand, and half of his arm gently sank into the void in front of him. In an instant, the void between the two people seemed to have a dense dark purple giant wing silently passing through. Li Wiki's face suddenly changed, and he stepped back subconsciously, trying to open the black book in his hand. However, the next moment, his movements had completely stopped. Li Wiki lowered his head in disbelief, watching a wide and slender palm growing out of his chest. Between the 5 fingers, a bloody heart was tightly grasped, still beating. It belonged to him. This is not the power of the ancient fallen crow. Li Wiki looked up at Angel in front of him in a daze, muttering. You are not Angel. Who are you? You have such strength. Why do you deliberately lose to Ronan? Before the last few words were finished, the palm that pierced Li Wiki's chest had quietly retracted. As the palm retracted, Li Wiki's body, flesh and blood, including his soul, seemed to be sucked away. He was like a piece of white paper burned through by flames. With a light breeze, he completely turned into a pile of black ashes and dissipated. Only a black book without its owner was left, floating in the air alone. Angel took his hand out of the hidden void, and slowly and greedily ate the whole heart like sucking the full and delicious juice of a fruit. Finally, he pulled out a clean white silk handkerchief and wiped his palm and mouth elegantly. Some fruits are ripe, and if they are not picked in time, they will slowly rot. Some fruits are far from reaching the standard of being fully ripe, and now is not the best time to taste them. How can you understand this principle? Angel explained to the dead Li Wiki, and he waved his hand casually, and the black book suspended in the air flew into his hand. After flipping through 2 pages casually, Angel threw it into his space ring with a bored look. He looked up and looked around. He muttered to himself. The soul fragments left in the south have been collected, and it's time to leave. He took a light step forward, but stopped the next second, frowning and kneading his eyebrows with his hands. The dead should just lie in the soil and let their bodies rot, becoming nutrients for those who come after them. What a disgusting old man. Angel's brows relaxed quickly, and he finally looked in the direction where Ronan left, then smiled and melted into dense shadow. Chapter 228, Lawmaster, Inheritance, comparable to the ancient figures. Silver Magic Ring. The huge metal ring rotated silently, with 7 silver white towers standing below, and the 8th one was being built. Suddenly, the clouds on the horizon dissipated, and a figure with an incomparable brilliance all over his body, like a blazing sun, stepped into the air. Dawn. The aura and pressure of the dawn-level wizards spread throughout the magic environment, and countless magic ring wizards raised their heads and looked up at the sky with shocked and fascinated eyes. Soon, A sun also rose in the tallest silver-white tower of the silver magic ring, and a figure went up to meet it. The two suns confronted each other, and after a brief contact, the former left and the latter disappeared again. Soon, figures flew out from the top of each of the other 7 towers of the magic ring, and they all approached the top of the first tower. After a short silence, the wizards of the magic ring became agitated, talking about it, and speculating on what big thing had happened. In the empty metal-style hall, the 8 ringmasters of the silver ring sat around a semicircular long table. The first ringmaster sat at the top, his eyes swept over everyone below, and said calmly, "The chairman of the Thunder Council just came and told me 2 pieces of news, both about the gathering of genius wizards in the south. The first piece of news is that people from the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society have appeared again. Currently, we can confirm that there are 1 5th level wizard and 1 4th level wizard. A huge disaster has occurred in the ruins of the ancient fairy city, and more than 3,000 wizards from major wizard forces in the south have died." As soon as the voice fell, there was a commotion below. The faces of all the major ringmasters became shocked and solemn. Someone said in a deep voice, "What do the people from the Wizard Guild say? Do we need to go to rescue? Level 5 wizard. Even if we are willing to help, we can't help much. This is no longer an existence that ordinary wizards can fight. People like us who have not even reached level 4 can only become cannon fodder if we go. The Ancient Witch Resurrection Society has been making big moves in the south. What is their plan?" The first ringmaster listened to the discussion of the crowd and said lightly, "This matter is related to several wizard forces in the central region. The Psychic Dawn and the Wizard Guild have also contacted Ronan Wizard to rush over. The unrest should be quelled soon." Hearing the name Ronan Wizard, the faces of many ringmasters were obviously relaxed. This is an old wizard with high moral character in the south, and also a veteran strongman with a strength of level 5. With such a person going to preside over the situation, plus the assistance of a number of medium and large wizard forces, there should be no problem. The main reason for calling everyone here this time is for the second thing. The first ringmaster continued to speak, and halfway through his words, he paused, his eyes became a little complicated. Seeing his performance, the other ringmasters, who had just relaxed, suddenly became solemn again. "Is there any worse news than the appearance of a level 5 wizard from the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society?" Someone said helplessly. "That's not the case, but this is good news." The first ringmaster shook his head, his eyes swept over the 7 ringmasters one by one, and finally stopped on a certain slender and beautiful figure. Everyone's eyes turned unconsciously, and Kosti, who had inexplicably become the focus of everyone, looked up in confusion. At this time, only the first ringmaster was heard to speak slowly, "Ronan Damien. A genius member from the 7th ring of our silver ring in the Southern Genius Gathering. He defeated all opponents, completed the bloody battle ritual of Heramis, obtained Heramis's inheritance, and became the chief genius of this session." The words of the first ringmaster fell. Buzz! All the silver magic ringmasters present seemed to be collectively attacked by some powerful soul spell, and their bodies all shook. Kosti, who was most shocked by this news, sat in a daze, looking completely unresponsive. "Ronan, the chief genius?" Exclamation mark. In the boundless wilderness, a figure stumbled and ran. Blood flowed down through the fingers little by little, dripping onto the ground, leaving a discontinuous trail of blood. Huff huff. Selena's face was pale, and she walked forward step by step in a miserable state. At this time, her breath had declined to an extreme, her armor had long disappeared, her body was covered with blood, and even her hair was condensed into clumps by dried sweat and blood stains. How could she be noble and calm at all? She couldn't even fly with the wind. She was so seriously injured that she could feel her vitality draining away from her body bit by bit. If her captors didn't want her to die so easily, she might not have been able to escape alive from the last round of battle. Selena didn't know where to go now. She kept running forward, relying on a strong desire to survive. She didn't know how long she had been running. When Selena's vision had begun to blur due to excessive blood loss, a pair of boots suddenly appeared in front of her. It was a pair of very beautiful boots. I don't know what material they were made of. There were many intricate and exquisite gold patterns embroidered on the white boots, giving people an extremely luxurious feeling. A voice fell from Selena's head. "Look at what you look like now. You are so miserable that you are even worse than a dog. I really don't want to call you that, my sister." A hand gently fell down and slowly stroked Selena's cheek. The cold touch gave Selena some familiarity. Selena tried to open her eyes wide, trying to see the appearance of the person who came. Her lips moved, but she fell unconscious the next moment. The young man in a gorgeous white gold robe quietly looked at Serena at his feet. He had long golden hair like Serena, and a handsome face that was almost demonic. He had a kind of nobleness and dignity like a natural superior, but his eyes revealed a coldness that was not close to human. The young man raised his hand casually, and dots of white light sprinkled from his fingers, falling on Serena's body. Serena's breathing suddenly became much more even, and her injuries were healing rapidly and stabilizing. At this time, a thick dark cloud moved across the sky from a distance. The young and handsome man narrowed his eyes, looked at the direction where the dark cloud came from, and whispered, "What kind of daring and lowly pig dared to covet the blood of our Alba family?" The next moment, a nearly 100-meter thick white gold beam of light appeared out of thin air, without any warning, and suddenly shot out, piercing through the thick cloud in the sky. Boom! Pop! In the fire, the dried branches burned with a crackling sound. Under the night wind, the light and shadow of the flames flickered in Ronan's eyes. He pulled off his robe and silently turned the wild rabbit meat in his hand that was roasting on the fire. The aroma of the roasted fat had already dissipated, but Ronan didn't seem to notice it. His eyes were always on the scattered 10 or so communication rune stones under his feet. Each communication stone was constantly flashing white light, which looked strange in the night. Many people were trying to contact Ronan, but Ronan didn't want to reply to any of them at this time. At least, before the turmoil of the Resurrection Society is completely quelled. On the one hand, Ronan was not sure whether there were any hidden members of the Resurrection Society among these people. On the other hand, before he was confirmed that he had escaped the crisis, which might be the pursuit of the 5th-level wizard of the Resurrection Society, he felt that it would be better for him to drift alone. Otherwise, he would be a moving source of disaster. Among the people he knew, no one could withstand the 5th-level high pressure. No matter where he hid, he would not get any effective protection, and would only bring disaster and death to the people around him. However, after thinking about it, Ronan picked up one of the communication stones and replied to the other party. The ancient wizard Evaqui. Evaqui had reminded him of the coming of the disaster during the bloody battle. It is highly unlikely that he would be related to the resurrection. The key is that Evaqui once said that he could solve Ronan's soul problem. Hikalto, who was resurrected by taking over the body of the ice crystal demon snake, is now a sort of Damocles hanging over Ronan's head, and it is possible to fall and behead him at any time. Ronan must do everything he can to become as strong as possible before this crisis falls, and the 4th level of Dawn is a major hurdle he will face. If you don't solve the problem of soul mixing and get the opportunity to be promoted to Dawn, there will be no possibility of survival. Huh? Ronan exhaled lightly and saw that Evaqui quickly replied to the message. He didn't say anything, just told him a place name and told him to meet there in a few days. Ronan put away the message stone, picked up the roasted rabbit and tore it slowly. While eating, he opened his character panel to check. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 21. Talents, Ice Affinity, Immaculate Body, active. Lake of No Thought, active. Lake of Boiling, active. Ancient Frost Hydra Bloodline, 6%. Strength, Level 3 Formal Wizard, 47%. Skills, in this battle for the Wizard Seed of Hermes, the concentration of his Ancient Frost Hydra Bloodline increased from the original 1% to 6%. The increase in soul power is the largest. Just the incidental benefit brought by the increase in soul power has made his strength jump from the late 2nd level to the middle level of the 3rd level. I don't know how much time he saved in the middle. It's a pity that without the Ice Crystal Demon Snake, the original blood purification plan can no longer be carried out. This actually didn't affect Ronan very much. Blood purification, Ice Crystal Demon Snake is not a very necessary thing. He had always adopted the procedure of purifying the blood of the Ice Crystal Demon Serpent first and then transplanting it. The main purpose was to worry that if it was mixed with other messy blood in his body, the effect of purification would be discounted. Now that the Ice Crystal Demon Serpent was gone, he could only try to use the Holy Blood Tree to purify his blood directly. The concentration of the Ancient Frost Hydra blood of 6% was a bit low, and the risks in all aspects were also much higher. But if the purification was repeated enough times and luck was good enough, perhaps it would be possible to purify an even more ancient blood with a grade higher than the Ancient Frost Hydra. This was also a way he could think of to increase the chances of breaking the deadlock in front of him. Then it is. Ronan slowly stuffed a piece of burned rabbit meat into his mouth, his eyes flickered slightly, and then he took out an exquisite crystal armband from the space ring. It was unknown what material this armband was forged from. It looked like crystal and jade, but it made a sound similar to metal when knocked. The armband seemed to hide a whole starry sky, vast and deep. The light released by the fire in front of him shone on its surface and was absorbed by it, without any luster. Ronan's spiritual power slowly penetrated, and the inside of the armband looked more like a starry sky. It was vast and boundless, and the hazy starlight was scattered in the void. Every twinkling star was a rune. In the center of this vast rune starry sky, there was a huge and dazzling core like a planet. It was an extremely mysterious and complex rune, shining all over, releasing infinite wisdom. Control the law. Ronan's eyes were deep, as if he had lost focus, and he murmured in his mouth. He couldn't imagine how vast and broad Heramis's knowledge was. His inheritance seemed to really interpret the concept of law in detail. He had seen the Golden Country of Sibir Alchemist. In his opinion, Heramis's inheritance of control of the law was not inferior to the Golden Country. Perhaps the inheritance of the Golden Country he had come into contact with was too shallow. In some aspects, he even felt that the inheritance of the Spellbinder was more magnificent than the Golden Country. Yes, magnificent. Ronan could only think of this word to describe it. When facing the pressure of the 5th-level wizard of the Resurrection Society, Ronan tried his best to pry the core rune in the arm ring slightly. And it was this leak mystery that allowed his energy missile particle torrent to directly transform into the forbidden domain, forbidden black hole, without the blessing of multiple mirror lights. Of course, now that the energy accumulated in the arm ring has been exhausted, Ronan's desire to reproduce the glory of this spell is no longer possible. But if you can comprehend this rune, no, just comprehend 1/10, or even 1%, this is a rune that is 100 times more suitable for me than multiple mirror lights. In other words, Heramis's Spellbinder inheritance is suitable for most wizards. This is a person who can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient wizards. Ronan exhaled lightly, put away the arm ring in his hand, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. He gained a lot in this battle. In addition to these most important ones, there are also some gains in the battle, such as the ancient cowbell obtained after killing the skeleton Deathstroke Maflin. A very powerful spell inheritance is also preserved there. Ronan now feels the urgency of time more and more, and he is almost unwilling to waste even a minute. Just when Ronan took out Maflin's cowbell and was about to study it, a flash of light suddenly flashed above his head and caught Ronan's attention. He subconsciously raised his head. In the night sky, there was a ball of fire passing quickly. It looked like a red meteor. Gradually, Ronan's face changed slightly. He found that the meteor seemed to be coming straight towards him. Second update, asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 229, Ghost Arrow, Top Quality Arrow Embryo, Complement of Soul Attack Methods. After the concentration of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline reached 6%, Ronan's talent in ice magic had reached a demonic level. He didn't even need to do anything, just simply raised his hand, and his mental power surged out. In this dark wilderness, a large number of free ice energy particles came to him like worship, forming a dense frost pillar, like a blue giant python roaring to meet the fireball that fell like a meteorite. The difference between Wizards and Warcraft is that Wizards cast spells with skills, while Warcraft casts spells with instinct. Today, Ronan's attainments in ice magic at the fog level have reached the height of instinct. Boom! The frost pillar collided fiercely with a fireball that fell from the sky without any fancy moves. The two extreme energies collided, and the deep blue light in Ronan's eyes flickered, appearing mysterious and weird in the night. As the robe fluttered, the white hair on his back was lifted up, and the terrifying icy power surged up layer by layer. The two forces of fire and frost were deadlocked in the air dozens of meters above the ground, splashing out brilliant streams of red and dark blue. After a dozen breaths, all the flames in the sky went out, leaving only balls of frost. The bonfire at his feet also went out, and the roasted rabbit meat had long been frozen into a hard ice block. Bang! A huge ice block with a diameter of more than 10 meters exuded a strong chill and fell heavily to the ground, smashing a deep and shallow pit on the ground. Ronan took a step forward, pushed away the white mist that filled the field, and looked inside through the ice layer. He was shocked to find that there was an exquisitely shaped red women's cane inside. It was about the thickness of a finger, and looked like the handle of an umbrella. It was bright in color, and the surface was decorated with many light red crystals and golden metal strips. It looked elegant and heavy. Unfortunately, there were obvious signs of fracture in the middle of the staff, and even various hidden rune patterns could be seen in the cross-section of the fault. Red Lotus Staff. Ronan was shocked when he recognized the appearance of the staff. He didn't expect that the fireball that fell from the sky was actually the Red Lotus Staff of the Ash Witch Molly. Ronan had fought with Molly once, and was deeply impressed by her staff weapon in the shape of a staff. Molly almost never left the Red Lotus Staff, and the Red Lotus Staff was also a major identity symbol of Molly. Even her beloved staff was broken by someone. Molly's current situation should be as bad as it can be. Molly's status is extraordinary, and she even has her level 5 Dawn Wizard with her. I didn't expect that she could be hunted down like this. Ronan couldn't help but feel a little emotional, and then his mind became slightly alert. The Red Lotus cane fell here, and Molly might be nearby. He was not afraid of Molly, but was worried that she would attract pursuers and he would be unlucky enough to run into her. But why did the Red Lotus cane come to me? Ronan thought about it and guessed that this half-broken Red Lotus cane might be a signal for help released by Molly, and it just happened to fall in front of him. Breaking through the ice, Ronan took out the Red Lotus cane. This magic tool is made of extraordinary materials and has a high grade. It is unknown how it was forged. Even if it is broken and damaged and uncontrolled, it can get rid of the suppression of frost, and the firepower contained in it has a tendency to come out again. Ronan held it in his hand and could clearly feel a strong pulling force. The Red Lotus cane seemed to want to guide him in a certain direction. It was thrown out to ask for help. His guess was confirmed, but Ronan had no intention of following. Not to mention that he and Molly had a feud. In the mechanical heart, the other party almost killed him. Even if there was no hatred between them, the people chasing Molly were not something he could deal with. He himself was still on the road of escape. You can only blame your bad luck. The staff fell in front of me. No. If you don't know the inside story, you will be in trouble if you pick up this staff and run to save people foolishly. Ronan originally planned to ignore it, but considering the feud with Molly, he thought about it and pressed the staff to summon the titanium. The material of this staff seems to be mixed with a part of metal. I don't know if it can be swallowed by the titanium. The black titanium covered Ronan's right hand and quickly wrapped the entire Red Lotus staff. With a series of fine and slight chewing sounds, Ronan's eyes lit up slightly. It can really become titanium's food. However, perhaps because the material of the Red Lotus staff was too complex and precious, titanium swallowed the metal components in it very slowly. As it was slowly being eaten away, the Red Lotus cane kept making moans and trembling violently, but Ronan held it down with one hand, unable to break free and escape. While swallowing it with titanium, Ronan also infiltrated his mental power into the Red Lotus cane, and recorded the runes engraved in the cane. There were many runes that made up the Red Lotus cane, which were very complex and advanced, and showed its extraordinary quality. Ronan just wrote them all down and kept them for later study. Because of the Red Lotus cane that fell from the sky, Ronan no longer stayed in the same place, and took advantage of the starlight to hurry on his way in the opposite direction of the cane. 3 days later, under the daylight, a figure stood in the field with his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, groups of gray mists escaped from around the figure, covering it up, and the sunlight could not shine in. The whole person instantly showed a lot of gloomy and cold temperament. Shoo! Ronan suddenly opened his eyes, picked up a square and strange cowbell in his hand, and shook it gently. Strangely, no sound was made, but the gray fog surrounding it was sucked into the cowbell without leaving any trace. Whew! Ronan exhaled a foul breath and quietly recalled what he had gained in the past few days. He had studied the strange cowbell he got from Mafulin thoroughly. This cowbell was a high-level undead magic tool, and there was a ghost space in it, which was specially used to raise ghosts. Ronan did not find the complete inheritance of the skeleton death bell in it, but he found a powerful undead spell inheritance, called Ghost Arrow. This spell is of a very high grade, and only 4th-level wizards are qualified to practice it. Ghost Arrow is similar to some of the undead spells that Ronan had come into contact with before. It requires cultivating undead servants before casting. However, the principle of Ghost Arrow is very advanced. It transforms ghosts into something like soul arrows to directly attack and kill the opponent's soul. The discovery of this spell surprised Ronan. In the battle against the ancient wizard Avakui, Ronan realized that he was extremely lacking in soul defense and offensive means. This was definitely a fatal weakness of his. He won the battle against Avakui by luck. The appearance of Ghost Arrow can be regarded as a great improvement for Ronan's shortcomings. At least in the future, when he encounters similar opponents, he will not have to stand still and passively take a beating. No wonder Mafulin couldn't perform this spell. It turns out that he himself didn't practice it. It is estimated that no one has been able to learn the skeleton death bell for many generations. Otherwise, the reputation of the skeleton death bell in the south would be more than 10 times more terrible than it is now. Although it is impossible to practice at this stage, some preparations can be made first. The most important point in practicing Ghost Arrow is that you need a ghost. Ronan happens to have a suitable one in his hand. Gently shaking the cowbell in his hand, strange spell fluctuations emerged, and a dense, almost black-gray smoke poured out of the cowbell. Then, a figure appeared in front of Ronan. It was a boy with short hair, pale face, and bloodshot eyes. He was wearing a tattered and almost rotten robe. In the sun, except for the gray smoke lingering around him, he looked almost the same as a normal person. It's just that his whole body is grayish-white, like a carefully outlined character in a comic, but lacking the last step of coloring. An extremely strong sense of resentment emanated from the gray-white boy. This resentment caused the temperature of the surrounding environment to drop rapidly, almost condensing into clusters of ice flowers. This young ghost was the fellow apprentice who was killed by Mafulin and raised in the cowbell space. His original resentment was very heavy, and after being cultivated and refined by Mafulin's various secret methods, he had become an extremely powerful ghost slave. Perhaps Mafulin also intended to use it as the arrow embryo of the Ghost Arrow to cultivate. Later, Mafulin was defeated by Ronan, and when he was defeated, he was directly attacked by the ghost of his own men. Ronan didn't know how many ghosts were originally raised in the cowbell space. He only knew that there was only this one ghost left in the entire space. All the ghosts were swallowed by the young ghost in front of him. Now it can truly be regarded as a top-quality arrow embryo. Any wizard of the undead ghost system would probably be jealous and crazy when seeing it. Come back. Ronan shook the cowbell, and the gray-white boy ghost in front of him turned into a ball of gray smoke and returned to the cowbell space. He performed some simple master recognition operations on the gray-white boy ghost according to his own undead magic, but the most important means of controlling it was still relying on the cowbell magic tool of skeleton death knell. At present, it can be regarded as completely subdued. But nothing in this world is foolproof, and Mafulin is the best precedent. To practice undead magic, you must bear these risks. If you want to avoid backlash, you have to strengthen yourself. Ronan is very clear about this, and he also has his own confidence. His mental will is at least 10 times higher than Mafulin. In the short term, there is no need to worry about the ghost backlash. In the process of taming this ghost, Ronan also obtained some information about the gray-white boy ghost. This young ghost is called Ahoshaya, and he was born into a noble family in the secular kingdom, which is similar to Ronan. However, he has a good talent as a wizard. After being discovered and accepted as a disciple by the previous generation of skeleton Deathstroke, everything went smoothly, and he even had great hope of inheriting the mantle of skeleton Deathstroke. It's a pity that he was killed by Mammoth Flynn after his master was killed, so it's no wonder that he has such a strong resentment. Ronan played with a cowbell in his hand, and turned his palm over, and took out a strange bone spur with an ancient shape. This bone spur came from Andariel, the ghost mask, and it was also one of the spoils he gained in the wizard competition. Ronan has studied it. This bone spur is also a soul attack tool. He has experienced it personally. It is quite powerful, vicious and cruel, and it is simply impossible to defend against it. The only drawback is probably that the spell light released by this bone spur cannot automatically lock the opponent and can only be manually controlled by the caster. But thinking back to the danger of facing the bone spur attack, there are probably only a few wizards who can avoid this bone spur attack within a certain distance in the mist stage. After all, how many wizards can temper their bodies to such a perverted level like Ronan? In the past 3 days, Ronan has basically been sorting out his gains. In addition to these external gains, the second is the improvement in his own strength. Not to mention that the skill proficiency of a number of trump card spells has increased significantly. The biggest improvement should be austerity body forging. The master level proficiency is almost approaching 1,400 points. After the bloody battle of Hermes, Ronan was able to glimpse the forbidden area above the extraordinary domain, which also confirmed to him that there must be a higher realm above the master level of proficiency. After austerity body forging, entered the master level. The derived, immaculate body has always been Ronan's biggest and most important trump card. He really looks forward to what immaculate body will transform into after the master level proficiency of austerity body forging is perfected. There are also the ancient power runes that were born from the immaculate body, which are expected to have stronger changes. At this time, in Ronan's consciousness space, the sixth spiritual power crystal has almost reached perfection, and the benefits brought by the surge in soul power have not completely subsided. It is estimated that for a long time to come, Ronan's spiritual power will maintain this high-speed growth state. Mist Forbidden Zone. The 10th spiritual power crystal. Ronan is now considering this. He saw a greater possibility of being above the limit of the mist level in Selena, and if possible, he naturally wanted to strive for that direction. After all, the mist is the stage of laying the foundation. No matter how to strengthen your foundation, it is not too much. One day, you will only look back and be grateful for every effort you have made now. Selena did not reveal how to step into the Mist Forbidden Zone and condense the 10th spiritual power crystal. This may also be a secret in the central wizard world. Ronan can only see if you will have the opportunity to get in touch with this secret in the future. In addition, during these 3 days, he also completed the last unfinished part of the Soul Seal, Golden Law of Spirit, condensed in the 5th spiritual power crystal. If nothing unexpected happens, the metal spell Inheritance of Golden Fire of Lingmea will be the main direction of Ronan's practice in the future. Ronan was thinking about it, when suddenly, the titanium metal attached to the surface of his body under the robe moved. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, A Song of Ice and Fire, Deathlinger. Kaka. In the flowing black metal, a sharp point was constantly protruding upwards. Gradually, a red copper short stick with a bumpy surface, as if it had been soaked in a highly corrosive liquid for a long time, broke through the viscous flowing metal liquid and slowly rose up. It was Molly's red lotus cane. After 3 days of unremitting efforts, titanium had successfully swallowed a part of the metal material on the red lotus cane, and its quality directly increased to the level of the third order peak, and there was also a trace of the burning breath of the fire energy element. Although Ronan's major was ice magic, considering that he would soon practice Golden Fire, Lingmea, this change of titanium was quite appropriate. Ronan's eyes were fixed on the red lotus cane that had been completely changed, and his brows were slightly locked. He felt that this red lotus cane seemed to be under some strong inspiration and wanted to break free from the restraints and escape. Ronan stretched out his right hand and held the staff in the air. Between his 5 fingers, a black rune light flickered slightly. The red lotus staff trembled violently under this force. Even with the power of ancient power, Ronan felt that he could not suppress the staff. At a certain moment, Ronan let go a little. Swoosh, with a sharp sound that almost pierced the eardrums, the red lotus staff turned into a stream of red light, instantly breaking free from Ronan's restraints and escaping in one direction. Boom! The ground under Ronan's feet exploded at the same time, creating a huge deep pit. The whole person flew out like a cannonball, and followed the staff into the air. Ronan planned to follow it for a while to see, at least to understand the approximate location of Molly now, so that he could make corresponding evasions. If possible, he still wanted to keep the staff. If he could completely devour the valuable metal on the staff, he might be able to grow to the dawn stage with titanium. Such opportunities are rare. To Ronan's surprise, he chased the escaped red lotus cane for only 5 or 6 minutes before he realized that the speed of the cane began to slow down rapidly. Finally, it fell from the sky and headed straight for a direction. So close to me. Ronan was a little surprised. His mental power spread out, and the Eye of Truth weaved in front of his forehead. After careful investigation, he did not feel that there were any powerful wizards nearby that were difficult to resist. After hesitating, he slowly approached. After the distance was shortened, Ronan found that the place where the red lotus cane fell was actually a small village. There were still many people living in the village. They were all ordinary mortals with no energy fluctuations on their bodies. They wore gray and black linen short robes, had sad faces, and looked like ordinary farmers. At this time, all these people gathered in a vacant lot in the center of the village, kneeling around a high platform built of rocks and wood, and led by the only person wearing a robe, as if they were worshipping something. Ronan looked at the platform and saw a huge fiery red object. The red lotus cane that escaped from his hand was inserted straight in front of the fiery red object, connected to the missing lower half, and trembled slightly. Ronan's arrival immediately attracted the attention of all the villagers in the small village. All the villagers looked up at him with shocked and panicked expressions. The robed man in the lead seemed quite excited. He pointed at him and shouted some strange words that Ronan couldn't understand. When the faint energy fluctuations came from the other party, he realized that it was the syllables of a spell. This guy was also a wizard, but his strength was probably only at the level of a second or third level wizard apprentice. Ronan cast a casual look, and the powerful mental power slightly penetrated his body. The native wizard apprentice in the robe immediately fainted and lay on the ground with blood flowing from his nostrils. His method directly frightened all the villagers on the scene. Everyone screamed and shouted, and got up and ran away, and immediately fell into chaos. Ronan was too lazy to pay attention to these ordinary people. He slowly landed on the sacrificial platform built by the villagers. His eyes swept across the red lotus cane on the platform and looked at the huge fiery red object in front of him. This huge fiery red object looked like a huge crystal stone, but when he touched it, it felt soft, like an egg that had not yet completely hardened. The surface was translucent, and you could faintly see golden red magma-like substances flowing underneath. When Ronan used his mental power to explore inside, he suddenly discovered that there was a girl in the deepest part of this huge fiery red object. The girl had fair skin and was naked. Her long red hair spread out in the magma-like seaweed. Her body curled up and quietly floated in a posture with her hands on her knees. Her eyes were closed and her expression was peaceful, just like an unborn baby sleeping in amniotic fluid. Ronan looked at the girl and gently uttered the name. Although he had expected it in his heart, he was still a little shocked when he really saw Molly's appearance. Since he picked up the red lotus cane, he had been deliberately heading in the opposite direction of the cane for the past 3 days. Unexpectedly, he ran into Molly in the end. He didn't know if it was some other reason he didn't know about, or if it was just a trick of fate. It felt like enemies always meet again. Molly seemed to be in a very fragile and helpless state now. She seemed to be seriously injured and was relying on some special way to heal herself. The level 5 wizard who had been following her was also unknown. Ronan glanced at Molly sleeping in the mysterious amniotic fluid, thought about it, and reached out to grab the red lotus cane next to him. But just as his palm touched the cane, the long and thick eyelashes of the girl sleeping in the amniotic fluid moved slightly, as if she was about to wake up from her sleep in the next second. Does she still have a certain perception of the outside world? Ronan frowned, and after weighing the pros and cons, he finally decided to give up the idea of taking the red lotus cane. Although Molly seems fragile and safe now, God knows when the forces behind her and the people chasing her will suddenly come. No matter which group of people Ronan encounters, the final result may not be very good. The wisest decision is to stay away from her, the center of trouble. Thinking of this, Ronan was ready to leave. But just as he turned around and was about to leave, he did not see that the beautiful girl who was quietly floating in the huge fiery red object behind him suddenly opened her eyes without any warning. In an instant, strange fluctuations spread throughout the world, and Ronan seemed to hear a very loud and beautiful bird song in his ears. At this moment, time seemed to slow down countless times. Immediately afterwards, a soft and hot palm passed over his shoulder and gently stroked his cheek from behind. From the perspective of outsiders, the huge fiery red object suddenly stretched out two wide and slender girl arms, gently wrapped around Ronan's neck, and then pulled him into the huge fiery red crystal in an ambiguous gesture like a lover. The next second, a ball of extremely dazzling fire bloomed, and the blazing flames suddenly descended, instantly sweeping the surrounding land. The small village was not that big, and hundreds of confused and panicked villagers in the village were all swallowed up by the flames. Under the black and red sky that was like thick blood, Selena stared blankly at the front. A person slowly walked towards her. With every step, a large amount of sticky milky white light liquid like blood dripped from the person's body, and behind him, a long string of wet footprints were left in the void. I hated you when you first came, and I still hate you now. What qualifications do you have to enter the royal court for a child born to such a lowly person? Being incompetent and not knowing your own mistakes, being stupid and not knowing your own mistakes, will only cause troubles to others. And you have such a disgusting face. the man said softly, approaching Serena step by step. Serena stood there in a daze, and 2 lines of tears quickly slid down her eyes. Look, you have another reason to disgust me. The man stretched out his hand, and his fingers slid across Serena's face, and slowly said, how can someone with the blood of the Alba family flowing in his body cry so easily? Ka. The man made a sound like broken porcelain, and cracked light patterns appeared on the surface of his body. A large number of tiny light spots floated up from his body and dispersed, but the man's expression was as calm as ever, and he still maintained the dignity and composure of a natural superior. Put away your cowardice. Go away. Don't let me see you again. After saying that, his finger gently tapped Serena's brow. On the man's cracked body, a series of blazing white light balls emerged, and quickly drilled into Serena's body like a burning white dove. The golden rune on Serena's brow emerged, and it seemed to be supplemented by some kind of power, weaving and growing rapidly, becoming more complex and mysterious. Serena's face was in tears, and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the whole person suddenly disappeared in a strong white light, leaving only traces of a large area of space distortion. When Serena's figure completely disappeared, all traces were erased, and the man calmly turned into countless light points and disappeared. Boom! In the thick bloody black cloud in the distance, Lindis, who had a pointed tail, horns, and was wearing armor, and looked as hideous as a monster, walked out slowly, holding a figure covered in blood and with limbs drooping limply in one hand. Judging from his appearance, it seems to be the young man who sent Serena away earlier. He escaped. It was a high-level space teleportation array. The purple-haired middle-aged wizard Daru, who was pale and had an arm that seemed to be torn by something, walked out of the thick clouds and came to Lindis. Lindis looked indifferent, glanced at the young man tightly in his hand, and said indifferently, I didn't expect that there would be an orthodox crown prince who would be willing to make such a big sacrifice for the Alba family's most invisible and marginal illegitimate princess. It's really a touching brother-sister relationship that makes people cry. It's a pity that the life suit on his body was not kept. Lindis sighed casually for a few words, and then asked Doru beside him, have you found the little sparrow from the Phoenix family? Doru shook his head. Keep looking. What can be hidden in this land in the south? Yes. The figures of the two gradually faded in the air and disappeared, along with the black and red clouds above their heads. When the filth of this world dissipated, the sky became clear again. At the location where the war broke out earlier, several figures slowly emerged. They were all wizards with luxurious clothes and good temperament, and they exuded powerful spiritual power fluctuations of the Dawn Order. The leader was an old man with white hair, a dignified face, and deep eyes. His power suppressed all the Dawn wizards around him. He was a level 5 wizard. Lord Ronan. Someone spoke in a low voice with respect. The old wizard in the lead just shook his head. He whispered a few words, and the group nodded seriously, and then disappeared one after another, leaving as if they had never appeared here. The naked and beautiful girl, like an octopus, tightly entangled with Ronan's body, hugged him with her hands, and kissed him passionately. Such a charming scene, but Ronan could not feel the slightest tenderness. On the contrary, he could only feel the stinging pain of the flame burning his flesh, as if he fell into magma, and every cell in his body was about to burn. Get out of here. Ronan growled in his heart, and punched Molly, who was holding his face and biting him. The latter's beautiful cheek was distorted by his heavy blow, but it recovered in the next second. Her body seemed to be completely attached to him and she couldn't get away. Ronan noticed that Molly's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she was controlled by some instinct. He tried to use his mental power to cast a spell, but he was accidentally pulled into the amniotic fluid. Except for the fire energy particles, he couldn't capture any other free energy. Even titanium lost its activity in this terrifying liquid that was many times hotter than magma. All Ronan could rely on was the strength of his own body. He kept struggling, but it got deeper and deeper. Gradually, it seemed that even his consciousness was burning and began to become a little blurry. In a trance, Ronan seemed to see a giant bird with the golden, red and orange wings, dazzling, majestic and magnificent. A crown grew on his head, and his whole body was shrouded in a sacred glow. With flames flowing, his figure danced gracefully under the sky. A sense of throbbing from the depths of his blood was born. At this moment, Ronan's 6% ancient frost hydra blood was completely activated, and countless frosts were gushing out from every pore of his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into an 8-headed python that connected the sky and the earth, spewing frost from his mouth, and roaring angrily at the giant bird above his head. At this moment, the exterior of the place, which had completely turned into scorched earth, was now covered with large patches of deep blue from the original fiery red giant egg. Half of the raging flames surrounding it were quietly extinguished, and transformed into endless ice and snow. The two forces of fire and frost kept alternating and entangled. In the center of these two forces, one could see two figures, a man and a woman, hugging each other tightly, lingering like lovers, and fighting to the death like enemies. However, this scene did not last long. Soon, countless tiny red tentacles began to grow from the naked girl in the giant egg. These tentacles pierced into the man in her arms like needles, and the latter's body trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, the frost on the outside melted rapidly, while the power of the flames rose rapidly step by step. Chapter 231, Frost Covers Corpses, Ice Emperor Inheritance, Symbiosis Contract. Ronan suddenly opened his eyes, awakening from a dream in which he transformed into a multi-headed snake and fought against a giant flaming bird. Ronan was shocked. At this moment, the blood in his body that was inherited from Hikalto was in unprecedented agitation. The fragmented memories conveyed in the blood made Ronan finally understand why he instinctively felt disgusted with Molly and why Molly's fire magic was so powerful. Because the blood flowing in her body was the blood of the legendary fire-attributed monster overlord, the Flaming Phoenix. It was also the natural enemy of the frost multi-headed snake. In ancient times, once the two met, it would be a fight to the death. But none of this mattered to Ronan at the moment. At this moment, Molly's pure and enchanting beautiful face was less than 3 centimeters away from him, with her eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. Her lips were covered with small pieces of orange-red fragments, as if she had applied some kind of strange lip glaze, and her face was surrounded by dense filaments like worms. All those filaments were connected to Ronan, piercing his flesh, desperately sucking the magnificent vitality in every piece of flesh and blood, every cell in his body, and the vital light ball in the deepest part of his body was rapidly fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. As his vitality was fading, his whole body seemed to be gradually drained of water from dry firewood. The firepower previously suppressed by the frost swept over again, and he heard the sound of his body crackling burning again. The legendary immortal phoenix will be reborn in the flames every time its life is about to reach the end. Obviously, Molly is undergoing this nirvana rebirth process at this time. She was seriously injured and wanted to be reborn from the fire, and Ronan was unfortunately chosen to be the firewood to ignite this fire of rebirth. Damn it! Damn it! The hatred of the natural enemy of his blood, coupled with the crisis of his life being forcibly extracted, gave rise to primitive ferocity and violence in Ronan's heart. At this moment, he wished that he could tear Molly alive in front of him, bite open her tender flesh, and drink her blood. He struggled hard, trying his best to get rid of the tentacles of the phoenix rooted in his body. Ronan growled and madly struck a mark on his soul. Hikalto. You shouldn't let me die like this, die in the hands of your mortal enemy. Hikalto. As if hearing his call, in a certain abyss on the edge of the southern continent, amid the roaring sound of the sea waves hitting the reefs on the shore, the rolling frost broke open, and a black and blue two-headed giant snake silently raised its head. Phoenix. The two heads of the giant snake uttered the same name. In its scarlet and cold eyes, it seemed to reflect the scene of a multi-headed young snake being pecked by a giant bird with flames all over its body. The giant snake's eyes slightly fluctuated a few times, but soon it completely regained its calm and indifference. It broke through the heavy waves in front of it without looking back, and silently sank into the vast sea, completely disappearing. The boundless wilderness has completely lost the trace of frost. The blazing fire melted the original location of the small village from scorched earth to a blazing magma lake. In the center of the flowing magma lake, the golden red flame burned quietly, revealing an indescribable vitality. At the center of the flame, through the crystal-like transparent red flame, it can be clearly seen that two lingering figures are slowly separating. The girl stretched her body and raised her head upwards, and below, a young man's figure fell down weakly. Ronan felt that his soul was also burning. It was as if he had returned to the scene when he was striving for the official wizard level and taking the burning potion. Ice and fire are respected, ice and fire are respected. Ronan kept repeating in his mind what Sibrith alchemist had said to him. He knew very well that if he wanted to survive under such circumstances, this might be his only chance. Under the potential burst of death threat, Ronan entered an indescribable wonderful state. The two energy elements of ice and fire transformed into various forms in his consciousness, and Ronan seemed to have a faint grasp of the connection between them. But the time he could control was too little. Before he could completely capture this trace of spiritual light, his consciousness gradually became blurred in the continuous burning. His blood seemed to dry up. The strong body he was proud of was now like a dry and cracked earth, with scorched earth all over the ground. Ronan had been on the verge of death many times, and he was very familiar with that feeling. But this time was different from the past. Instead of sinking into the cold and dark bottom of the lake, he turned into ashes, slowly breaking and withering, and died after burning out completely. Just when Ronan was about to lose consciousness, suddenly, crack, a necklace he had been wearing around his neck quietly broke. The gems on the necklace had already melted, and the only remaining dark blue crystal ring also broke at this moment. A semi-illusory circular mark emerged from the broken ring, quickly sinking into Ronan's brow, followed by a gentle force that quickly enveloped him. Ice and snow covered the corpse. It was like the sound of the whistling wind and snow, and also like the tone of a gentle sigh. A voice sounded softly beside Ronan's ears. In an instant, a trace of mysterious aura quietly bloomed. Silently, the flowing magma lake burned quietly, and almost condensed into golden red flame in the shape of a phoenix. Everything, in the next second, was covered by an inexplicable force. Everything turned into a silent and beautiful ice sculpture. The far north. At the end of the endless ice and snow, the rushing ice waterfalls, the white snow covering everything, the towering snow-capped mountains are like the silent and eternal guardians of this isolated place. Time seems to be frozen here, and the years have never flowed. Only the whispers of ice, snow and wind often linger between heaven and earth. Boom. Suddenly, a huge tremor broke the tranquility of this world. In the snow-capped mountains, ancient beings are constantly waking up from their slumber. On the oldest, tallest, cold and solemn snow-capped mountain, in the ancient snow-white temple, a hunched old man suddenly opened his eyes. This is an extremely old woman. Her long gray hair almost covered the entire hall in circles, and the wrinkles on her face and body were more numerous than the ravines on the snow-capped mountains in the far north. Her eyes were cloudy, her dry lips moved, and she kept calling a name. Elsa, Elsa. Not long after, a beautiful girl with long dark blue hair like a waterfall and countless icy flowers blooming and falling all over her body quietly appeared in the hall. The girl was respectful and knelt down in front of the old woman with a pious attitude, kissing her hair. The old woman stopped calling when she saw the girl, and a faint kindness and tenderness appeared on her face. She stretched out her skinny palm, gently stroked the top of the girl's head, and spoke in a low voice. I feel it. The other half of the mark of the Ice Emperor has awakened, and it is calling you. You are destined to be the next leader of the Frost. Go and take back the complete Ice Emperor inheritance. It belongs to you. The girl nodded respectfully. She quietly withdrew from the hall, and when she walked outside the hall, her beautiful face was full of nobility and coldness. Countless snowflakes in the world surrounded her, worshipping her and singing praises. She was like a natural ice queen, overlooking all living things. The girl stepped lightly into the howling snow and wind, and a huge ice dragon immediately appeared between the snowy mountains, flapping its wings and quickly flying to the end of the vast snowfield. I don't know how much time has passed. It seems to be just a short moment, but it also seems to be as long as a century. Crack, 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 on the snow-covered wilderness, a huge ice sculpture cracked countless holes on its surface, and finally exploded with a bang, and a slender and upright figure jumped out of it. Who? Ronan landed steadily with both feet, and opened his mouth to spit out a group of white air. At this time, he was naked, and his perfect body lines were exposed in the daylight, showing the original masculine beauty. Ronan is in good condition now, and his physical strength seems to have been greatly enhanced. Although the vitality light ball in his body has been consumed a lot, it is much better than the previous bad situation of being almost drained. But at this time, Ronan's focus is not on these at all. He explored himself and felt that there was a ring-shaped mark in the depths of his soul that looked like a snowflake or an ice flake, shining brightly. Alice's ice ring. Ronan gazed at the mark and murmured. This thing, which was inherited from the ice flame Iris Lanster family together with a frozen soil, he had been wearing it all the time, but he almost forgot about it. He had never been able to find the special features of the ice ring. The core rune's effect of doubling the amplification of ice spells gradually became less important as his strength gradually increased. But he didn't expect that there was another secret hidden in this ice ring. No wonder the people of the Lannister family valued it so much. Ronan closed his eyes and felt a distant call through the mark. He then carefully felt the ice and snow chill brought by the ice ring around him. It seemed to be different from the power of the Hikato bloodline, but he couldn't tell exactly where the difference was. This power can directly extinguish the nirvana fire of the bloodline of Malil's Phoenix. It is no less powerful than the bloodline of the Frost Hydra, the overlord that dominated the Frost in ancient times. Ronan was touched and planned to ask Soraya about the Alice Ice Ring when he returned to Whitestone Castle. Crack! At this time, a sound of ice breaking suddenly sounded behind him. Hearing this sound, Ronan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a strong murderous intent burst out of his eyes. The whole person disappeared almost at the same time as the sound sounded. When he appeared again, boom! In the frosty wilderness, the huge boulder ice sculpture shattered with a bang. In the rolling ice dust that suddenly rose, Ronan stood up, his strong and handsome body like a jagged iceberg, his long hair fluttering wildly, and one arm raised. Facing the outline of the sun, his 5 fingers tightly clasped the neck of a girl. Hiss! Ronan locked Molly's throat with his right hand, and formed a knife with his left hand. The revived titanium and frost condensed into a sharp blade between his fingers. With 5 sharp fingers, he grabbed Molly coldly and fiercely. The latter struggled violently, making a piercing scream from her mouth, and dancing with her hands, showing her superb close combat skills. But under the huge power gap, Molly's resistance was as insignificant to Ronan as a baby under an adult's hands. Crack! Crack! With 2 consecutive crisp sounds, Molly's 2 wide and tender arms like lotus roots drooped limply, and Ronan quickly broke her legs, and then poked Molly's eyebrows with a cold look. If he poked it directly, Molly's pretty little head would explode like a crushed watermelon. Ronan had been in life and death crisis twice in a row. At this time, Ronan's killing intention towards Molly was already stronger than ever before, not to mention that the blood of their ancient enemies was flowing in their bodies. He had 100,000 reasons to kill Molly on the spot. However, buzz! When Ronan's fingertips touched Molly's forehead, a mysterious and complex rune suddenly lit up on the latter's smooth and full forehead. Ronan also felt a burst of burning heat in his forehead. Then a strong tingling sensation came from his forehead. He exerted a little force on his hand, and the tingling sensation became more and more obvious, as if he was stabbing Molly's forehead while stabbing his own forehead. Boom! An inexplicable force erupted, and the bodies of both of them were shaken back. Tick-tock! Ronan stretched out his hand and caught the blood dripping from his forehead, looking for answers from Molly with an incredible look. What's going on? At this moment, he could sense an extremely wonderful bond that was closely connecting him and Molly. They could feel each other's most subtle emotional changes, mental fluctuations, and even tactile perceptions. It was as if they were born together, like twins who were born with a telepathic connection and shared everything. They had the most intimate relationship in the world. This connection was mixed with the blood flowing in their bodies, the hatred between their old enemies, and the hatred caused by their past intersections. Extreme intimacy and extreme hatred. The 2 extremely contradictory emotions mixed together made Ronan not know how to deal with Molly in front of him for a while. Molly, obviously, felt the same as him. She was even more extreme than Ronan. First, she stood there blankly for a while, and then rushed towards Ronan like a mental breakdown, shouting and roaring, like a mad female beast, dancing and even using her mouth, wanting to fight him to the death. Ronan snorted coldly and kept counterattacking her attacks. This time, it was no longer as easy as before. Since the strange runes between their brows lit up, no matter how much damage he caused to Molly, his body would suffer the same pain for no reason. However, neither of them was willing to give in. They fought in the most primitive and wild close combat on the frost-covered field. They even forgot their identities as wizards. Until the sun set in the west, the stars spread across the sky, and a crescent moon like a hook rose from the horizon. The 2 wounded people stopped fighting. Ronan sat on the grass with Nudu, slowly calmed his breathing, mobilized the vitality light ball in his body, and quickly repaired the injuries on his body. More than 10 meters away from him, Molly looked like she had lost her soul. Suddenly, she smiled miserably, looked at Ronan, and murmured in a lifeless tone, "How could I conclude a symbiotic contract with you?" Chapter 232, Getting Along, Ice and Fire, Howling Mountains. Symbiotic contract. Ronan was startled. He calmed his mind and relied on the wonderful connection between him and Molly. After a moment, he finally understood what happened between the two. Molly used a secret method to forcibly seize his vitality, so as to achieve the purpose of nirvana healing. But because the mysterious power released from the Alice ice ring was forcibly blocked in the middle of the spell, the final result of the spell became something else. To describe it in a metaphor, suppose Molly and Ronan are two bottles, and the vitality is the water in their respective bottles. Molly's bottle is almost out of water, so she wants to pour all the water in Ronan's bottle into her own bottle. However, some indescribable accidents occurred in this process, causing the bodies of their two bottles to stick together inexplicably. The original unilateral seizure eventually turned into symbiosis between the two. Ronan sorted out his thoughts, and his face couldn't help but darken. He stood there, his eyes flashing, thinking about how to solve it. Suddenly, Molly, who was standing there in a daze, screamed and turned into a shadow and rushed towards him. Her speed was naturally not worth mentioning in Ronan's eyes. Ronan subconsciously kicked her away. He also groaned and stepped back 2 steps. Looking up at Molly, he found that she was covering her chest with both hands, staring at him with hatred as if she wanted to eat him alive, and there seemed to be some unspeakable shame and anger in her eyes. Ronan's mind suddenly flashed a brief slippery touch after the kick just now, and then he realized that neither of them was wearing clothes now. Titanium quickly covered his body and condensed into the style of a robe. When he finished dressing, he saw that Molly looked at him with even more resentment and ferocity. "You don't even have a piece of clothing." Ronan frowned and glanced at Molly. Thinking carefully, he did not seem to see any decorative ornaments on Molly. The opponent's space storage props may have been destroyed in the battle. Thinking of this, Ronan took out a set of robes from his space ring, threw it to Molly, and then turned his back. It was considered to give her a little respect. The two of them had been driven by primitive instincts in close combat. If you think about it carefully, they had already looked each other up and down. "What is this?" After a while of silence, the rustling sound of robes rubbing against each other slowly came from behind. Ronan was in a bad mood, his mind was in a mess, and he felt like he had accidentally fallen into a mess. When the sound behind him ended, he turned around. The robes he brought with him were all prepared according to his body shape. At this time, they were worn by the petite Molly, and they looked particularly large, giving people the feeling of a child stealing adult clothes. Ronan couldn't laugh at all. He just tried to look at Molly in a calm tone and said, "Do you know how to break this contract?" Molly looked indifferent, her eyes were empty like a puppet that had lost its soul. Ronan could understand her current state. The arrogant and domineering young lady suddenly fell from the clouds one day. Not only did she roll into the mud, but her most unbearable and shameful appearance was also seen by the person she hated the most. It can be said that all her pride was completely torn apart. If Ronan's desire to kill Molly was one, Ronan had no doubt that Molly's desire to kill him at this time was definitely more than 10,000. Hearing Ronan's question, Molly looked up at him expressionlessly and suddenly sneered. Ronan also realized that it was a bit stupid for him to ask this question. Even if Molly knew how to break the symbiotic state, it would be impossible for her to tell him at this stage. Because once this state was broken, she would completely lose the guarantee of her life in front of Ronan. Forget it. Ronan calmed down, strode forward, grabbed Molly, and flew into the air. Molly resisted subconsciously for a few times, but soon she accepted her fate and let him take her away. Ronan had to take Molly away with him. In this symbiotic state between the two of them, they could not leave each other too far away, otherwise both of them would suffer backlash. And even if there was no such rule, he could not just leave Molly here casually. The two of them lived in symbiosis, and if Molly was caught, he would be unlucky. It's just right to go to Evika to keep an appointment. As the inheritor of the ancient spirit witch, Evika may have a way to deal with this kind of strange disease involving the soul. Ronan carried Molly like a chicken, put away her red lotus cane, and then left quickly in one direction. 5 days later. In the depths of the dark and gloomy damp forest, 2 figures in black robes shuttled in and out of it. The tall black-robed man led the way, and from time to time, his body would light up with magic lights, clearing the way ahead and clearing away the miasma and poisonous insects along the way. The petite one followed behind the former at a leisurely pace, and the two kept a relatively stable distance, without any communication between them. It was not until they came to a relatively flat and dry place that the black-robed man who led the way spoke. "Take a rest for a while, and continue on the road after dark." After saying that, he stopped on his own without caring whether the person behind him responded. The two black-robed men took off their hoods one after another, revealing two young faces, a man and a woman. Both were handsome and beautiful people picked from thousands of miles away. If they were placed outside, they might be mistaken for a very well-matched couple. However, in fact, the relationship between the two could not even be described as indifferent. Ronan casually threw a fireball on the ground, and the flames burned, burning the dead branches and leaves below with a crisp crackling sound. With his current physique, the harsh environment in the dense forest has little impact on him. Whether it is the powerful mental power of a third-level wizard or the blood of the ancient frost hydra flowing in his body, it is enough to make most beasts and monsters dare not approach. But seeking light in a dark environment is an instinct engraved in the human gene. As long as he stops to rest, Ronan will habitually light a bonfire. At this time, Molly was standing more than 5 meters away from him. Her expression was very calm, and she could not see any joy or anger at all. In Ronan's perception, her inner emotions were like a pool of stagnant water. For 5 days, the two had almost no communication. Basically, she did whatever Ronan ordered her to do, which seemed quite well behaved. Ronan was too lazy to pay attention to her and focused on doing his own things. He is now in a place called Howling Mountains. The place where Evakwi contacted him to meet was a primitive tribe deep in the Howling Mountains. Evakwi couldn't describe the specific location, but just told him to keep going deep into the Howling Mountains. When he saw a forest made up entirely of moon trees, he would have found the place. Moon trees don't have a specific appearance, and their only feature is that they glow under the moonlight. So in order to make it easier to find, Ronan decided to wait until the moon comes out before continuing on his way. He estimated that they were almost there. Ronan first sensed the symbiotic state between himself and Molly as usual. Compared with 5 days ago, the connection between the two seemed to have become closer, and it did not appear as Ronan expected, which would gradually weaken over time. Ronan speculated that if this continued, the souls of the two might further merge, and finally become completely indistinguishable from each other, and be born as a new individual. This was something he absolutely did not want to see, but there was no way to solve or even contain it. The only good news was that Molly's situation was probably worse than his. Although he and Molly were symbiotic, his strength was generally intact. On the other hand, Molly, for unknown reasons, had almost lost all her fighting power. She could not use her blood, spells, or even her mental power. What was left was only a little bit of the strong physique brought by the phoenix blood, which was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, and even not as good as that of a powerful wizard or apprentice. Perhaps this was also the reason why the other party let him manipulate her obediently. Ronan looked at Molly's current state and felt no sympathy in his heart. If the two of them were in the same situation, he would have been tortured by the other party to the point of living worse than death. Ice and fire coexist. Ronan stared at the burning bonfire in front of him, silently thinking about the problem of the coexistence of ice and fire. He had been doing this almost every time he had free time these days. Before, when he was on the verge of death, Ronan had burst into many inspirations in his mind, and he almost figured out the key points, but now he went back to capture them, but he could no longer find the original state. Ronan tried to summon a ping-pong-sized fireball and ice ball in the palms of his two hands respectively. They were both the lowest level 0-level low-level spells. Then he put his hands together and slowly brought the two spells closer. At the same time, he sent out his mental power to carefully observe the changes in the energy particles when the two collided. The ice ball and the fireball collided, and the two spell energies continued to cancel each other out in Ronan's palms and annihilated. HMPH, a slightly disdainful sneer sounded. Ronan raised his head and calmly glanced at Molly, who was not far away. The current state of the two people, the shallow emotions and consciousness fluctuations in each other's hearts are no secrets, and he naturally knows what Molly is laughing at. He didn't care, but was thoughtful. After a few days of trying, Ronan has grasped a clue. The two extreme opposite elemental energies of ice and fire, if they want to coexist, they should meet two conditions at the same time. First, the power of the two elements reaches an absolute balance. Second, there needs to be a neutral party responsible for reconciliation between the two. Ronan has been working hard on the former, but with his current mental strength of a mid-level third-level wizard, in fact, more than 10 times stronger than an average mid-level third-level wizard, he still cannot achieve the so-called absolute balance. Ronan had tried his best to keep the power of the two spells the same, but they were still far from the delicate state of absolute balance. For the second requirement, Ronan first thought of using mental power to be the neutral party, but the effect was not obvious. He thought about trying to use soul power, but with his shallow understanding and control of soul power, this was even more of a luxury. I wonder if the situation will change after being promoted to the 4th level of Dawn and nurturing the spirit. The Dawn level is a wizard's further exploration and excavation of the soul. Ronan always feels that this is a very critical requirement for his research on the spell of ice and fire coexisting. Unknowingly, the bonfire in the forest went out, and night fell. Some moonlight fell through the gaps in the dense forest, and the forest also rose with stars of fluorescence. "Let's go." Ronan stopped the experiment and stood up to greet Molly to set off. The latter followed expressionlessly, and the two continued to walk into the depths of the dense forest. As a top-rich lady who once had a level 5 wizard as her personal follower, Molly has suffered a lot following Ronan these days. The two of them trekked in the Howling Mountains for many days. Molly, who was unable to use any magic power, had already had her feet covered with rotten leaves and mud, and a lot of cuts from stones and grass leaves. Although Molly's physique is not weak, ordinary wounds may not heal by themselves until the next day, but the pain when injured is real. There are no shoes suitable for Molly and Ronan's space ring. The robe can be torn and worn, but it is better not to wear shoes if they don't fit. Ronan is capable of making a pair of temporary boots for Molly, but he will never do so. He still wants to kill Molly. If the symbiotic state between the two is lifted now, he will definitely kill her without hesitation. Besides, Molly hadn't eaten for 5 days. Ronan had seen her secretly licking the dew on the leaves when she was thirsty. Another time, she bit her lower lip in pain because she ate poisonous berries growing on the roadside. Ronan pretended not to see anything. He would rather endure the same pain as Molly than take any care of her. He would only intervene if she was about to kill herself. The two walked and stopped, and they didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, a hazy light came into Ronan's eyes. Ronan's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly pushed aside the layers of bushes in front of him. He was immediately attracted by the scene in front of him. In a coniferous forest, every tree was sparkling, releasing a hazy light like moonlight, presenting a beautiful dreamlike scene. Moon trees. Ronan was delighted. According to Uka's description, these should be moon trees. Obviously, he had entered the area agreed with Uka. Ronan quickly walked into the depths of the moon forest, but Molly behind him gradually distanced herself from him. Ronan thought she was attracted and obsessed by the beautiful scenery of the moon forest, but when he looked back, he found that she was sweating and staggering as she walked with difficulty. Both of her feet were densely covered with glowing spikes. Ronan, who had been practicing ascetic bodybuilding for many years, was almost immune to this little pain. He frowned, and was the last one to dodge, choosing to pick up Molly and continue on his way. After walking for about 5 minutes, suddenly, swoosh, a slight sound of breaking through the air sounded in the silent forest. Ronan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a series of subtle glowing ripples spreading in the air in front of him. His mental power was slightly dispersed, and those ripples suddenly stopped. A black thorn arrow more than 1 foot long hovered in front of Ronan. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and the black thorn arrow turned around, making a scream louder than before and disappeared again. Duck. Then, as if it had sunk deeply into a wooden stake, a slight commotion suddenly sounded. Dadarwu. Ronan took a step forward and shouted out a phrase in the native dialect with a calm expression. This was what Uka had taught him. Chapter 233, The Spiritual Specialist, The Invitation of the Spirits, The Solution to the Problem. Ronan's shouting ended, and a rustling sound came from the hazy moon forest, and several figures appeared in front of him. These people were all painted with the glowing patterns made of moon sap, blending into the environment and almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. Woo-dummy-woo. The leader walked forward with a vigilant look, speaking a native dialect similar to Ronan's before. Woo-ta. Ronan responded simply, and he didn't speak again when the latter spoke. Because Evika only taught him these 2 sentences. Several natives who were attracted by Ronan's call gathered together and bit their ears, and then quickly turned around and left, leaving only one person to watch him and Molly. Ronan's mental power followed the several natives who left and continued to pursue the depths of the moon forest. Soon he found a primitive tribe. The people entering and leaving the tribe were ordinary mortals, but the entire tribe was covered by a layer of rune magic circle, which was probably created by awakens. Out of politeness, Ronan did not rush forward, but waited quietly in the same place. The native who stayed behind was a sturdy young man with a dark complexion. Perhaps he was attracted by Molly's appearance, and he had been secretly looking at Molly. After seeing Molly's injured feet, he even took off a small animal skin bag from his waist and handed it to him carefully. Ronan glanced at it and found that it contained some medicine powder for treating external injuries. He did not stop it, and simply nodded to the native young man to express his gratitude. On the contrary, Molly was dismissive of these medicines and did not even look at them, which made the native young man look embarrassed and inferior. Not long after, the natives who left came back with a young girl wearing a white wolfskin skirt. The latter had an ordinary appearance, but her eyes were extremely clear. There was a spiritual light flashing between her eyebrows from time to time, and she exuded the mental power fluctuations of a first-level wizard. The girl in the white wolfskin skirt came up to the two of them, performed a strange ceremony, and then spoke the common language of southern wizards. "The saint has been waiting for you for a long time. You don't have to guess who the saint the girl is talking about." Ronan took Molly and followed the girl forward. Not long after, he saw awakens himself and the indigenous tribe deep in the moon forest. Compared with the Haramis wizard competition, awakens was dressed more wild and barbaric at this time. He was simply wrapped in a black wolf skin, and the surface of his strong body was painted with snow-white totem patterns. "You didn't tell me that you brought someone else here." The first sentence awakens said when he met Ronan was to question the existence of Molly. And when he saw Molly's appearance clearly, he was shocked. It was her. Something unexpected happened. Ronan gave awakens a look, and the latter immediately understood what he meant and arranged for someone to take Molly away. In the animal skin tent where he was the saint of the tribe, there were only two people left. Ronan briefly told awakens about his encounter with Molly and the changes that happened to the two of them. "There is such a thing." Awakens was amazed after listening to Ronan's story. "I have heard of the legend of the phoenix. Legend has it that this ancient creature will promote self-healing by devouring the souls of others when it is injured. If an accident occurs during this process, it may be backfired, and the body and soul of the self and others will be completely burned, but a new individual will be born from the ashes. It is better to say that it is an alternative way for the tribe to continue its bloodline. Your current situation is like a two-way soul distortion caused by the failure of nirvana. Is there a way to solve it?" Ronan asked in a deep voice. Awakens shook his head. "Unfortunately, I can't do it at the moment." Ronan frowned tightly. If even awakens couldn't do it, he really couldn't think of who to ask for help. It's impossible to maintain this inexplicable relationship with Molly. And even if he can accept it, Molly may not agree. At this stage, the two of them seem to be at peace. That's because Molly has no ability to resist, and the relationship between the two is dominated by him. Once the family strongman behind Molly comes and unlocks the contract status of the two, then Ronan will definitely die. "I know what you are worried about." Awakens seemed to see what he was thinking, and said calmly, "There is one thing you can rest assured, even if this state between you is lifted, Molly herself will never have the idea of hurting you." "Why?" Ronan narrowed his eyes and asked. "Because your souls have been blending for a while. Even if you are separated now, there will be a part of each other in each other's souls. This kind of remnant will make you regard each other as the closest beings in the world for a long time. This intimacy comes from the soul and is even more than the blood relationship. Ask yourself, Damien, if you put aside the symbiotic relationship, can you really hurt her without hesitation?" Awakens looked into Ronan's eyes, and Ronan was stunned. As Awakens said, although he thought about it 10 times a day in his mind, "Once the relationship is over, I will kill Molly to silence her." If he really had to do it, he would find it difficult to accurately capture the true answer in his heart. Ronan always thought that this was caused by the existence of the symbiotic contract, but he didn't expect the reason to be more complicated, which was the influence of the soul's instinct on self-consciousness. "I don't think you need to worry about dissolving this relationship. As long as this fusion lasts for more than a year, it will affect the bloodline of the body. The bloodline of the legendary Phoenix. Phoenix is not something that everyone has the opportunity to obtain." Awakens spoke calmly, and then took out a white finger bone that looked like crystal and jade and handed it to Ronan. "Keep this. It can shield all your soul fluctuations at critical moments and avoid all detection methods under the 7th level twilight. When morals people come to find you, you may be able to use it." Ronan's eyes moved slightly. Awakens' gift blocked the last worry in his heart. He carefully put it away and thanked Uka sincerely. Okay, let's get back to the topic. The matter about moral came to an end, and Uka finally brought the topic to the real purpose of his visit to Ronan. Ronan was a little serious. Whether it was the reminder about the battle or the white finger bone just now, Uka's kindness to him was not small. The more so, the more it showed that the matter he was seeking his help for was important, and the risk might be beyond Ronan's expectation. I want you to accompany me to the Hall of Spirits. As soon as Uka opened his mouth, Ronan was shocked. The Hall of Spirits of the ancient spirit witches? Legend has it that it has been sealed and exiled in endless time and space. I have found it, and there is a way to break the seal. Uka looked calm, but said something shocking. I even went in once, but for some reason, I finally returned empty-handed. Ronan's face was deeply shocked. If this news spread, it would probably cause a big storm in the southern wizard world. Now the rumors about Uka in the outside world are that he is just a lucky guy who accidentally obtained a part of the shallow inheritance of the ancient spirit witches. He did not obtain the most core inheritance of the ancient spirit witches, so even though many people are curious about Uka's mysterious background, they have not investigated it further. Who would have thought that Uka had already entered the Hall of Spirits once? He could be called a real spirit witch. Uka continued, I was born in the Wuda tribe, which is the tribe you see now. Our Wuda lineage has always preserved the complete heritage of ancient spirit witches, but the requirements for becoming a spirit witch are very strict. In this generation, only I have the qualifications to become a spirit witch. 5 years ago, I had already practiced to the point where I was qualified to be recognized by all spirits. Accompanied by several elders, I entered the Hall of all spirits to accept the test of all spirits. Unfortunately, I failed, and several elders died. I was unwilling to give up and wanted to try again. But to start the inheritance test, at least one soul psychic is needed to assist. I left the tribe and participated in the selection of this wizard competition in order to find a soul psychic who can help me. Ronan heard Uka's explanation and couldn't help asking, what does a soul psychic mean? It's hard to explain. Uka thought for a while and said, it's a person who contains more than one soul in his body. You can regard it as a kind of soul distortion. Generally speaking, this kind of distortion is acquired. The lineage of spirit witches has the tradition of passing down part of the soul from generation to generation, so it is more common. Outside of spirit witches, this situation is very rare. Especially for people like you, who clearly have more than one soul in your body but still maintain a very intact autonomous consciousness, it is even rarer. Ronan roughly understood what Evaki was describing. He came to this world by crossing over, and when he crossed over, he merged with the soul of his original body Ronan. In the subsequent practice, he inadvertently merged with a part of the ancient will of Hikwalto, so he became the so-called soul freak. This feature is also the key to preventing him from being promoted to the 4th level of Dawn. He came to Evaki this time to find out how to solve this problem. In the whole south, you only found me. Ronan asked again. No. Evaki shook his head. In fact, there is another person who is more suitable than you in some ways. The other part of whose soul is stronger than yours and can be integrated better. But his personality is extremely unstable. I tried to contact him, but I felt that I could not establish a relatively stable cooperative relationship with him, so I gave up. Who? Ronan asked. Evaki read out a name lightly, Angel Rio. The opponent you met in the second round of bloody battle. Angel? Exclamation mark. Angel has a soul stronger than the ancient frost hydra Hikwalto? Exclamation mark. Ronan was shocked and didn't know what to say for a while. I left the ancient fairy city after watching your battle. Evaki pondered. From my understanding, if he was willing to expose all his means on the field at that time, no one should be his opponent. Ronan was silent. He thought he had defeated Angel head-on and tore apart a nightmare that had been in his heart for a long time. Unexpectedly, Angel hit deeper than anyone else. Hiss. Ronan took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner excitement, and asked Evaki, what do I need to do to accompany you into the Hall of Souls? I'll tell you when the time comes. It's not a particularly difficult thing. Is there any danger? Of course there is a risk, but with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Evaki explained, the elders of the Yuta tribe who accompanied me into the Hall of Souls before were all only second-level wizards, and they were very old. Not long after entering, they were directly inspired by the spirits and stayed there forever. This is also the main reason for my failure in the trial. Evaki looked frankly, with unwillingness in his eyes. Ronan felt that what he said was not false. Of course, he couldn't believe Evrika completely. I need to think about it, Ronan said. Evrika nodded. Of course. You have plenty of time to think about it. Even if you refuse in the end, it doesn't matter. In fact, I already have another candidate, but it takes some time to train. Ronan subconsciously thought of the girl in the white wolfskin skirt who led Evrika into the tribe before. After asking, Evrika nodded. At least half a year, at most 3 to 5 years, I will contact you again. Entering the Hall of Souls will also be good for you. It should be able to solve the soul fusion problem you are facing now. Ronan's expression changed. He realized that Evrika had seen the obstacles he faced in his promotion to the Dawn, and took the opportunity to raise his own questions. Evrika was generous with his advice. The two souls in your body are not completely fused because you do not understand their obsessions before you merge them. The concept of soul fusion is similar to that of redeeming the dead souls. If you achieve the goals they wanted to achieve but did not achieve, they will naturally become docile. As a spirit wizard, Evrika is a master of soul studies. His words are as precise as a scalpel to hit the crux of Ronan's problem and clear the fog in his heart. Obsession. Ronan chewed on these two words silently. There has always been a tradition in the wizarding world that after a wizard dies, the song of Requiem, often sung by relatives and friends, has the effect of comforting the dead soul. He didn't know what Hequalt's obsession was, and he didn't want to understand it. He didn't even plan to merge Hequalt's remnant. If there was a chance, he would definitely remove it from his body. But his predecessor Ronan thought of the letters from his hometown piled up in the space ring, and thought it was time to go back. Where is the entrance to the Hall of Spirits? The central continent. After the last question was asked, the conversation between the two ended. He followed Evrika out of the animal skin tent, only to find that the people of the Yuta tribe had already lit a welcoming bonfire in the center of the tribe. As a distinguished guest of Evrika, the highest saint of the Yuta tribe, Ronan was deeply respected by all the Yuta people. The Yuta people held a grand dinner under the arrangement of the girl in the white wolf skin skirt, and Ronan happily joined the table. The main dish of the dinner was a thick soup made of various berries mashed and boiled with animal meat, with many spices added. It tasted quite delicious, and was paired with a homemade fruit wine called Yuta wine. Under the moonlight, beside the bright bonfire, Ronan enjoyed the tranquility that he had not experienced for a long time. He saw Molly sitting alone in the corner. She hadn't eaten anything but was staring at the fire in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 234 Homer Blue, Ancient Ice, Crimson Ice. Ronan stayed in the Yuta tribe for only one day before saying goodbye to Evrika and leaving. Shuttled through the endless clouds with Molly, Ronan was thinking about where to go next. He didn't want to go back to the Silver Ring for the time being. With Molly, the entire South seemed unsafe. In addition to the problems that needed to be solved in his soul, why not take this opportunity to leave the South and go home? Ronan quickly made up his mind, opened the map of the South, and flew in one direction. 2 days later, in a prosperous wizard town, in front of a small house with a black neck swan pattern carved on the door, a slender girl sat on a brown wooden bench at the door. She was wrapped in a wizard's black robe that didn't fit her well, almost hiding her entire body in the black robe, revealing only the 2 white calves above her new deerskin boots. The girl was sitting quietly. Suddenly, a young wizard passed by the door. He was attracted by her unique temperament. He glanced at her exposed white skin. There was a flash of curiosity and passion in his eyes. He stopped and couldn't help but reach out to grab the girl. "What do you want to do?" Just as the young wizard's hand was about to touch the edge of the robe on the girl's head, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The young wizard was startled and subconsciously retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He turned his head and looked at the sound. He saw a handsome young wizard appearing under the black swan pattern door. The mental power fluctuations emanating from his body were like a tsunami, instantly drowning the young wizard. The coldness contained in his deep blue eyes almost froze his soul. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know she was yours. I didn't mean any harm." The young wizard was silent, his face was pale and trembling as he explained. As a first-level official wizard, he felt that his mental strength was not even 1,000th of the person in front of him. If he drank the regret potion that could travel back to 1 minute ago, the young wizard swore that he would kick his butt hard with his feet. God knows what kind of powerful and terrifying person he has offended. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to want to bother with him too much. "Get lost." "Yes, yes." The young wizard was as if he had been pardoned. He almost rolled and crawled away, and had already forgotten the purpose of coming here. "Lord Linus, do you need us?" Behind the handsome young wizard, a middle-aged fat man wearing half a crystal glasses looked at the young wizard who was leaving and whispered a few words. The former shook his head slightly, and the middle-aged fat man immediately shut up, and then bowed respectfully and politely, saying, "There will be a ship heading to the port in 3 days. I will trouble you, Lord Linus." The handsome young man didn't say anything, but just walked up to the black-robed girl who was almost harassed just now, and greeted her lightly. "Let's go." The latter stood up very well behaved and followed the young man obediently, and the two left together. Homeland, a small town where wizards gather with a population of less than 20,000, is smaller than the former Hoddam. It is said that this town was founded by a wandering wizard named Homeland and slowly developed into its current state. Ronan strolled down the streets of the town, casually playing with a rune stone with a special mark in his hand, which was a black neck swan pattern. Coincidentally, the fleet he found to return home was the Black Swan Chamber of Commerce that he had taken once when he went from the Silver Ring to Whitestone Castle. The main business of the Black Swan Chamber of Commerce is shipping, and the Chamber of Commerce's fleet is like a flock of geese throughout the south. In fact, Ronan has a better choice, that is, the genius wizard Fallon of the Mystic Power Workshop whom he met in the battle. Contacting him should be able to arrange everything for Ronan. The power of the Mystic Power Workshop is much greater than that of the Black Swan, but Ronan does not want to expose his whereabouts now, and he also uses the pseudonym Linus to find the Black Swan. Ronan's hometown is collectively referred to as the East Coast region by the Southern Wizard community. According to the theory of world collapse and stratification, it should be a small piece of fragmented land composed of some continental corners. Of course, for the secular kingdom, it is already large enough, and its location is floating higher than the entire Upper Ring continent. There are many areas similar to the East Coast, and there has always been a stable communication channel with the wizard community, and there are fixed ships going back and forth every year. The next flight was originally scheduled for 3 months later, but Ronan only slightly revealed his identity as a third-level wizard to the Black Swan Chamber of Commerce, and the latter immediately agreed to arrange a ship for him to the East Coast. Not only did they exempt Ronan from the ticket, they would even give him a portion of the reward in return. 3 days later, a caravan from the Black Swan Chamber of Commerce would pass through Homer Blue. Ronan followed the caravan to the port, and then took a ship to his hometown on the East Coast. If everything goes well, it will only take about 2 months for him to return to his homeland. Thinking about the next itinerary in his mind, Ronan slowly put away the token given by the Black Swan Chamber of Commerce in his hand, and unknowingly, he had walked to the hotel specially arranged for him by the Chamber of Commerce. Next time you encounter a similar situation, the sun shone obliquely through the wooden signboard, casting a shadow on the street in front of the hotel. Ronan stopped in front of the shadow and said to Molly behind him, "Remember to inform me in time." Molly was silent in the wide black robe, slightly raised her head, revealing half of her pale and beautiful face. "Is it necessary?" She walked past Ronan step by step into the hotel in front of her, and whispered in a combination tone, "Anyway, everything I am suffering now, I will get it back from you 10,000 times sooner or later." Ronan frowned, watching Molly's back slowly disappear from his sight, feeling an extremely headache. After leaving Avaquina, Ronan wondered if he could reach a reconciliation with Molly. But it seems that because of the many hardships she suffered under his hands during this period, this guy already hated him. The more obedient she was to Ronan, the more Ronan could feel the surging hatred in her heart. There's even a tendency to blame him for all this, when he is obviously the biggest victim, okay? The more Ronan thought about it, the more irritated he became. Now Molly is not something he can easily throw away, but keeping her by his side is like a time bomb, and he doesn't know what to do. We can only take one step at a time. Ronan exhaled and walked into the hotel. He entered his own small room. Molly's room was next door, and he could hear her even breathing. Ronan temporarily put aside his distracting thoughts and immersed himself in hard training. He had too many things to sort out, and time was not enough for him. Soon, 2 days passed quickly. In the quiet room, the light of the rune array flickered slightly, and the air seemed to be still. In the center of the array, a slender and upright figure sat cross-legged with his upper body naked, and the rich black and blue frost turned into the shape of a python, silently entwining and circling around him. Long hair interwoven with dark blue and white was spread wantonly on the floor, and beautiful ice flowers condensed along the lines of the floor. The temperature had already dropped below freezing. Hiss, with a snake-like inhalation sound, all the coldness in the room gathered around the figure, and those ancient, evil, and noble auras gathered, and the dark blue gradually faded. In a burst of crackling crisp sounds of bones popping, Ronan returned to normal and woke up from his practice. After the concentration of the ancient frost hydra blood reaches 6%, the amplification effect on ice magic becomes stronger. Ronan raised his hands and looked at the smooth and delicate skin on the back of his hands. Before that, it was covered with ancient textures like snake scales. Since he and Occulto completely separated, Ronan has been exploring the mystery of the ancient frost hydra blood. He called the state of fully stimulating the power of the blood just now, ancient ice. In the state of ancient ice, the frost power he possesses will transform into ancient frost under the blessing of blood power, that is, from the normal dark blue to dark blue and black color, and the icy meaning will be greatly improved. If you further tap the power of your blood in this state, you may step into the forbidden realm. That is the forbidden door left in his body by Occulto after his deal with him. The power of killing and death is hidden behind the door. The ancient frost will transform into red, and Ronan's will be dominated by the violent instincts of some hydras, turning into a ferocious and terrifying monster. This door cannot be opened easily. The more times it is opened, the smaller Ronan's chance of winning in the game with Occulto will become. This state is also called Scarlet Ice by Ronan. The forbidden power of Crimson Ice cannot be used frequently. This is not a power that belongs entirely to me. Once I indulge in it, I am afraid that even Occulto will not need to come again, and I will naturally become his servant puppet. Ronan took a breath and took out the Hermes's spell guardian armband again, rubbing its crystal smooth and delicate surface in the palm of his hand. Ronan had stepped into the forbidden realm and yearned for the scenery at that level. When Torbu, red ice, could not be explored in depth, the power of Torbu, black hole, brought by the Hermes spell guardian armband naturally became his main research object. However, the Hermes heritage contained in this armband is too difficult and huge. It is undoubtedly an extremely huge project to fully analyze and comprehend it. I wonder how many copies of the inheritance left by Hermes are there? If each copy contains a similar and different amount of knowledge, is it really possible for Hermes's complete legacy to be completely inherited by later generations? Every time Ronan probed his mental power into the space of the arm ring and saw the vast sea of runes like the starry sky, he could not help but sigh like this. The reason why legends are praised as legends is often because they cannot be replicated. It took many years for the entire Upper Ring continent to give birth to Hermes. The probability of another wizard who can match him is too small. Ronan naturally hopes that he can become such a later generation, but at present, all he can do is to be patient and gnaw on the inherited knowledge left by Hermes in the arm ring bit by bit like Yugong moving mountains. Knock knock knock. At this time, Ronan suddenly heard a slight and rhythmic knocking sound. He carefully identified it and found that the sound came from the next door. After a little hesitation, Ronan slowly probed his mental power into the next room. Soon he saw Molly sitting in front of the window, tapping the wooden window alternately with her right index and middle fingers. Not only that, she seemed to be singing something in a low voice. It was like an ancient and beautiful ballad. Ronan didn't know why, but his heart was touched inexplicably. He had never seen Molly like this before. She was completely different from the impression he had always had in his mind. She was very peaceful and beautiful. But her face and singing revealed a deep longing and sadness. Does the unruly witch who is hated by everyone have such an unknown side? Perhaps this misfortune made her realize something, Ronan thought silently in his heart. Suddenly, the singing and tapping sounds next door stopped. During the mental detection, Molly, who was sitting in front of the window, suddenly stood up and looked at him with a sneer on her face. Her mouth shape changed, and she seemed to curse him with some unpleasant words. Ronan felt ashamed of being caught spying and immediately realized that it was Molly who caught his surface emotions in the symbiotic state. He was about to withdraw his mental power and pretend that this had never happened. At this moment, Molly, who was originally staring at him coldly, suddenly turned pale, and then turned around and looked up at the sky outside the window. At about the same time, Ronan suddenly felt an extremely strong warning in his heart. It felt as if some extremely terrible danger was approaching him quickly. This warning also came from Molly. Boom. Ronan didn't have time to think, and his mental power suddenly spread out, turning into an invisible force that directly tore the wall barrier between the two rooms. Passing through the hole in the wall, he came to Molly's side in an instant. "They are coming." Ronan looked solemn, and his eyes followed Molly's gaze to the sky with a serious look. "Leave here now." Molly murmured and shook her head. "It's too late." Suddenly, the expression on her face changed rapidly, revealing a slightly crazy and relieved smile. "I came just in time to kill you, a despicable bug." Molly looked at Ronan and smiled sweetly, with indescribable pride and joy. "I won't die so easily, but if you die, you're really dead." Bang. Crack. Ronan's big hand hit Molly's smooth and beautiful neck hard, and Molly's seductive and evil laughter suddenly stopped, turning into a painful groan, and then she raised her head suddenly, biting her lower lip, and staring at him with eyes full of tears, as if she was going to pounce on him and bite him a few times at any time. Ronan frowned. He originally planned to knock Molly unconscious, but he didn't expect that the other party's stun resistance was so high that she didn't faint even when her shoulder bone was almost broken. Without bothering to make another move, Ronan grabbed Molly and flew out of the window. At this time, he clearly sensed that a huge spiritual force of the 4th level of Dawn, which contained a strong cold and gloomy aura, had crossed many spatial distances and rolled down from the sky. From a visual perspective, above the huge Homer Blue Wizard Town, a thick, almost indissoluble gray cloud swept in from the sky on one side like a tide. In the gray cloud, the figure of a middle-aged man wearing pale bone armor and purple hair was looming. Ronan's pupils contracted and he took a deep breath. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, a crimson light flashed quietly in the depths of his eyes. He suddenly threw Molly and his hand to the bottom, knocked hard on the forbidden door in his body, and rushed directly towards the figure. "Go quickly, I'll find a way to stop him for a while." Book recommendation, title, Starting from 800 Sparrows to Become a God. Introduction. Xiao Xing opened his eyes and saw his parents in this life being skinned and fleshed out. He realized that this was a world of cannibalism. Fortunately, he had a cheat. Start. Drive 800 sparrows to seize the black shop. Chapter 235, Scorched Corpse, Transformation, and Going to Sea. Run. Molly sneered, completely ignoring Ronan's orders. After landing, she kicked her feet hard on the ground and ran towards the direction of the gray cloud. She knocked over passers-by one after another along the way. The hood on her head fell off, and her long red wavy hair danced in the wind like flames. Just from her back, you can feel her madness at the moment. Humph! Ronan snorted coldly, and a strong aura of extraordinary magic domain surged out of his body, and the magic wave spread. Under the robe, the titanium alloy activated by living steel quickly rushed out and turned into a metal human figure more than 2 meters tall. In just a blink of an eye, it caught up with Molly's figure, and then the human figure embraced Molly from behind with its arms, and the whole body was deeply embedded in the flowing metal liquid. "Let me go. Damn it, you humblebug." Molly kept struggling, kicking her feet wildly, and the deerskin boots that she had just worn for a few days were also kicked off by her. But now she had no power at all and had no ability to resist under the activated titanium humanoid. In less than a second, she was tightly wrapped by the titanium humanoid and rushed to the other side of Homer Blue Town. The terrifying power of the Dawn Order Wizard was like countless mountains and vast seas, rumbling down from the sky. The entire Homer Blue Town fell into a huge panic in an instant. No one knew what happened. Only the dense haze of death was gathering rapidly. Ka-ka-ka. The ancient evil breath emanated from Ronan. He quickly entered the state of ancient ice. His figure was fiercely raised, his dark blue long hair was raised, and the originally wide robe he was wearing was directly stretched tight. Just as he was about to further use the power of crimson ice to completely knock on the forbidden door deep in his blood, suddenly, boom! A ball of intense golden red flame suddenly exploded in front of his eyes. In a trance, Ronan seemed to see the shadow of a giant flaming bird with a crown flashing before his eyes, staring at him coldly. Bang! An inexplicable throbbing feeling arose in his heart, and the frost around Ronan suddenly exploded. He took a few steps back and staggered as if someone had pushed him hard in the chest. This is... Ronan's eyes were shocked, and he suddenly found that the 6% of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline in his body seemed to be firmly locked by a force. Even if he was willing to take the risk of being dominated by the ancient will of Hiqualto, he could not enter the state of scarlet ice. Because of the symbiosis with Molly's soul, the two natural enemy bloodlines in our bodies check and balance each other and cannot be completely activated. Ronan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He had always thought that Molly's current powerless state was because her Nirvana secret method had not succeeded, her injuries had not healed, and part of the secret method had backfired. Now he knew that a large part of the reason was that the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline in his body was firmly suppressing the awakening of her Phoenix bloodline. Their current relationship was too complicated. They were both wearing layers of shackles. There were so many of these shackles that Ronan had not yet completely figured out how many kinds of secret restrictions there were. If I can't use Torbu Red Ice, then the only way I can fight against a 4th level Dawn is Torbu Black Hole. Ronan stood in the increasingly chaotic situation, looking solemnly at the pale bone armor and purple-haired middle-aged wizard who was approaching in the sky. However, the energy accumulated in the Heremes's magic armlet had been consumed by him last time, and he had no confidence that he could cast the Torbu Black Hole spell again. Moreover, even if he could barely perform it, whether he could successfully repel the opponent was still unknown. He had fought with this purple-haired wizard of the Resurrection Society before, but he couldn't even compete with him in the Crimson Ice state at that time, and he had to wait for Selena to assist him. Not to mention, behind this purple-haired middle-aged wizard, there was an extremely terrifying 5th-level wizard. If we fight head-on, with Mali as a burden, the chance of survival may be less than 10%, but if we run away now, can we escape? Ronan stared at the gray cloud that was sweeping in like a world-destroying, his eyes flashing quickly. After a moment, he seemed to have finally made up his mind, and his momentum suddenly converged, and then he turned around and ran towards Molly, who was taken away in the form of a titanium man, without hesitation. At this time, above the sky, the purple-haired middle-aged figure who seemed to be standing in a blazing sun had already slowly stretched out his right hand towards the bottom with an indifferent expression. In an instant, a terrifying force like the collapse of a dome suddenly fell, and in just a moment, the rune formation above the town of Homeland was broken. Countless panicked wizards flew out and tried to flee in all directions, but were crushed into dust by this invisible force the next moment. Boom boom, Homeland started from one side, and the ground of the entire town began to shake. Streets and buildings were destroyed and overturned like pieces of paper, and they kept approaching a certain position along a predetermined route. Let me go. Take your stinky hands away, don't touch me. Molly struggled frantically, biting Ronan's arm like a mad little beast. But Ronan suppressed her domineeringly. He hugged Molly with one arm, and the petite Molly was almost huddled in his arms from behind. At the same time, Ronan took out a pale finger bone that exuded a strong ancient aura, which was the mysterious finger bone given to him by Avakui. A firm and resolute look flashed in his eyes, and then he squeezed it hard. Let's take a gamble. Crack, the first part of the finger bone shattered and turned into snow-white bone powder. Then an inexplicable aura emanated, forming an invisible black cloak in the void, slowly falling on Ronan. At the same time, the human figure made of titanium metal spread its limbs and hugged Ronan in a big letter shape. It was almost a moment everything was completed. Boom. The invisible force that came straight and crushed Ronan fiercely swept across the place where Ronan was standing, and the entire long street was instantly turned into powder. Huh? In the sky, the expression of the indifferent purple-haired middle-aged man suddenly changed. In his perception, the trace of the target's aura that he had finally captured suddenly disappeared for no reason. The purple-haired middle-aged man frowned slightly, and continued to control the power of magic to plow the huge town of Homer Blue over and over again like a farmer plowing the land. During this period, desperate wizards kept howling in pain, and some even rushed towards him desperately, but he didn't even raise his eyelids. Under him, innocent lives died miserably in despair. Really disappeared. The purple-haired middle-aged man frowned more and more, and his lips moved unwillingly, reciting a short spell. The next moment, a piece of evil flames with the color of bones appeared out of thin air in the void, and fell on the ruins of Homer Blue Town. Boom, the pale white magic bone fire turned the entire Homer Blue Town into a sea of fire. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. The once prosperous Homer Blue completely disappeared, and no living creatures remained. The purple-haired middle-aged man searched repeatedly, and finally looked down deeply, turned around and left. As the day and night changed, the remaining pale bone fire burned silently on the plain. The ruins of the town of Homer Blue were also burned out, leaving only a large piece of black scorched earth that sunk deep into the ground. When the last ray of bone fire was extinguished, a certain cold consciousness that was entrenched over the entire town of Homer Blue finally chose to give up completely and retreated indifferently. Another 3 days passed. A merchant fleet composed of magic airships came here. Seeing the tragedy in this area from afar, feeling the terrifying magic power remaining on the land and the resentment of the dead souls that was almost insoluble, the people in the caravan were all silent and quietly teetered away. No one knew how much time had passed. A heavy rain fell. In the dense dark clouds, lightning and thunder roared, and the heavy rain washed everything underneath wantonly. The rain mixed with the scorched earth and merged into a turbid stream. At this time, a wet soil suddenly arched upwards, and the ground seemed to have a bulge. The bulge grew bigger and bigger, and finally exploded with a bang. An emaciated figure quietly stood up from the mud. More than 70% of the flesh and blood on his body was almost burned away, revealing large patches of charred bones. Half of his facial bones were completely exposed, and the only remaining bloodshot eye was still shining with a faint blue light. Kaka, the charred corpse, as if crawling out of a grave in a fire, struggled to stand up, slowly spread out the arms around his body, revealing a petite girl in his arms. Wet by the rain, the rose-red long hair falling like a waterfall seemed to be the only bright color in the world at this moment. The girl stood under the protection of the charred corpse, watching streams of black metal fluid flow down from the charred corpse in front of her like pus produced by a festering wound. She let the cold rain hide her face bit by bit, raised her head, and stared blankly at the man's face, which was almost unrecognizable and horrible. Suddenly, 2 traces of water silently slid down from the corners of her eyes. The girl seemed to think of something, closed her eyes painfully, and uttered a sad murmur. Vivian, hearing the girl's cry, the charred corpse figure, whose body was slowly growing some tiny pink granulations, made a hoarse and harsh sound. "Did the level 5 beside you die for you like this?" Ahem. After saying a few words, the charred corpse started to cough violently, coughing out some charred fragments directly from his mouth. After a while, his condition seemed to be better, and he finally moved slowly. "Let's go. I didn't expect that the pain I suffered could not be shared with you, but it's good this way. I was almost worried that you would be killed by the pain." Level 4. Resurrection Society. "These, I will get them back sooner or later." Accompanied by someone's weak muttering, in the heavy rain, 2 figures, one tall and one short, supported each other and slowly disappeared in this place with staggering steps. 7 days later. At a port in the south, a bloated, light white ship that looked like a huge fat-bellied sea fish slowly rose into the air in the flickering light of the lunar ray and headed towards the vast sea. On the deck, several young men and women looked at the increasingly distant dock, and were speechless. Suddenly, someone sobbed softly. "I don't want to go back like this." "Resign yourself to your fate, Harry. This is not our world. Our talents are too poor. Even if we spend decades here, we will never have the chance to really step into that door. In 2 years, we have tried all the methods that can be tried. What we have learned in these 2 years is enough for us to gain a certain status in our respective family kingdoms after we return. The good days are still to come, guys. Yes, some unrealistic dreams have come to an end." Several teenagers comforted and encouraged each other on the deck, and soon walked out of the sadness and loss, and ran to the cabin together with laughter and chatter. The topics they talked about have shifted from all things related to wizards to titles, territories, food, women, etc. These teenagers, who were wearing the simplest wizard robes and whose mental fluctuations were no more than those of a third-level apprentice, did not notice that on the highest deck of the ship, there was a tall figure wearing a metal mask and wrapped in a black robe, quietly watching them. Crisp and light footsteps sounded, and a slender and petite figure walked to the side of the black-robed man. Gently lifting the robe on her head, the elf-like beautiful girl shook her head casually, revealing her beautiful and smooth long hair like red satin. Smelling the strong herbal smell emanating from the black-robed man next to her, the girl wrinkled her nose, then glanced at the teenagers below and said lightly, "Why, do you remember your past self?" "Yes." A low and hoarse voice came from under the black robe, as if the vocal cords were burned by fire. Under the silver metal mask, a pair of blue eyes like gemstones that were very inconsistent with the voice fell on the girl and said calmly, "Don't you feel anything? Every wizard started from the apprentice stage." The girl sneered, glanced at the black-robed man beside her with disdain, and replied with a little arrogance, "Don't confuse me with people like you. When I finished my first meditation, I was already a formal wizard." The black-robed man seemed to be choked by the girl's words, speechless for a moment, turned his head to look at the sea level in the distance. The girl smiled triumphantly, hummed a certain tune, turned around and walked towards the cabin with a relaxed and proud step. "Don't bother me if you have nothing to do." She threw down a word and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Looking at the girl's back, Ronan couldn't help muttering to himself. It seems that everything is moving in a good direction. Suddenly, as if he was injured, he covered his chest with his hand and coughed violently. The silver metal mask accidentally slipped off and fell on the deck with a bang, revealing a horrible face that was slowly healing after being severely burned. In order to avoid being hunted down by the 4th-level wizard of the Resurrection Society, Ronan was seriously injured this time. Chapter 236 Eloping. His body was severely damaged. If it weren't for the strong physique brought by practicing austerity body forging, an ordinary wizard would have to undergo drastic alchemical transformation on his body even if he didn't give up his body in order to survive. Even so, the power of the dawn-level spell Bone Flame has penetrated into his body. Even though the vitality ball in his body has been working hard to remove it, there is still a part of it left, so that his injuries healed very slowly. Now if he takes off his robe and mask, the whole person is simply unbearable to look at. Of course, Ronan also gained some benefits from this. After enduring the erosion and burning of the spell flame for half a month, his austerity body forging master level proficiency has skyrocketed, breaking through the 1,400 point mark and approaching 1,500 points of proficiency, becoming the skill with the closest proficiency to the master level perfection on the character panel. In addition, there is a superficial easing of the relationship with Molly. The two can now at least occasionally exchange a few words like ordinary friends, no longer filled with resentment and tension as before. A burst of girlish laughter came from somewhere below. Ronan slowly picked up the silver metal mask on the ground and put it on again, then looked in the direction of the laughter. On the deck at the bow of the magic ship, 2 girls were standing together and chatting. One of them was very familiar to Ronan, Molly, who suddenly ran downstairs without knowing when. Standing next to Molly was a girl with light green hair, about the same age as Molly, and she looked pretty and cute. She seemed to be very amused by Molly's words, and the laughter Ronan heard came from her mouth. Not far from the two of them, there was also a stern man with many black lines on his face. He looked like a guard of the green-haired girl. When Ronan cast his eyes on the two, the stern man with the black lines immediately looked at Ronan, with a bit of cold scrutiny in his eyes. Ronan glanced at them lightly and then looked away. The next 2 months of travel were limited to ship. With Molly's personality, it was impossible for her not to find something to kill time. Let her go. Compared with paying attention to Molly, Ronan felt that he should worry more about the safety of people who came into contact with her. Although Molly looked harmless now, before this, she was the famous Ashes Witch in the Central Wizard world. As for the green-haired girl opposite, she was just an ordinary first-level wizard, but the black-striped cold man next to him had reached a late second level. The ship heading to the east coast was also open because of them, and Ronan and others could be regarded as benefiting from the two people. The town of Homer Blue was destroyed by the 4th-level Dawn Wizard of the Resurrection Society. The agreement between Ronan and the Black Swan Chamber of Commerce naturally no longer existed. He was also lucky. He stayed in the port for 2 days and got on this favorable ship. Ronan stood on the deck for a while, and when the magic ship completely entered the ocean area and the dock was no longer visible, he returned to his room. After setting up the shielding and protective rune array, Ronan took off his mask and robes, and as usual, he first looked at his physical condition. His whole body was now covered with festering wounds like burns, which was horrible to look at. But if you look closely, you will find that some flesh and blood have grown under those wounds, and his internal organs are also quite healthy. Apart from the pain caused by the deterioration and healing of the wounds, it is actually not serious. At this healing speed, he may be able to fully recover before the ship reaches the east coast. By then, his body will become stronger. Ronan took out the healing powder and carefully changed the medicine for the wounds all over his body, and then summoned titanium to let it continue to devour the red lotus cane. Titanium was also severely depleted during Homer Blue, and the total amount was only the size of a human head. If Ronan had felt a little guilty about feeding titanium with Molly's red lotus cane before, now he was justified. He also let out the metal goat daughter III, who had not been seen for a long time, to breathe. Ronan put some unused metal residues on the floor and let it run around in the small room. After doing all this, Ronan officially began his hard training today. In addition to the daily meditation homework, Ronan currently has 2 main directions. One is the metal spell inheritance of Golden Fire Spirit Maya. After being promoted to the 3rd level wizard, Ronan can practice almost all of Golden Fire Spirit Maya S5 spells. After practicing, he found out the difficulty of this set of spell inheritance. It should be a fog level spell, but it feels to Ronan that it is more mysterious than the Ghost Arrow inheritance obtained from the skeleton Death Bell Mammoth Flynn. There is a mysterious connection between the 5 spells. With Golden Law of She-Beard as the core, the ultimate goal seems to be to completely construct the true body of the spell belonging to Golden Fire Spirit Maya. This is the first time that Ronan has come into contact with such an interesting spell, which can be cast independently and can be combined in a complex way. The process of practicing and exploring new spells is full of fun in itself, and Ronan never gets tired of it. The second direction is the study of runes. Ronan now has 6 spiritual power crystals, and the 7th is also condensing, but only 5 soul runes have been condensed. Ronan still has at least 4 soul rune positions. These 4 soul rune positions are definitely not full of the ice magic inheritance of the Ice Flame Iris Lancer family. Ronan is now considering combining the Elemental Magic Ring, inheritance of the Silver Magic Ring, plus the various Space System, Mirror System and Haramis Archon inheritance in his hands, to make the most suitable choice for himself. The previous several soul runes can also be further optimized and upgraded. Whether it is Space Silverization, Tundra Frozen Soil, or multiple mirror lights, from Ronan's current perspective, there is a lot of room for improvement and perfection. The rune knowledge contained in the armband of the Haramis Guardian is as vast as the starry sky. After studying for this period of time, Ronan has gained many new insights, and has a deeper understanding of the Universal Orb, the dynamic space rune obtained in the Mysterious Garden, etc. In addition to the gains from a series of battles in the Wizards competition, Ronan is now constantly surging with various inspirations in his mind. He needs a period of precipitation to absorb and transform these inspirations and gains. Given time, the whole person's strength will be reborn again. As time goes by, Ronan has never left his room since he boarded the ship. Every meal every day will be delivered to the door of his room, and he only needs to occasionally sense Molly's breath and location, and he doesn't care about anything else. In the dim room, the sun shines through the gaps in the curtains, casting a straight orange spot on the Paulownia wood floor. A tall and straight figure stands in front of a metal silver mirror. At his feet, a furry gray goat licks his toes boredly. The injury is recovering faster than expected. Ka-ka-ka. Ronan looks at himself in the mirror, stretches his limbs a little, and a crisp and dense bone sound comes from his body. Compared with more than a month ago, he looks much better now. Most of the burns on the body surface have healed, leaving only some bumpy hyperplastic scars, which need time to smooth out bit by bit. The facial features also reveal the original handsome outline, and the hair grows back on the scalp, a short layer of brown chestnut color, combined with the scars that have not yet been eliminated, adding a lot of fierce and domineering temperament to Ronan. Ronan found a robe and slowly put it on, covering his strong and smooth muscle lines. He put on a silver metal mask, revealing only a pair of deep blue eyes like gemstones. The man in the mirror was cold and deep, giving people a sense of unfathomable depth and mystery. In a trance, Ronan seemed to see the shadow of a sunny and slightly fat boy, constantly moving away from him in the mirror. He shook his head and wiped away the slight waves in his heart. He casually called up his current character panel. Name: Ronan Damien. Age: 21. Strength: Level 3 Formal Wizard, 65%. Skills: Basic Meditation, Clear Realm, Master 1369, 1600. Over the past month, except for Strength, the data of all skills on his character panel has not changed much from the end of the battle. In addition to the significant increase in the proficiency of Basic Meditation, the remaining 5 inherited spells of Golden Fire Lingmaya, Lingmaya Black Steel Touch, Lingmaya Silver Body, Lingmaya Bronze Head, Lingmaya Diamond Heart, Lingmaya Gold Soul, all of which he has practiced to proficient level or above. Among them, the most proficient, Lingmaya Black Steel Touch, has even entered the expert level. The main reason for the rapid progress is not only because Ronan has excellent spell comprehension ability, but also because he felt earlier that the real starting point of these 5 spells is after the extraordinary domain is derived. Compared with the progress in spells, the gains from rune research are greater. He has already had some ideas about the expansion and application of space and mirror mysteries in his own spell system, and he only needs to further improve it and then put it into practice to verify it. Let's go out for a walk. Ronan bent down, touched the soft and fluffy head of daughter I, which was not made of metal at all, put it into the space ring, then pushed open the door and walked out slowly. A patch of orange-red glow instantly caught his eyes. It was just when the sun was about to set, the sea was calm, covered with the golden light, and the vast sky was covered with brilliant clouds of fire. Ronan walked to the railing beside the deck and looked down. On the largest deck at the bottom, there was a group of apprentice-level teenagers, who were gathered together and talked loudly about some random topics, and their eyes kept looking up, as if they wanted to attract someone's attention. On the third deck above the group of people, there was a small white table, and the red-haired and green-haired girls were chatting quietly together, and occasionally laughed softly. Ronan's appearance attracted the attention of two groups of people. The teenagers below naturally had nothing to say, but the two girls on the third deck looked at him together. The red-haired girl glanced at him and then looked away, but the green-haired girl next to her looked at him with a curious expression. Beside the two of them, the cold-looking man with the black stripes was there as usual. He turned his head and looked at Ronan, and the coldness on his face eased, and he even smiled at Ronan kindly. Ronan couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't know what Molly had done on the ship for more than a month. The group of boys below were fooled by her beauty, and the green-haired girl with a decent status was actually as close to her as a best friend. Even the guards around her became much better at dealing with her. So boring. A few minutes later, Molly left the third deck, yawned and walked to Ronan's side. She lay on the wooden railing next to him, squinting her eyes and lazily looking at the sunset in the distance. There's almost nothing on this ship that can arouse my interest. Ronan listened to Molly's mumbling, and suddenly caught a trace of strange fluctuations on her body. His eyes could not help but condense slightly, and he said, "Your strength is recovering." "What else?" Molly turned her head to look at him, the color of the sunset reflected on her cheeks, and she smiled. "Do you want me to be like a waste and let you control me?" The two looked at each other silently. To outsiders, the two of them looked romantic and ambiguous, but only the parties involved knew that the air around them was getting cold and tense little by little. Finally, no. Ronan shook his head and turned his face to avoid Molly's gaze. He looked at the horizon and said calmly, "On the contrary, I think this is a good thing. You should be 10,000 times more eager to get rid of your current situation than me." Hey, Molly sighed softly for some reason. She leaned on the railing, waved to the green-haired girl who was curiously looking at them below, and then began to talk about some seemingly unrelated topics. What a simple and lovely girl. At the age when she should be enjoying her youth, she has to shoulder the responsibility of revenge for the whole family. Molly said to herself. Her eyes fell on the green-haired girl on the third deck, telling her name and how the whole family died at the hands of the enemy. She was taken away by the remaining tribesmen and fled to a place where the enemy could not find her, looking for an opportunity for revenge. Ronan listened to Molly's story and gradually felt something strange. The induction between him and Molly allowed him to capture the slight emotional fluctuations in Molly's heart at this time. What she was telling did not seem to be just the story of the green-haired girl below. Previously, in Homerland's hotel room, under the heavy rain, Molly's pain and sadness seemed to emerge again in her. Perhaps because of the soul connection between the two, Ronan actually had some inexplicable, absurd sympathy and pity for Molly. He couldn't suppress his inner impulse and wanted to ask, but when he said it, he changed the question. "You know so much about her? How come she told you all this?" "Because we share the same pain." Molly stood up and looked into the distance. Her eyes were so calm and indifferent that Ronan felt unprecedentedly unfamiliar. However, the next second, she turned her head and said to Ronan with a playful look, "I told them that we eloped. Your family has always disagreed with us being together because I don't have any wizard talent. Along the way, you almost died for me several times." Ronan was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say for a while. No wonder he didn't show up for more than a month. The attitudes of the green-haired girl and the other girl towards him have changed so much. The look in their eyes when they looked at him was strange and full of admiration. It turned out that they regarded him as a great lover in the wizarding world who would sacrifice everything for love. Just when Ronan was speechless, suddenly, the brilliant clouds in the sky disappeared in a few breaths. The sky darkened rapidly, and the sea below began to violently turbulent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Ancient Marine Creatures, Chasing Destiny. In just a moment, the magnificent and beautiful and dreamy landscape covered with sunset glow faded away. Thick dark clouds swept across the sky, thunder rolled in the clouds, and the dark sea raised huge waves. A terrible storm was gathering. The magic spaceship, the only remaining light source between heaven and earth, seemed to be heading into a terrifying and gloomy ghost cave. The teenagers playing and entertaining on the deck began to panic and retreated to the cabin one after another. The crew on the ship ran out and shouted to everyone to return to their rooms. Ronan saw the green-haired girl also turned back to the cabin under the protection of the cold-faced man with the black lines beside her, and kept looking at the two of them. Why did the weather change so quickly? Ronan's eyes were filled with white light, and the pattern of the Eye of Truth was woven on his forehead. He looked fixedly at the location where the storm was gathering in the distance, and saw countless lights representing the free energy particles of heaven and earth gathering rapidly. Under the dark sea, there were deep blue energy beams surging, as if something was swimming underneath. I find that as long as I follow you, basically nothing good will happen. Molly shook her head and said softly, "Why don't you say that it was you who brought the bad luck?" Ronan replied casually, not caring to argue with Molly anymore, and solemnly told her, "Go back to your room, I'll go see what's going on." Molly didn't argue with him, but she didn't care either. They both knew that if the ship really encountered an irresistible disaster, it would make no difference whether to hide in the room or not. Ronan walked down the deck quickly. At this time, the heavy rain had already fallen. The big raindrops were frantically hitting the rune array light film outside the hull. Although all of them were blocked outside, the protective shield was also shaking violently, constantly stirring up countless ripples. The protective array of this magic spaceship was only at the level of the second level, and it was not even as strong as Ronan's own defensive spell. Once it was caught in a storm or encountered a slightly bigger wind and waves, it might be smashed to pieces. Obviously, the owner of the ship was also very aware of this. When Ronan went down to the first deck, the entire magic ship had already begun to turn around, and the hull was constantly rising, trying to escape from the storm area that was about to form. Boom! Boom! One after another huge wave rose on the sea level below, like a wall that rose rapidly and then collapsed rapidly. Vast water vapor was steaming up, and the hull was shaking and vibrating continuously. Ronan looked solemn. Even though he had seen the might of a fifth-level wizard bursting out with all his strength, he still felt a deep shock at the moment. This is the great power of nature, and the power of an individual is too small under such power. Facing a fifth-level wizard, Ronan still had the courage to give it a try. But facing the wrath of nature, he had no idea of resistance at all. The only thing he could rely on was fate. On the first deck, the passengers had dispersed. Only a few crew members were struggling to pull the ropes. They were all ordinary wizard apprentices, but their physiques were much stronger than those of ordinary wizard apprentices. They must have practiced the methods of knights. Ronan was thinking about how to give them some help. Suddenly, a thick thunder of nearly 100 feet long flashed overhead. Boom! The sound of thunder that exploded instantly shocked the bodies of several crew members. At the same time, in the torn darkness, everyone could clearly see that somewhere not too far away from the magic spaceship, under the Black Sea surface, a huge silver mountain broke through the waves and rose rapidly on the turbulent sea level. In the blink of an eye, it rose to a position higher than the magic spaceship. An ancient, heavy, and huge marine creature that almost exceeded any conventional imagination broke out of the water. Its body shone with metallic silver, as if endowed by moonlight and starlight, emitting a dazzling light. The huge silver fins cut through the sea like a blade, and the sound of the water flow was thunderous. The fins were so big that they could almost cover most of the sea surface, reflecting countless lights. The waves rolled violently, and the tide rolled back like a landslide. The surrounding seawater was stirred into waves, and even the clouds above were undulating. As it entered the water, the huge fins were like a silver crescent moon, reflecting a mysterious and unknown brilliant light band. At this moment, everyone on the boat, including Ronan, had a buzz in their minds and fell into an absolute blank, and their bodies were still. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, as if a group of ants were desperately holding their breath and suddenly brushed against the giant's ankle. When the shock faded and the noise returned, Ronan remembered the instinct to breathe, and he could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating wildly in his chest. In that moment just now, he felt as if his soul had left his body. Even though he was already a third-level wizard, compared with the indescribable huge creature, he was still no different from a speck of dust. The protective magic array of the magic spaceship had been completely torn apart at some point, and the heavy rain hit everyone without any obstruction. An old crew member was soaked, his expression was dazed, and he kept muttering, "Sea Dragon God. The ancient Sea Dragon God." Ronan took a deep breath, and only then did he understand why the storm and waves in front of him were caused. The appearance of the huge marine creature he had seen before was still deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be erased. It's not that he has never seen such a huge creature. In the inherited dream belonging to Aqualto, he had seen the true body of the ancient frost hydra, and even saw the scene of it fighting with the phoenix. But separated by time and the illusory fog, everything seemed no longer clear, and the shock and impact it brought was completely incomparable to the experience in person. Ronan inexplicably had a strong urge in his heart. He wanted to chase the footprints of the huge ancient creature, even if he died in the traces it had swum. This impulse was so irresistible, just like a devout pilgrim suddenly inspired by the faith in his heart. "I will lead it away," Ronan hurriedly said, and then ran to the edge of the boat without hesitation, and jumped in the direction where the huge marine creature sank before. He didn't know why he had such a crazy idea, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Countless raindrops and water splashed on Ronan, and lightning flashed over his head. Ronan had just stepped out of the boat and lost his way completely. Suddenly, a huge wave came and swallowed him whole into the cold sea water. Ronan struggled hard, and the 7 spiritual power crystals in his mind shone like golden diamonds. The spiritual power was stimulated to the extreme and spread. The area that could be covered was really pitifully small compared to the vast ocean. He kept searching in the water, and even he almost forgot what he wanted to search for. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater calmed down, a hazy silver light shone over, and then the entire underwater world was shrouded in a dreamy silver. Ronan stopped moving, his body quietly suspended in the water. He saw the huge ancient creature again. This time he was able to see the whole face of the other party. This is an extremely huge silver fish, with an extremely narrow and winding body, looking like a creature like a sea eel. There are jagged fins growing on its back, and every scale on its body grows with gorgeous patterns like natural runes. There is a silver coral forest on its head, emitting a hazy glow. When it turned around, Ronan looked at it. There was no Ronan in the extremely deep eyes of the silver sea eel, but Ronan saw an entire vast deep sea world in its eyes. Time passed silently, and it was unknown how long it had passed. A slight burning feeling came from his cheeks, and Ronan slowly opened his eyes. The bright sun hanging in the sky cast bright sunlight, which was a bit dazzling. Ronan blocked it with his hand, and then he found himself lying on a rippling water surface. The sky was clear, the sky was blue, and the surroundings were calm. Thunder, rain, storm, and the huge silver moray eel, everything disappeared, as if it was just a dream. Ronan felt inexplicably empty in his heart, and looked up, looking at the sun above his head with a blank look. He sat on the sea for a long time, and finally slowly sorted out his mood, followed the connection between him and Molly, and flew in one direction. After a long time, he suddenly saw a figure flying towards him in front of him. It was the cold man with the black lines on his face who was following the green-haired girl. When he saw Ronan, his eyes were obviously relaxed, and he nodded slightly to Ronan. The two did not communicate at all, and flew in the direction of each other. Soon he saw the magic spaceship flying in the air. The rune array on the hull had been activated again. Someone stood on the deck and looked out, looking calm and peaceful. Ronan and the stern man with the black lines caught up with the spaceship. As soon as they landed, Ronan was caught off guard by a petite figure. Ronan's body suddenly stiffened, and his mouth and nose were filled with the smell of Molly. He heard Molly sobbing in his arms like a kitten. He looked down, but only saw the other party's cunning and playful eyes flashing. "You are too impulsive many times. Bravery is equivalent to recklessness. Since you chose to bring her out, you should think more about her. Without you, she can't live." The voice of the stern man with the black lines sounded in his ears, and Ronan's mouth twitched slightly. The latter patted his shoulder gently, and then walked past him. At the end of the deck, the green-haired girl was looking at this side with a look of relief and blessing. Ronan. A moment later, Ronan's room. Molly kept patting herself, seeming to hate the smell of Ronan on her body. "Is it interesting?" Ronan looked at her expressionlessly. "I find it very interesting." Molly seemed to enjoy seeing Ronan's expression. Perhaps this was the only way she could think of to fight back against Ronan at this stage. "Let's talk about you." Molly stopped flapping her robe, looked at him with a smile and said, "I thought you would never come back, and I was ready to die for you at any time." Ronan fell silent, and after a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't know why. I just wanted to do that. It's normal," Molly said lightly, and Ronan looked up at her in surprise. The more powerful and ancient the creature is, the more it can attract weaker creatures to chase it, just like moths to flames. This is especially true for wizards with bloodlines. "Then why aren't you affected at all?" Molly rolled her eyes. "What a stupid question. Have you ever seen fire chasing water?" Ronan said nothing, but Molly sneered at him and continued, "You can't even control this little instinct of your bloodline. I don't know why the Nirvana ritual failed." Ronan naturally wouldn't say that it was the power of the Alice ice ring that caused all this. He paused, then changed the subject and asked, "Have you seen that creature? Do you know where it came from?" Molly shook her head. "In the gaps between continents, in areas filled by the ocean, there are too many ancient creatures like this. Many of them have been alive since ancient times, or even longer than the ancient times. Only a very small part of them have been observed by the wizarding world. Of course, not every ancient life is strong enough to have its own name." Ronan was thoughtful, while Molly clapped her hands and walked out of the room. "Okay, it's almost time. The little cutie outside the door is probably waiting for me to tell her a story." Ronan ignored her and thought about his own things. He carefully recalled the scene when he saw the giant silver eel yesterday. In addition to what Molly said, the instinctive attraction of blood, what really drove him to chase it desperately might be fate. In the face of an irresistible disaster, the giant silver eel that jumped out of the sea seemed to become the irresistible fate itself in Ronan's heart at that moment. During the wizard competition, he understood what path he would take in the future and what he wanted to pursue. So he followed up desperately, trying to see the truth of fate and grasp the power to control his own destiny. Ronan exhaled gently. After the night before, he felt that his mind seemed to have undergone some transformation, and some of his beliefs became more firm. He took out a rune and sank into it. Time passed slowly in his practice. After the incident of the giant silver eel, the next journey returned to peace again. This route from the southern wizard world to the east coast is the safest, as confirmed by the return of countless fleets. The giant silver eel is only an event with a very low probability. Unfortunately, Ronan and his team caught up with it, but fortunately, no accidents happened. Ronan continued his days of hard practice. Unknowingly, most of the journey had passed. On a sunny morning, Ronan and Molly stood side by side on the highest deck, looking at the sea view in the distance. Beside them, there was also the green-haired girl and the cold-looking man with the black stripes who had always been inseparable from her. "There's less than a week left before we reach the East Coast. Molly, are you really not considering joining us?" Leaning against the fence, the green-haired girl said to Molly with a reluctant look on her face. In less than 2 months, the girl named Beatrice had already formed a deep friendship with Molly, like a pair of sisters who could talk about anything. Before they parted, she had said similar things to Ronan and Molly many times. Chapter 238, Lingmea's Golden Touch? That's for Damien to decide. Molly skillfully kicked the question to Ronan, and the green-haired girl Beatrice turned to look at Ronan expectantly. Ronan didn't answer, but his silence said it all. "Okay." Beatrice had a regretful expression on her face, and then she kept talking to Molly. "Molly, when you get there, you must remember to contact me. If there is no suitable place to stay, I really hope you can come and stay with us." Ronan listened to Beatrice's sincere words, and didn't know how to evaluate it. She was burdened with family blood debts and was in danger of being hunted down, but she desperately invited a travel companion who had only known her for less than 2 months to travel with her. The girl in front of her was indeed a bit naive. He subconsciously glanced at the cold-looking man with the black stripes next to him, and saw that the other party was also full of helplessness. He wanted to say something several times but stopped. As in any liked person next to Beatrice, he probably had a headache in the future. But these had nothing to do with Ronan. In a few days, he and Molly would have to part with the two of them, and they would probably never meet again. Ronan looked at the distant horizon, where a few snow-white seagulls were flying in the sky. He didn't know if it was the influence of the soul of the original Ronan in his body, but he also felt a little homesick, and his thoughts slowly drifted to the East Coast, which was no longer far away. Ronan took off the mask on his face and let the warm sea breeze blow on his cheeks. His injuries were almost healed, and it didn't matter whether he wore a mask or not. Wow! A light exclamation sounded in his ears. Ronan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Beatrice staring at him intently. While watching, he whispered to Molly beside him, "Damien turned out to be so handsome, no wonder you have such courage to take risks with him. But you are also very beautiful, you two are simply the most suitable couple I have ever seen." Beatrice kept talking, clasping her hands together, her eyes almost melting, and she looked like she was dizzy from eating sugar. Molly made a shy expression, but the emotional fluctuations transmitted back by the soul connection between the two showed how speechless she was at this moment. It's all her fault. Ronan felt amused. After thinking about it, he simply gave Beatrice, who was crazy about a couple, a kind smile, and then looked at Molly with an extremely affectionate and gentle look. Molly lowered her head under his gaze, and Beatrice looked at the two of them, almost crying with envy and emotion. On Ronan's side, the malice received from Molly instantly became more than 10 times stronger. He could even imagine Molly rolling her eyes at him in his mind. After Ronan teasing Molly, he felt refreshed all over, leaving a few people behind and walked aside alone. There was a burst of noise from below. It was the group of young wizard apprentices who were barbecuing on the deck, and the sound of laughter was particularly loud. The ship was about to dock, and everyone started to enjoy themselves. Ronan suddenly found that one of the boys, a red-haired boy with a few freckles on his face, seemed to be quite unsociable. He did not join the gathering of the boys, but stared at him straight. Ronan read the pleading and desire in the boy's eyes, and knew very well what he was thinking. This is a group of young people who were rejected by the wizarding world. Some chose to accept their fate, return to the aristocratic life, and spend the rest of their lives comfortably. Naturally, there will be some who are unwilling to give up and want to fight for it again. At present, in addition to this group of teenagers, there are only two groups of people left on this magic ship, Ronan and Beatrice, and they are obviously formal wizards. The red-haired freckled boy obviously placed his last hope on them. However, Ronan did not respond, but turned his eyes away. He casually took out a pale bone finger. This bone finger should have 3 sections, but the top section seemed to be weathered and eroded, which looked a bit weird. Ronan took the bone finger in his hand and played with it slowly. The mysterious bone finger of an unknown creature that Avakwe gave him was quite useful. It could even completely block the detection of a 4th-level dawn wizard, and the mysterious power that concealed the soul's breath lasted for a long time. He had used it once in the town of Homer Blue, and until now, some of the power of the bone finger still remained in him. Ordinary people could not detect his specific strength at all. It can be used twice more. He stroked the bone finger in his hand and subconsciously looked in the direction of Molly. Although the relationship between him and Molly was quite relaxed now, no one knew whether the latter would retaliate against him once the symbiotic state between the two was lifted. With Avakwe's mysterious finger bone, he felt much more confident about the arrival of that day. Just as he was thinking, a short whistle suddenly came from his ear. Ronan looked up and saw a crew member on the ship's observation deck frowning and putting down the whistle in his hand. Following the other person's gaze, he saw a few seabirds flying away in the distance, and a small glowing black dot was approaching them rapidly. The black dot approached, and it turned out to be a delicate and small magic airship. Ronan saw from afar a figure in a robe walking out of the airship and heading straight towards it. Level 3 Wizard. Black Robe. Ronan accurately grasped the strength and identity of the person who came, and was slightly startled. In the sea area close to the east coast, there was actually a level 3 wizard, which was indeed somewhat rare. Before Ronan could react, a figure had already rushed out from his side, instantly breaking through the rune array of the magic airship and heading towards the level 3 black-robed wizard. It was the cold-looking man with the black patterns beside Beatrice. At the same time, Beatrice and Molly also ran to his side hand in hand. It's the voodoo cult. Beatrice looked pale at this time, and looked panicked. They actually chased here. Voodoo cult. Ronan searched the names of the major wizard forces in the southern wizard world in his mind, and found that there was no impression of voodoo cult. It might be just a small wizard force, not on the list that Kosti had given him. At this time, the stern man with the black lines had already fought with a voodoo wizard. The former was only at the late stage of level 2, and it was impossible for him to be the opponent. However, the stern man with the black lines suddenly tore off his black robe, revealing a strange black armor covered with curved spikes. Then the black lines on his face moved like a living thing, and blood threads grew out, outlining various strange patterns on the armor. As soon as the two met, the stern man immediately fell into disadvantage, but relying on the magic armor on his body, he actually withstood the attack of the third-level voodoo wizard. Things became more and more weird afterwards. As the battle time went on, the stern man's strength continued to rise rapidly, and he turned the situation back little by little. What kind of magic tool set is this? Ronan was a little surprised. He could clearly sense that the cold man's continued growth in strength all came from his armor. This armor seemed to have a strange magic that absorbed the opponents to strengthen itself. He used the Eye of Truth to capture the three-level voodoo wizards. Various gray-black substances were constantly absorbed by the armor and transformed into energy. The strange thing was that the absorbed three-level voodoo wizards did not seem to be affected at all. Sobi can resist for a while. At this time, Beatrice on the side said anxiously, "I still have a magic airship. It's not far from the land. Damien, Jasmine, do you want to go with me? If we are caught up by the voodoo people, it will be troublesome." Beatrice held Molly's hand tightly. When she raised her hand, the space ring on her hand flashed, and a beautifully shaped magic airship immediately appeared in front of them. She kept urging Ronan to get on the boat together, but Ronan was unmoved and just glanced at her lightly. "I don't know if Beatrice is stupid or bad. Her pursuers are coming. The farther away from her, the safer it will be." The sudden outbreak of the level 3 war caused a commotion among the people on the ship. The young wizard apprentices who were barbecuing on the deck had probably never seen such a level of wizard war. Curiosity overwhelmed fear. No one held back in the cabin. They all stood in front of the fence and looked forward. The crew on the ship reacted and began to control the entire ship to turn around. The speed of the ship also began to increase significantly. Boom! There was an inexplicable collapse sound. The hull of the entire spaceship suddenly sank down. The protective energy shield outside the hull was squeezed by the invisible force, like a huge bubble, suddenly sank downward, and then burst. A majestic mental force quietly fell on the hull, and the entire spaceship stopped. Everyone on the ship felt as if something was strangling their throats, and the air became extremely sticky. Someone looked up in horror and found that a figure in a fluttering robe appeared above their heads. It completely replaced the original position of the sun, exuding an incomparable terrifying power. With a force field released by itself, it directly fixed the entire magic spaceship firmly. Level 33 Wizard. Someone screamed. "It's over." On the deck, Beatrice saw the figure appear, her pretty face turned pale, and the whole person almost collapsed on the spot. Not far away, there was a roar, and a cold man in black armor who was fighting with another level 3 voodoo wizard suddenly burst out a circle of air waves, and directly broke away from the battle group and rushed over here. "Jasmine, Damien. It's me who implicated you. The people of the voodoo will not let you go. They're all cold-blooded executioners." Beatrice murmured in her mouth, and she probably didn't even know what she was saying now. Molly looked at her with sympathy, and then turned her gaze to Ronan. "You actually have a time to plead for others." Ronan looked at her in surprise, and Molly snorted expressionlessly. Ronan shook his head, and then his body rose up. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared at the same height as the third-level voodoo wizard in front of him. This was a pale, wrinkled man with a cold temperament and a pair of eyes with only whites but no pupils. He was slightly surprised that Ronan broke through his mental force field so easily, frowned, and then said coldly, "It's none of your business, young man. Before you take action, you'd better consider the consequences first." Ronan didn't even bother to say a word to him. In the consciousness space, 7 mental force crystals suddenly glowed, and the light golden mental force field penetrated through the body, instantly tearing open a piece of the mental force field of the third-level voodoo wizard around him. Mid-level 3. The latter sensed the aura emanating from Ronan, and his face changed instantly. His gray lips immediately began to move rapidly. Ronan raised his hand with a normal expression, and a ball of metal with a hint of red in the blackness jumped out from under his robe like a living thing. A red-haired girl's eyelids jumped when she saw this scene. With a unique rhythm of the spell, titanium condensed into an octopus-like tentacle in the void, tearing through the void in an instant and whistling towards the voodoo wizard in front of him. Touch of Lingmea Black Steel. This was the first time that Ronan had cast a serious third-level spell since he was promoted to third-level wizard. There was no additional means, just the simplest spell attack. The dark and red metal tentacles boomed and shattered the surrounding void, and hit the wizard opposite hard. Bang! The sound of something exploding violently. With a shrill cry, a figure quickly jumped out from the center of the spell power explosion, not even daring to look at Ronan, and fled in a panic in one direction. Ronan was stunned for a moment, and even he was a little surprised at the result of this battle. Sibbert's Golden Law. In the consciousness space, the soul symbol contained in a certain spiritual power crystal flashed quietly. In an instant, the 7 or 8 octopus tentacles waving around Ronan quietly turned from black to brilliant gold, and the tentacles themselves suddenly expanded several times. On each metal tentacle, there were high-speed rotating saw teeth, releasing a hot and terrifying breath, as if a high-temperature golden chainsaw was running to the extreme, and it seemed that there was also boiling and thick golden magma dripping from the chainsaw, burning through the void. Rip. Ronan's mind moved slightly, and one of the tentacles disappeared, leaving an extremely clear golden track in the air. The third-level voodoo wizard who was fleeing frantically in the distance seemed to sense something. He took out various magic tools from his arms and shouted loudly, as if begging for mercy. However, before he could finish his words, he was hit by a blurry golden shadow. Bang! A small blood mist firework exploded in the sky, and a blurry soul phantom was about to fly out, but was completely torn apart by the raging energy in the next second. When the blood-stained golden tentacles quietly retracted to Ronan's side, the battlefield became strangely quiet. The cold-blooded man and another third-level voodoo wizard who were chasing in the direction of the magic spaceship stopped and looked at Ronan in a daze. On the magic spaceship, the apprentice boys and crew members who were in a state of panic were also stunned, including Beatrice, who had a look of despair before. The only one who looked unresponsive was probably Molly. Even Ronan himself looked a little strange at this time. He gently caught a space ring of the dead third-level voodoo wizard that was reeled back by his mental power. Looking at the gorgeous golden chainsaw tentacles that looked like the limbs of some unspeakable monsters in myths and legends, he couldn't help but recall the huge and majestic golden shadow that he saw when he looked at the alchemist's golden kingdom. He knew that the spell of golden fire, inherited from the alchemist of spirit, was powerful, far exceeding the general third-level spells. But he didn't expect that it was just a touch of black steel, just an expert-level proficiency, and after being blessed by golden law, the power could be so great. A third-level wizard of the same level and realm was killed by him in 2 shots after using all his means. Chapter 239, Evil Weapons, Cowardly Suit. Of course, there are many reasons why Golden Touch of Lingmea is so powerful. After 2 purifications of spiritual power and the same 7 spiritual power crystals, Ronan's spiritual power strength is more than 20 times that of wizards of the same level. After titanium swallowed all the rare metals on the red lotus cane, its quality was greatly improved, and it has exceeded the scope of ordinary third-level materials. Ronan is not sure whether it has reached the 4th level. After all, he has never touched alchemical materials above the 4th level. Now the red lotus cane is only 2 bare sticks, and the material is actually like some kind of wood. What titanium swallowed seems to be just a layer of metal decoration on its surface. Spiritual power, spell inheritance, spellcasting equipment. These are the factors that form the ultimate combat power of a wizard. At this moment, Ronan couldn't help but feel a little inexplicable. At the same level, the gap between ordinary wizards and genius wizards is mainly in these aspects. Unknowingly, he has already left the category of ordinary wizards and completely joined the ranks of geniuses. The stern man with the black lines on his face and wearing strange spiked armor stared blankly at the handsome young man in front of him who easily killed a third-level voodoo wizard with just a wave of his hand. The shock he received was so great that he was a little dazed for a moment. Suddenly, he saw the young man casually turned around and cast his eyes in his direction, then slowly raised one hand and gently pointed at his position. In an instant, endless mysterious energy rushed out from the other party's fingertips, and a vast number of free energy particles gathered between heaven and earth. For a moment, the stern man felt his scalp tingling, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by something. He was horrified and subconsciously wanted to dodge, but before he could make any move, a deep blue light column like an angry dragon was reflected in his suddenly shrunken pupils, and it shot past his side with a swish. He seemed to be pierced by the aurora of the northern sky, and the cold current that almost froze his blood swept through his body in an instant. The cold-blooded man watched a dazzling dark blue rapidly extend from the feet of the handsome young man, passing through his position and rapidly sweeping towards the direction behind him. When he slowly turned his head with a stiff face, He soon saw in disbelief that the third-level voodoo wizard who had been fighting with him before had now turned into a human-shaped ice block standing behind him, and was turning into pieces of ice dust and snow that were blown away by the wind. Under the feet of the ice block and the handsome young man, nearly 10 miles of the sea surface were completely covered by a thick layer of ice, and countless snowflakes were scattered, as if a void ice and snow corridor was generated out of thin air. The cold-blooded man shuddered fiercely. At this time, the magic airship in the distance turned around and flew away. The handsome young man in front of him didn't seem to have any intention of chasing. He simply glanced at it and turned away. The cold-blooded man looked at the back of the other party who had sunk into the hull, and his mind had not yet fully reacted. He had always regarded the young wizard he met on the ship as an ordinary first-level wizard. He never thought that the other party was a terrifying existence that could easily wipe out a third-level wizard. From the previous interactions with the other party, he learned that they were being hunted and escaped to the ship. If that was true, how powerful would the people who were hunting them be? Dawn Wizard? What kind of deep background did this elopement wizard couple have? Exclamation mark. The cold man's mind was in a mess, and he almost didn't know how he landed back on the deck. The apprentice boys who watched the battle break out and end were in a trance, as if they were living in a dream. In the room, Ronan sat quietly, casually flipping through the things in the space ring he had just received from the third-level voodoo wizard. There was nothing particularly valuable. The only thing that could interest Ronan a little was probably the large number of messy and varied poisons and antidotes inside. The voodoo tradition is mainly based on dark spells, supplemented by various methods of poisoning. Normally, wizards would have a headache when encountering this kind of existence, and they might die under the opponent's outside tricks somehow. Unfortunately, the gap between his strength and Ronan's was too big, and he was killed by Ronan before he could use poison. Crack, the door of the room opened, and Ronan looked up and saw Molly walking in calmly. There was no need for much communication between the two. Ronan already knew the purpose of the other party's intrusion, and his eyes naturally turned to the direction behind her. The green-haired girl Beatrice and her guard, the cold-looking man with the black stripes, followed Molly and walked in carefully. There was no surprise on Ronan's face. In fact, he was also waiting for the other party to come. Sit down. Ronan greeted the two to sit down in a friendly manner. The cold-looking man was unmoved and still stood, but his attitude was more respectful. Beatrice hesitated for a moment, and slowly knelt down in front of Ronan. "Thank you for your help, sir." Beatrice took out a small storage waste bag, held it in both hands, and handed it to Ronan respectfully. The storage waste bag was not locked, and Ronan probed into it with his mental power and took a quick look. He was surprised to see that it contained a full 100,000 high-level magic stones. He looked at Beatrice in surprise and found that he had underestimated the wealth this girl was carrying. "No need." Ronan confiscated it, shook his head, and said casually, "Just consider it as the fare for this trip." Hearing Ronan's refusal, Beatrice's movements suddenly stopped in place. She seemed to not know what to do. Subconsciously, she secretly turned her head and cast a look of help to the cold man behind her. The latter gave Beatrice a look, and a trace of hesitation flashed across Beatrice's face. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she gritted her teeth and took out another square iron box, and handed it to Ronan again together with a previous storage waste bag. "This is really all we can give," Beatrice said earnestly. "I hope you won't despise me." Ronan felt helpless for a moment. He didn't help Beatrice and the others for these reasons. In addition to seeing that she and Molly get along well, he also wanted to find someone to practice with after completing his hard training. However, looking at Beatrice's current state, if he didn't accept her gratitude, the girl might not be able to sleep well at night. Ronan thought about it, took the two things Beatrice handed over, and opened the iron box. There was a dark green dagger quietly placed inside, and a few pieces of black parchment were pressed under the dagger. The shape of the dagger was very strange, with a strange eyeball embedded in the handle. The dagger was divided into 3 sections of the blade, with a small gap in the middle. It looked like a blood groove but didn't look like a blood groove. Ronan picked up the dagger casually. The moment he picked it up, the strange eyeball on the handle immediately turned quickly. Then Ronan felt an indescribable evil consciousness coming from the dagger, trying to penetrate his consciousness. "What is this?" Ronan was slightly surprised and looked up to ask Beatrice. The answer came from the stern man beside Beatrice. "Evil thought weapon." The stern man said in a deep voice, "It is a very unpopular ancient magic tool, just like the suit I am wearing. It can absorb the opponent's evil thoughts and transform them into power to strengthen itself, but it needs some additional means to achieve the best effect. The stern man said, pointing to the black lines on both sides of his cheeks. Evil thought weapon. Ronan blinked. It was the first time he heard of such a thing. It can absorb the opponent's evil thoughts to strengthen itself. Thinking back to the battle between the stern man and the third-level voodoo wizard, the gray-black substance that flowed from the voodoo wizard to the stern man's armor at that time was the so-called evil thoughts. It can transform the emotional fluctuations of evil thoughts into real power, and can even enhance a second-level wizard to a level where he can face a third-level wizard head-on for a short time. The effect of this evil thought weapon is indeed a bit incredible. At this time, Ronan sensed some emotional fluctuations coming from Molly, and subconsciously looked at Molly, but saw that the other party looked calm, thinking that she must know something. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he carefully looked at the strange dagger in his hand. The eyeball on the dagger was still spinning, and the evil consciousness released from it was like some evil creature whispering in his ear, constantly provoking some of his emotions. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be bewitched, but this voice was far different from the surging whispers that Ronan had seen many times before, and the impact on him was minimal, just like a fly buzzing in his ear from time to time. Ronan put down the dagger, and the voice disappeared immediately. He picked up the black leather papers under the dagger and found that the pure black skin of an unknown animal was densely painted with forging diagrams of equipment. Altogether, they can form a magic tool set called Cowardly Set. The evil weapons and the forging drawings of the set were obtained from the ruins of an ancient wizard. The Perrick family suffered a great disaster because of this, and the voodoo cult is hunting us for these drawings. Seeing Ronan flipping through the animal skin paper, the cold man explained that Perrick was Beatrice's last name. Ronan nodded. He casually flipped through the forging drawings of the Cowardly Set in his hand. The composition principle of this so-called evil set was very different from the design principle of the magic tools he was familiar with. There were many lines densely drawn on the drawings, just like the tendons and blood vessels of some creatures, giving people a sense of evil and disgusting déjà vu, and Ronan did not find the location where the core runes were embedded. For some reason, Ronan always felt a little familiar. Recalling carefully, he suddenly remembered that the strange feather mask he got from the third-level wizard Anshao of the Resurrection Society in the Goblin Plains seemed to have the same internal structure. Is there any connection between the two? Ronan thought about it, and as if he had an idea, he casually spread out the drawings in his hand one by one in front of him. After a few simple changes and combinations, finally, all the drawings were like a puzzle, forming a complete pattern. It was a strange and hideous monster. It had a hunched body, bared teeth and a gaping mouth, 2 long crescent-shaped horns on its head, slender and strong limbs, a long tail, and many short spikes growing on its body. When the pattern was put together, a chaotic, cruel, and violent atmosphere immediately came to his face. "Ah!" Beatrice cried out in a low voice, and subconsciously turned to look at the cold man behind her, whose expression was also shocked. Judging from the reactions of the two, it seemed that even they didn't know that there was such a secret hidden in the drawings. Perhaps they didn't have time to study the drawings carefully after getting them, and were killed by the voodoo wizards. Ronan's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the monster pattern in front of him and asked, "What kind of effect will this evil weapon and set have on the user?" "So far, there is no effect. I just have nightmares occasionally at night. The strength gained by absorbing evil thoughts will quickly fade after a period of time. Moreover, there is an upper limit to this absorption, and it cannot be improved endlessly. How many evil weapons did the Perrick family get in the ancient ruins? What about similar blueprints?" The stern man hesitated and glanced at Beatrice in front of him. The latter was so stupid that she didn't react at all, so she replied honestly, "There are a total of 5 evil weapons, but 2 were destroyed in the battle. Excluding the one for you, sir, we still have 2. There are 3 sets of blueprints in total. In addition to this set of cowardice, there is also a set of depravity and a set of madness." Ronan asked several questions in a row, and the stern man answered them all one by one. After asking, Ronan nodded to indicate that he accepted the things. The 2 did not say anything else and hurriedly said goodbye and left. They were probably eager to go back and study the 2 sets of drawings in their hands. After the 2 left, Ronan naturally turned his eyes to Molly. "Do you recognize this thing?" Molly sat on the chair, curled her lips, and said, It's just a magical weapon created by ancient wizards when studying monsters from another world. It's not a rare thing. Monsters from another world. Ronan blinked and subconsciously thought of the broken world stone that flowed out of the ruins of the ancient mirror garden. He had read the relevant information. Ancient wizards were generally keen on exploring the other world, and based on the products of the other world, they researched and created many strange and weird things. Many of them are still used by wizards today. The most common one is the communication stone. It is said that the creation of the communication rune was the inspiration that the ancient wizards got from the other world. It turns out that the magic tool set is designed based on the body of a powerful creature. You don't even know this. Molly sneered and shook her head. The higher the level of the magic tool set, the more powerful the blueprint is. The main purpose of the so-called magic tool set at the beginning of its creation was to imitate and inherit the power of those powerful ancient, and even ancient creatures. This is a safer and simpler way than directly transforming blood. Some of the designs of the sets are even from some wizards themselves. The set that Selena wears is based on the body of the Life Witch, the ancestor of their Alba family. Even wizards themselves can be used as the design blueprint for the set? Exclamation mark. Ronan accepted this concept for the first time, and his mind was shocked. At this moment, he was able to glimpse the power of the tip of the iceberg of ancient wizards. In ancient times, there was a small group of people standing at the top of the wizard pyramid. Their strength was so strong that they could even be compared with ancient magic beast overlords such as the Phoenix and the Frost Hydra. As for this so-called cowardly suit, Molly glanced at the drawings that Ronan had spread out on the floor and said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, this is an evil suit designed based on the cowardly fallen demon from the abyss." Chapter 240, Ancient Secrets, Demili Plateau, Wild Wheat. Abyssal Demon? This was another word Ronan had heard for the first time. "You should know the reason why the multi-ring continent was formed," Molly said, and Ronan nodded. The fight between ancient wizards broke up the continent that was originally a whole. The tilt of free energy particles between heaven and earth caused the broken continental plates to sink, and eventually formed a world structure similar to the broken ladder. But what does this have to do with the abyssal demon? You would believe such a statement to deceive a 3-year-old child. Would anyone be stupid enough to destroy the home they live in? Molly showed Ronan a disdainful and sneering expression without any hesitation, and then replied lightly, "The shattering of the ancient continent was not caused by the civil war between ancient wizards. The real reason was the invasion of forces from another world." The invasion of forces from another world. Ronan blinked and was stunned. In the ancient times, wizards' exploration and research of the arcane reached a peak. Their strength was strong enough to despise the gods, and their ambitions also expanded with their strength. The proud ancient wizards regarded the entire universe as their hunting grounds, abused the world stone without restraint and rules, opened countless passages to the space of other worlds, plundered the resources of various worlds, and conducted their own experiments in different planes. As a result, a large number of creatures from other worlds poured in, which eventually led to a huge disaster. The ancient wizards reaped what they sowed and paid an extremely painful price. The situation was so bad that even the once brilliant civilization was almost on the verge of extinction. Fortunately, this disaster was finally calmed down. And the Abyss Demon is one of the main sources of this world-destroying disaster. What? The truth revealed in Molly's words caused a great shock to Ronan, and his mind couldn't help but shake violently. Why have I never read about this in any ancient books? Did the ancient wizards hide the truth? Ronan looked stunned. Of course. Molly pulled the corner of her mouth and sneered, "If it were you, would you write down such a shameful thing and pass it on to future generations?" The ancient wizards caused the glory of the entire wizard civilization to disappear because of their arrogance and stupidity, and the world became a messy battlefield. They don't want to be cursed by future wizards generation after their souls return to heaven. Ronan took a breath and tried to digest everything Molly said. The biggest feature of the Abyss Demon is that it can feed on negative emotions. Of course, fresh and tender flesh and souls full of pain are also supreme delicacies for them. The cowardly demon is considered to be a very weak type of Abyss Demon, equivalent to a cannon fodder. Even if this set of magic tools is forged, it is not of much value. Molly said, suddenly narrowing her eyes, and a hint of coldness appeared on her beautiful face. Why do you think the guys in the Resurrection Society are so annoying? Because they have always been the most loyal lackeys of the Abyss Demon. A small group of them even have the dirty blood of the Abyss Demon flowing in their bodies. Their real delusion is to open all the space channels sealed by the ancient wizards, usher in the army of the Abyss Demon, and redeem the failure tens of millions of years ago. No wonder Ronan finally understood why the composition of the cowardly suit in front of him was so similar to the strange feather mask obtained from the secret leader of the Resurrection Society. The evil suit worn by the cold man beside Beatrice is also somewhat similar to the armor worn by the 5th-level wizard of the Resurrection Society who caused killing and chaos in the battle for wizards. It turns out that the Resurrection Society has always been the minions of the Abyss Demon. In the Resurrection Society, there may even be real Abyss Demons that have survived from the ancient times. A long time has passed, and God knows how much power they have developed in the dark side of the world. No wonder the wizarding world has repeatedly encircled and exterminated the Resurrection Society, but these guys can never be killed. Ronan suddenly felt worried, as if a catastrophe might come at any time. But thinking of this major event that concerns the survival of the entire wizarding world, it is not his turn as a small 3rd-level wizard to worry about it. If the sky falls, there will naturally be taller people to support it first, and his mood slowly calmed down. After looking at the forging drawings in front of him for a while, Ronan carefully put it away together with the evil weapon. Although Molly looked down on these two things in her words, the size of the power also depends on who you compare it with. At least from the effect of the cold man wearing it, Ronan felt that this set of equipment could have a significant increase in combat effectiveness in the fog, or even in the dawn stage. This also indirectly reflects the power of the Abyss Demon. 5 days later, on the blue sea like a mirror, the huge magic spaceship was floating quietly, the sea breeze blew the white sails, and several seabirds landed on the mast to preen their feathers. Ronan and Molly stood in the sky outside the deck. In front of them were Beatrice and the two who said goodbye to them. I will always miss Molly during these days. Beatrice mustered up her courage and stepped forward to shake hands with Molly to say goodbye. Because Ronan burst out with the strength to easily kill the 3rd level, the girlfriend friendship between Beatrice and Molly seemed to have changed. In the days that followed, Beatrice never dared to take the initiative to look for Molly. Occasionally, she was respectful and cautious. For this reason, Molly complained to Ronan more than once, saying that he ruined her last few days of happy time. Beatrice's initiative to step forward was also a great burst of courage, mainly because of her naive personality. However, what Ronan didn't expect was that in the face of Beatrice's farewell, Molly smiled slightly, and then went up to hug her gently, and Beatrice burst into tears on the spot. Ronan noticed a detail. When Molly was hugging Beatrice, a red ladybug the size of a rice grain crawled out from the nail of her right index finger and quietly crawled into Beatrice's collar. His eyes flickered, but he didn't point it out. Molly's secret method looked like some kind of special mark. The ship is now located in the East Coast area, less than 10 kilometers away from the coastline. Ronan's direction of home is different from Beatrice and others, so he chose to get off the ship here in advance. After a simple farewell, Ronan used his mental power to hold Molly and broke through the air in the direction of his memory. It is our luck to meet them. The cold man looked at the two people's backs that were quickly going away, and whispered with emotion, the heroic spirit of the Perrick family is protecting you, Beatrice. Don't let down everyone who has expectations of you. With the inheritance and the blueprints, sooner or later we will be able to return to the south and demand blood debts from the voodoo cult. Beatrice nodded, still immersed in the faint sadness of parting, and did not speak. Suddenly, there was a splash and a commotion below. The two looked down and saw that several young wizard apprentices who were standing on the first deck suddenly jumped into the water and swam hard in the direction where Ronan and the others left. There were a total of 4 people who fell into the water, but 3 of them gave up and turned back after swimming for a while. Only one red-haired boy was still persisting. Naive little guys, the stern man shook his head when he saw this scene, and then called Beatrice, let's go. Beatrice nodded, and finally looked towards the horizon, turned around and left with the stern man. There is a little guy who seems to want to follow you. Between the sea and the sky, in the whistling sea breeze, Molly gently lifted the hair by her ear and said to Ronan. Ronan didn't look back and said lightly, I know. His mental power had already detected a figure swimming hard to catch up with them a few kilometers behind him. It was the red-haired boy who had always looked at him with eager and earnest eyes every time he appeared on the deck. It's really interesting. Molly suddenly sighed inexplicably and said, if it weren't for this experience, I would never know that observing the lives of ants is so interesting. Ronan glanced at her and suddenly said, "You left a mark on Beatrice. You don't want to end this friendship. I misjudged you. I didn't expect that you really regarded Beatrice as a friend. Let me guess again." Ronan's eyes gently swept across Molly's cheek and said, "You have always hated Selena very much? The real reason is that you want to be friends with her, right? It's just that you don't know what is the right way to get along. Both of you have flaws in your personality. You have come to the opposite side without knowing why, and you are unwilling to let go of your face, so you can only make the best of a bad situation and force this relationship to continue. This is probably the stupidest joke I have heard in these days." Molly squinted at Ronan with a cold expression. "It's really not funny at all, you ignorant, arrogant, and self-righteous ice earthworm." Ronan smiled faintly and did not refute. The soul connection between him and Molly was growing day by day, and the two of them understood each other more deeply and clearly. Molly was a very contradictory person. She looked like a monster on the outside, but she seemed to be more emotional and softer than anyone else on the inside. She seemed to care about nothing, but she actually cared about many things, but she just didn't want to show it. She reminded Ronan of a kind of fruit. "Enough, stop making those meaningless assumptions and guesses about me." A slight pain on his wrist interrupted Ronan's thoughts. He tilted his head and saw that Molly, who had just bitten his hand hard, was staring at him with an extremely fierce look. Under this fierceness, there was also a kind of shame and anger, as if someone had seen him naked. Ronan said nothing and cut off the idea just now. Soon, the two officially landed. When his feet gently stepped on the sandy land on the east coast, an inexplicable throbbing arose in Ronan's heart. He instantly caught some small changes in his soul, and his eyes glowed slightly. Uka didn't lie to me. If I want to solve the problem of my soul, I should come back. Ronan exhaled lightly. Before he hurried on, he used his mental power to detect the figure of the red-haired boy who was still struggling in the waves behind him. This guy has barely swum less than a kilometer now, but he looks like he is almost exhausted. If he continues, he will most likely die under the swallowing of the waves. Ronan thought about it, took out a runestone, engraved something, and then threw it out. After doing all this, he no longer paid attention to everything behind him and called Molly to continue on his way. "Let's go. Come on. Harry. You can do it. You don't want to spend your life in mediocrity, do you? They are all descendants of great nobles. When they go back, they can easily have everything. But your father is just a gardener. You only have this chance left to change your fate. Even if it means death, you must seize it." In the cold seawater, the soaked red-haired boy tried to swing his limbs and paddle forward. He didn't jump off the boat in a fit of rage. He prepared for this plan for a whole week. He tied all the bubbles, water, and food to replenish his energy on his body. He didn't know how far he was from the coast, and he didn't know whether the adult would stop to look at him even once. He didn't even know if it was really meaningful for him to do this. But this was really his only chance. He could only give it a try. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the red-haired boy Harry was choked by the seawater and started coughing violently. It happened that a wave of moderate size came, and Harry was accidentally splashed into the water by the waves. When he finally struggled to float out of the water, something terrible happened. Because of the accident just now, all the supplies tied to his body fell into the water. Damn it! At this moment, Harry was a little desperate. However, at this moment, a white stream of light suddenly flew from a distance and landed squarely in Harry's hand. Harry held the object that suddenly fell tightly in his hand. When he touched the hard and cold object, a piece of information had been transmitted to his mind. Demili Plateau is a place name. Harry looked confused and had no idea where this place was. But the next second, a blazing hope quickly ignited in his gray eyes, and a steady stream of power surged out of his body. That adult gave it to me. That adult saw me. He saw me. He was willing to give me a chance. Ha ha! Harry's heart was filled with sudden ecstasy. He had seen the golden tentacles smash the sun in the sky, and saw dozens of miles of sea surface frozen by a finger. Those were the supreme scenery he had always dreamed of. Wizard. He must become a wizard as powerful as that adult. He will definitely survive, even if he walks through every inch of land on the east coast. He will definitely find the place that adult pointed out to him, the Demili Plateau. Demili Plateau. On a yellow and green soil slope, two figures on horseback stopped. One of them slowly pulled down the hood on his head, revealing a fair and handsome young face. "Here is not far from my home." Ronan got off the horse, squatted down, casually pulled a few wild wheat at his feet, and crushed the shriveled wheat grains between his fingers bit by bit. "It's time to harvest wild wheat again," Ronan spoke softly, stood up and looked at the undulating fields in the distance. On the land dotted with jungles, you can see pieces of cultivated land, and some golden color remains on the land. Molly raised her hand slightly, and took a few wild wheat that Ronan had just pulled out of thin air, and put them in her mouth and chewed them twice out of curiosity, but soon spit them out with disgust. "What is this? Before you became a wizard, did you rely on eating this every day for a living?" "No." Ronan shook his head. "This is the food that the common people eat. I eat much better than this. My father is a very harsh lord. The people under his rule often cannot eat because of paying taxes, and can only rely on this nutritionless wild wheat to fill their stomachs. Let's go." Ronan calmly led the horse and said softly, "We'll be home soon." What he said did not seem to be entirely an explanation to Molly, but also like he was talking to another self in his body. Chapter 241 Father. Ronan led Molly along a hillside, through the jungle, wheat fields, and several small villages, and finally saw a gray castle standing on a cliff of a low mountain beside a small river covered with dead leaves. The closer he got to this place in his memory, the more clearly Ronan could feel the inexplicable throbbing from the depths of his soul. Many strange and familiar images kept pouring out from the depths of his mind, like old shells buried deep under the beach and washed out by the waves. Ronan was in a delicate state all the time. As if catching Ronan's mood changes, Molly rarely spoke to him and remained silent. The two rode along the gravel path all the way up the mountain. When passing through a sparse bush, Ronan smelled a faint smell of blood and the wind blowing in his face. "It seems that you came back at the right time." Molly grabbed the horse rope, raised her head and sniffed lightly, and said to Ronan lazily. Ronan nodded. "Logically speaking, we should have met the guards on duty at the bottom of the mountain." He spread his mental power and soon took in the situation on the top of the mountain. Ronan's face did not show much fluctuation, but he gently stroked his chest with a slightly different color. Regarding how to solve the problem of the fusion of different souls in the body, the spiritual wizard Evika suggested that he try to resolve the unfinished obsession of his predecessor. So Ronan would think about going home, but he never knew what the obsession of his predecessor Ronan was. Until this moment, he finally got some inspiration. "You can take your time. I'll go up and take a look first." Ronan put down his hand and said to Molly in a calm tone, and then the whole person disappeared suddenly on the slowly pacing horseback. Molly yawned boredly, looking listless. Under the huge and towering castle, the thick protective gate was wide open. In an open space in front of the castle, a large group of fully armed guards were surrounding several foreign enemies who had suddenly invaded the castle, but the advantage in numbers could not bring these poor guards any sense of security. The enemies they were besieging were extremely brave, and the battle had continued until now, and the ground was already full of cold corpses and wounded people wailing in pain. Tyr, one of the surrounded men, was more than 2 meters tall, wearing half-body armor. The black tower-like burly man suddenly chopped an unlucky guard in half with a heavy sword, wiped the blood splattered on his face, laughed in one direction, and shouted, "Dear Earl Damien, do you know who wants your life?" "Who?" At the outermost edge of the battle group, a short and fat middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes who was tightly guarded by several knights couldn't help but step forward when he heard the voice, and responded with an ugly face, "Knight? Or Ranif? No matter who sent you, I am willing to pay twice the reward." "No, no, no." The black tower-like burly man shook his head, raised his hand and swung his sword, throwing out a half-moon-shaped white air wave, and replied, "The person who commissioned us is called Dick. Dick Brooke." The short and fat middle-aged man frowned tightly. "I don't know this person at all." "Of course you don't remember him, because he is just a poor, alcoholic blacksmith with not very good skills. Compared with you, the Honorable Earl, he is just a bug hiding in a damp and dark corner." The burly man in the black tower grinned, and a mocking look appeared on his ferocious face covered with blood. 5 years ago, you stole his wife, and now he spends a copper coin to let us take your head." When the short and fat middle-aged man heard the words of the burly man in the black tower, his face changed rapidly, and then he shouted angrily, "Bullshit, I bought it. I gave him a full 2,000 gold coins." The burly man in the black tower narrowed his eyes and was about to speak, but a thin figure wrapped in a black robe behind him snorted coldly and said in a tough tone, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and solve it." The powerful and unruly burly man in the Black Tower unexpectedly did not have the slightest dissatisfaction with the black-robed man's commanding tone. Instead, he nodded quite respectfully and shut his mouth, as if the black-robed man was the real leader of their small team. He stepped forward and slashed, and the 3 guards blocking his way were all cut off by his sword, including their bodies, armor and weapons. Blood gushed out like money. For a moment, the guards who had not yet completely died lay on the ground and howled miserably, and their organs kept rolling out from under their bodies. At this time, 2 figures wearing silver knight armor who had been following the short and fat middle-aged man rushed into the battle group. The 2 were very powerful, and the light of fighting spirit burst out from the sword blades. The strength of each of them was almost not inferior to that of the Black Tower strongman. The addition of the 2 people dispersed the small group of several invaders in an instant, and the surrounding guards also rushed up, and the situation of the battle seemed to change because of this. However, at this moment, the black-robed man who had previously given the order to the Black Tower strongman snorted. He took out a bright potion bottle from under his black robe and smashed it on the ground casually. Bang! A cloud of thick smoke quickly rose, forming a small green mushroom cloud in the field. Then the black-robed man chanted a strange and difficult spell, and immediately a gust of wind rose for no reason, blowing away the mushroom-shaped smoke. In an instant, except for the Black Tower strongman and others, all the guards who were blown by the green smoke fell down and rose like wheat being cut, their faces dark blue, foaming at the mouth and pulling out wildly. Only the 2 silver-armored knights who joined the battle later still retained a certain degree of mobility, and were staggering and trying to retreat. The black-robed man raised his hand slightly, and 2 ping-pong-sized fireballs jumped out from under his black robe like a magic trick, hitting the 2 silver-armored knights in the blink of an eye. The silver-armored knights hit by the fireballs immediately turned into burning firemen. Before they could scream, the Black Tower strongman caught up and cut off the heads of both of them with one sword. Witch wizard. The short and fat middle-aged man who was watching this scene from a distance suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the black-robed man who was full of mysterious aura, with a look of shock on his face. As expected of a noble, he is indeed knowledgeable. The Black Tower strongman laughed, holding a big sword, and slowly walked towards the short and fat middle-aged man, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Don't kill him first. The black-robed man who completely turned the tide of the battle said coldly behind the Black Tower strongman. Let him spit out all the treasures. And you, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? Why don't you go in and search? Understood. The Black Tower strongman and the rest of the team members seemed to be extremely afraid of the black-robed man, and all nodded respectfully. Except for the Black Tower strongman, the rest of the team all flashed into the castle, and a panicked woman's cry immediately rang out in the castle. At this time, the short and fat middle-aged man finally recovered from his shock. Looking at the Black Tower sturdy man who was slowly approaching him with a big sword, the man's eyes showed a bit of despair, but he forced himself to look at the black-robed man and gritted his teeth and said, I can give you all the wealth I have accumulated, but please don't touch my family. My dear Earl, you are not qualified to bargain with us now. The black-robed man didn't say anything, but the Black Tower sturdy man who had already walked up to him sneered and stretched out his big hand to grab the short and fat middle-aged man. Just when he was about to grab the man's collar, suddenly, the Black Tower sturdy man's hand stopped moving. He suddenly felt that the air around him seemed to become extremely sticky in an instant, and even the light in front of him became distorted. The Black Tower sturdy man was sweating profusely, his muscles were tense, and he tried his best to move his body, but even if he tried so hard that his face turned red and the veins on his neck were bulging, he still couldn't move even one of his little fingers. He looked towards the black-robed man for help, but suddenly found that the black-robed man, who had always been so powerful in his mind that he could not be defeated and was not on the same level as them, was now trembling all over and kneeling on the ground facing one direction. Suddenly, the mysterious power that bound the black-towered man disappeared. Then an extremely dazzling light was projected from the top of his head. The black-towered man looked up blankly, and at that moment he seemed to see a round of extremely hot sun rising slowly above the castle. At a certain moment, a calm voice sounded in the black-towered man's ears. The voice said softly, "Long time no see, father, I'm back." The next moment, the black-towered man saw the sun slowly fall into the field, and countless rays of light turned into a young and handsome young man. He passed the black-robed man who kept kowtowing on the ground, passed himself, and walked straight to the short and fat middle-aged man. The latter's expression was first stunned, then shocked, incredible, and finally turned into boundless excitement and ecstasy. He stretched out his hand to touch the young man's cheek, but pulled it back in fear halfway through. He just trembled his lips and said, "Ronan, Ronan, my dearest son, you are finally back." Ronan stood quietly in the open space in front of the castle, watching everyone silently and busy cleaning up the battlefield quickly. All the relatives of the Damien family came out of the castle at this time. Together with his father, fierce Damien, they stood more than 10 meters away from him, staring at him with all kinds of complicated eyes. But no one dared to come up and say hello to him, including fierce Damien himself. Ronan felt as if something in his soul was slowly dissolving. This process was very wonderful and indescribable, just like a puzzle with some pieces missing was constantly being pieced together, and it was like some wrinkles on a piece of silk were being gently smoothed out. Call up the character panel. Ronan saw the progress of the strength column, which was rapidly improving at a steady pace. In just a few breaths, it increased from the original 65% to 69%, and only slowed down after breaking through 70%. In the consciousness space, the 7th spiritual power crystal was also rapidly completed, and the prototype of the 8th crystal appeared. But the real improvement was not limited to this. Although it was impossible to detect, Ronan had a strong intuition that his soul qualifications had improved, and some impurities in his soul had been removed. On the last road from the fog to dawn, some thorns were swept away and became smoother. Gain the respect and recognition of my family, especially my father, Farah assured Damien. Ronan felt all this and thought about it. This was the first obsession of his predecessor Ronan that he captured. Speaking of it, it was really a coincidence. He even wanted to thank this group of robbers who chose to invade Damien's house at the right time. If it weren't for this group of people, this obsession would not have been achieved so smoothly and the effect would have been so perfect. Ronan. A hesitant and slightly nervous voice sounded in Ronan's ears. Ronan turned around and saw his father, Farah, standing in front of him, looking like he wanted to get close to him but was cautious in every way. Father. Ronan's words seemed to ease some of Count Farah's nervousness. He took a deep breath and then quickly spoke to Ronan. Chapter 242 Bucket List, Inheritance. There's a girl who said she is your friend. She is outside now. The girl that Count Farah was talking about was Molly. She waited until Ronan's affairs were all settled before coming up. Molly's appearance and temperament were so outstanding that no one dared to stop her. She had a smooth journey. He's my friend. Ronan nodded, and Count Farah breathed a sigh of relief, then continued, we found out that this group of damn robbers were originally members of a group called defying Adventure Group. They specifically robbed nobles under the banner of standing up for civilians to support the wizard in their team. These bastards keep saying that they are doing it for justice, but in fact they are not doing it for gold coins. 5 years ago, the blacksmith named Dick used his own wife to pay off his debts. He is an out-and-out gambler and drunkard. Count Farah said, gritting his teeth, but Ronan was not interested in these things at all. He raised his hand slightly to interrupt Count Farah, and then strolled to a group of thugs who were tied up and kneeling in front of a pile of corpses. Everyone who passed by them had an undisguised look of hatred on their faces. The family soldiers under Felicia suffered heavy casualties in this battle, including 2 of the strongest knight-level warriors. Ronan still had a good impression of one of them. If I remember correctly, the other party had taught him swordsmanship when he was young. All the members of the chivalrous adventure group, led by the strong man in the black tower, were here, like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The wizard in black robe also revealed his true face at this time. Surprisingly, it was a woman with a large black birthmark on her face and an ugly appearance. The woman knelt on the ground, and her body under the black robe was still trembling uncontrollably. Her performance was even worse than those of the chivalrous adventure group mercenaries under her. It was not that her psychological quality was poor, but only she knew best that the handsome young man standing in front of them was terrifying. Compared with the other party, as a 4th-level wizard apprentice, she was like a firefly under the scorching sun, and she felt that she would be forced to melt at any moment. Name. Ronan looked at the woman and spoke calmly. The woman trembled and answered, Sandri. Annie Keeserkin. Ronan asked a few simple questions and learned that the woman named Sandri in front of him came from the neighboring kingdom. She was an orphan. When she was young, she saved a dying wandering wizard. After the other party died, she naturally inherited the other party's mantle, and then relied on self-study to practice little by little to reach the current realm. According to Sandry, there is a wizard organization called Guild on the East Coast, which has influence throughout the major kingdoms on the East Coast. There are many wizards like her in the guild. She can use worldly wealth to exchange for certain practice resources. After all, most wizards who choose to live in the secular world also need gold coins to support their enjoyment. But because the guild has clear regulations that wizards are not allowed to use their power to interfere with the secular world privately, once violated, they will be severely punished, so Sandry chose to cooperate with the adventure group to rob the nobles. I didn't know that there is still a great existence like you in this land. Sandry sighed sincerely and buried her head deeply between her knees. Sandry had seen the most powerful wizard, but his mental power was not even 1/10,000th of the man in front of him. Ronan listened to Sandry's story quietly, nodded slightly, and then looked at her calmly. Do you still want to live? Sandry looked up suddenly. What do I need to pay you? What do you think? Sandry reacted and quickly threw herself at Ronan's feet, kissing the soil under his feet, while quickly reciting the spell to sign the soul contract. The members of the chivalrous adventure group who were kneeling behind Sandry saw the meaning of Sandry's behavior, and they also knelt forward and rushed to say, "We can also be loyal, sir, we." Swoosh, a slight sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the shouting of the adventurers led by the Black Tower strongmen stopped immediately, and they all fell to the ground. There was a small round hole in the center of each person's forehead, and thick blood flowed out of it. Ronan casually put away the titanium that had transformed into a flying needle, took out the cowbell of skeleton death bell, and collected the souls of several people, serving as food for the ghost boy Ahoshaya in the cowbell. Then he signed the remaining master servant's contract with Sandry, and the matter came to an end. The reason why he didn't kill Sandry was because she had good qualifications. Although her soul was still young, she could reach the level of a 4th level apprentice through self-study. It might not be a big deal in the southern wizard world, but it was quite rare on the East Coast. Wizards have a long lifespan, and Sandry can protect the Damien family for a long time for him. As for the Black Tower strongmen and others, their loyalty would be higher if they were refined into undead puppets, so there was no need to keep them. After accepting Sandry, Ronan noticed that the changes in his body that had been suspended continued again. Obviously, protecting the family was also one of the obsessions of the predecessor Ronan. Ronan felt that his soul was like a pot of thick soup. What he had to do now was to slowly stir and melt the remaining butter cubes in this pot of thick soup. After doing all this, Ronan turned around and looked at the family members of the Damien family who were waiting nearby. He looked around and saw that many people were nervous. Ronan saw a familiar or unfamiliar face after another, and memories surged in his mind. Finally, he stopped at a beautiful woman who was staring at him closely, her lips tightly pursed, her eyes excited, but she was trying hard not to show it. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he walked towards the beautiful woman step by step. When he walked in front of the beautiful woman, he gently said, "Mother." In an instant, tears burst out of the beautiful woman's eyes, and she hugged him and burst into tears. At night, in the brightly lit castle banquet hall, the gorgeous long table covered with red cloth was filled with all kinds of food. Ronan quietly tasted every dish in front of him. Every time he took a bite, he would close his eyes and pause for a while to savor it carefully. Molly sat next to him, feasting without any aristocratic temperament. Count Fayers and the dignified and beautiful woman with chestnut hair tied up in a bun did not move their knives and forks, but just looked at the two of them. When the last dish that he could not forget in his memory was finished, Ronan let out a light breath. The moment he put down his knife and fork, his whole body seemed to become a little more clear from the inside out, but this incredible feeling was only felt by Ronan himself. "Ronan, Ronan." Seeing that Ronan had finished his meal, Count Fayers, who was sitting opposite him, called his name tentatively. His son, whom he had not seen for 6 years, returned with an irresistible and powerful attitude, and he had not yet found the right position for himself in this strange relationship. "Father, you say?" Ronan looked at Count Fayers calmly and spoke, but the latter seemed very restrained. "I have given the order. Starting tomorrow, all the people in the Damien family will come to see you one by one. The painter you requested is on the way." Count Fayers mentioned the things Ronan had told him one by one. If an uninformed bystander was present, it would be impossible to tell that this was a communication between a father and son. It was more like a subordinate reporting to his superior. Ronan was also very clear about this, but he didn't care. From the moment he stepped into the castle, The memory of his predecessor Ronan constantly provided him with all kinds of strange and bizarre revelations, trivial and complicated. If all these things were written on paper, it would probably be a very long bucket list. And he could only patiently complete them one by one. When Count Faircher finished the last thing, he looked at Ronan and said hesitantly, "Will you leave again after you come back this time?" "Of course." Ronan nodded. "I can only stay for a while, and after I leave this time, I probably won't come back for a long time. But before I leave, I will try my best to arrange everything." Count Faircher's face suddenly showed a disappointed expression. Although he didn't know much about wizards, judging from the Witch of the Chivalrous Adventure Group's respectful attitude towards Ronan, his second son may have climbed to a very high level in the wizard world. If the other party is willing to stay, he can't imagine how prosperous the Damien family will develop. Unfortunately, a woman's soft sobbing sounded in the hall. Ronan turned his head and quietly looked at the dignified and beautiful woman who was wiping her tears with a handkerchief on the side of the long table. He thought about it and finally couldn't help but say, "Mother." The beautiful woman stopped crying and looked up at him with red eyes. "Where is Liar?" Ronan said a name. Count Faircher had 7 wives, and in the 6 years since Ronan left home, this number increased to 12. He had many children, and in the huge Damien family, the person that the predecessor Ronan cared about most, apart from Count Faircher and his biological mother, was probably his sister Liar, with whom he had always had the best relationship since childhood. When he was in the south, he often received letters from her. The last time he received a letter, he learned that she was about to get engaged. Liar was also one of the strongest obsessions of the predecessor Ronan. However, Ronan had not seen her since he came back this time. He guessed that she might have married, and the time was about right. However, in the face of Ronan's question, the dignified and beautiful woman suddenly fell silent. Count Faircher's expression also became a little strange. When Ronan felt something was wrong and frowned slightly, he heard Count Faircher sigh softly and said, "Liar died last summer." In an instant, all the candlelight in the castle hall, which was brightly lit like daylight, dimmed. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely depressing. Molly, who had been eating, suddenly stopped eating, raised her head, and looked at Ronan with a strange look. In the dim light, Ronan's face was expressionless at this moment, and he looked very calm. But at this moment, Molly seemed to hear the crisp sound of something breaking quietly in her heart. The days in the earldom passed slowly and calmly like a river covered with dead leaves in late autumn. The Damien family prepared for winter hunting to celebrate the harvest, and the lively scene seemed very different from previous years. The whole castle became quiet. The people living in the castle kept their voices low when communicating with each other, and slowed down their steps as much as possible, as if they were afraid of disturbing someone. The autumn afternoon sun shone through the dark green leaves of the creeper and shone on the wall, but it was not very warm. A group of children aged 7 or 8, dressed in luxurious clothes, gathered together, stepped on a support made of several discarded bricks and stones, and opened their eyes wide and curiously peeped through the window to look inside. The room was very quiet. Only a painter with long braids was busy in front of the drawing board. The children's attention was not on the colorful paint, but on the man sitting opposite the painter, who was quietly flipping through a book. The children could not see the man's specific appearance, but only glimpsed a pure black robe embroidered with silver edges. It seemed that there was light flowing on the robe from time to time, and there seemed to be many flickering lights surrounding it, just like the starry sky on a midsummer night, full of mysterious and profound colors. The children gradually became fascinated. After an unknown amount of time, a cough sounded. A boy who was frightened accidentally fell off the stone, and all the children immediately panicked and scattered like birds and beasts. "It's fine." The sweaty painter put down his pen and stammered nervously. Ronan heard the voice, gently closed the page of the book, stood up, and walked slowly over to check the other party's work. On the newly dyed canvas of the drawing board, there was a handsome and peaceful image of a young man wearing a wizard's robe. It was only about 50% similar to Ronan himself. It was not a matter of satisfaction or dissatisfaction. With Ronan's current spiritual power, even if he tried his best to restrain it, the force field naturally emitted by his body would distort the light, and ordinary people could not really see the details of his facial features. It was remarkable that the painter in front of him could paint his portrait like this while being in the same room with him. There was a gentle knock on the door, and Count Faircher pushed the door open. Ronan nodded slightly, and the painter beside him immediately withdrew with the drawing board as if he had been pardoned. Count Fresser came over, glanced at the painting in Ronan's hand, and then talked to him in a low voice. Soon, the two left the room. They walked forward, then went down the stairs of the castle, and finally stopped in front of a secret room. This was a newly excavated underground secret room. Even though it had been repaired many times, the air was still filled with a slightly damp smell of rotten soil. Ronan casually raised his hand, and a beam of light shone from his fingers, illuminating the entire secret room as if it were daytime. Count Fresser stopped at the door tactfully, turned around and left, leaving him alone here. Ronan walked in slowly, looking up at the underground secret room. The space was not large, only about 30 square meters, and it was empty. Except for the bare stone walls on all four sides, there was nothing inside. Everything was just as he had requested. Ronan showed a slight satisfaction on his face, and then shook his hand lightly, throwing out a bunch of things out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, his mental power spread out, carrying those materials, and quickly sank into the surrounding stone walls. On the surrounding stone walls, the sound of rustling of falling stones soon rang out, and strange and twisted rune patterns began to gradually appear. These patterns were densely packed and almost covered the entire stone wall space, and finally all gathered at Ronan's feet. When Ronan inserted the high-level magic stones that he had prepared long ago into several specific energy grooves, the entire rune array soon began to operate, and lines lit up one after another, adding a lot of mysterious colors to the small secret room. After doing all this, Ronan gently shook open the canvas that had already dried in his hand. Chapter 243 Agatha and Wallace. Looking at the painting in his hand, Ronan gently stroked the surface of the painting with his fingers, and some tiny glimmers of light penetrated into the canvas along his fingers. Soon, a magical scene happened. Hula hula, the sound of flipping pages was heard, and the young man in a black robe on the painting actually came to life, slowly flipping through the book in his hand like a real person. Ronan gently let go, and the entire canvas was lifted up by an invisible force and firmly embedded on the wall facing the entrance of the secret room. A thin layer of ice crystals rose up, making the entire painting framed like a crystal. This method is enough to keep the entire painting from decaying for hundreds of years or even longer. Ronan quietly admired his own portrait that was activated by special means, and then flipped his right hand, and 4 ice balls with a chill air appeared in his palm. The frost melted quickly, revealing the metal objects of various shapes sealed in it. There was a broken bench with a rhinoceros pattern, and an old copper kettle without a spout. Ronan grabbed with 5 fingers, and the 4 metal objects exploded with a bang and turned into large groups of reddish-brown thick clouds. In the smoke, the low roar of the monster came out, and a huge, heavy body with a metallic luster appeared faintly. Ronan looked calm, chanting a short spell, and silk threads formed by white light flew out from the fingertips of his 5 open fingers, quickly drilling into the rolling thick clouds. Soon, all the reddish-brown thick clouds converged and turned into the original metal objects again, flying to the 4 corners of the secret room and quietly placed. Back then in the ruins of the mechanical heart, Ronan got a lot of metal elemental life forms, which had been kept in his hands without being processed, but now they came in handy. Ronan squatted about 5 steps away from his portrait and drew on a stone slab with his index finger. His fingertips slid across the stone slab, bringing a faint light path. When the last stroke was made, the entire rune quickly disappeared, leaving no trace on the stone slab. Ronan tapped the stone slab lightly with his hand, and the disappeared rune reappeared with a crisp click sound, and a half-foot-deep pit appeared under the stone slab. Ronan took out a small storage waste bag that he had prepared long ago and threw it in. After thinking about it, he also put in the mysterious bone spur that he got from Andariel, which could directly hit the opponent's soul. After doing all this, he slowly stood up. Looking around the still empty chamber, Ronan muttered to himself, "I have set up a second-order rune array in this chamber, as well as 4 second-order metal element puppets. There should not be any wizards on the East Coast who can contend with this power, which is enough to protect the bloodline of the Damian family and ensure that it will not be cut off for hundreds of years." I checked all the members of the Damian family, but unfortunately none of them had the potential to become a wizard. There is a gardener's son who has good qualifications. I have told my father that every Damian born in the future will enter this chamber once when they are 8 years old. If they have the potential to be wizards, they will be able to see the clues hidden in this portrait and inherit the corresponding meditation and bodybuilding methods. If he is lucky enough, Ronan's eyes fell on the stone slab where he had just hidden his things, and he respects me, the wizard ancestor of the Damien family, enough to kowtow to my portrait. Then he can get the complete inheritance and resources I stored downstairs, which are enough to support him from an apprentice to a second-level wizard. Perhaps, 100 years later the Damien family will slowly develop into the wizard family you want. Ronan stopped talking to himself, paused, and then looked at the stone wall in front of him and said softly, "Are you dissatisfied with anything else?" As if hearing his words, the handsome young man in black robe and the oil painting inlaid on the stone wall put down the book in his hand, stood up, and looked at him quietly across the canvas. In an instant, Ronan felt something in his body melting rapidly, and the familiar fullness and clarity rose again. In the consciousness space, the eighth spiritual power crystal was also rapidly replenished. Some strange glimmers that others could hardly see emanated through his skin. Ronan raised his hand and looked at his right hand, which was glowing and showing a translucent feeling, with a slightly satisfied look on his face. He turned and left the secret room. The heavy stone door slowly closed behind him. The mysterious rune pattern on the stone door flashed by. Walking out from the underground all the way to the garden in the castle, Ronan kept walking, stepping on the air and walking up to the sky step by step, until he reached the spire of the castle where a flag representing the Damien family was hung, and then he stopped. The breeze blew up the hem of Ronan's robe. He stood at the highest point of the castle and looked down. In the open space in front of the castle, nearly 100 young men were neatly lined up there, selecting guards and knight apprentices. Some children were running around in the castle, playing and fighting, and the servants were busy doing their own jobs. In an open space on the dark side of the castle, Sandry, an apprentice witch with a large ugly birthmark on her face, was busy training a dozen undead corpse servants she had just trained. Ronan taught her the relevant spells. For a wandering wizard who roamed the East Coast and made a living by a few broken notebooks and looting mortals' property, the knowledge Ronan taught her was already a supreme inheritance. Sandry is now, at least on the surface, absolutely devoted to Ronan. I'm afraid she would not be willing to leave even if she was asked to. I just don't know if her loyalty to Ronan can gradually transfer to the Damien family as time goes by. Seeing Sandry, Ronan couldn't help but think of the red-haired boy who chased him off the boat when he arrived at the east coastline. Ronan also left something for the red-haired boy. If the other party can really find this place, perhaps it can also become a force to maintain the continuation of the Damien family's bloodline. Ronan stood under the sky, thinking casually, and finally found Molly on a roof covered with blue glazed tiles on the side of the castle, basking in the sun while watching the horsemen repairing the donkeys' hooves below. Ronan walked over and landed gently beside Molly. "Have you solved all your problems?" Molly turned to look at him. Ronan shook his head. "There's only one thing left. Come with me to place. It shouldn't take long." Molly nodded and stood up from the roof very cheerfully. Ronan wrapped her with his mental power, unfolded his robe, and flew Molly in one direction like a big bird. In his mind, the words that Count Faircher had said to him a few days ago echoed one by one. Lil fell in love with the son of the Baron of Fragrant Flowers. They held a wedding before you came back. In the summer of the second year, Lil gave birth to a daughter, but she died in childbirth. The child's name is Agatha. Now, she should be able to walk. Be quiet, my dear, close your eyes, the stars are twinkling, it's time to enter the night. The moon shines gently on the sea, dream of the miracles you will see. Sleep, little baby, in this sweet cradle. Go to sleep, my dear Agatha. While the green water lake is not frozen yet, we will go to see the black swan tomorrow. In the empty room, the young nanny gently kissed the girl's forehead and gently comforted her. When the girl closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully, the nanny stood up, blew out the candle, and then walked out of the room lightly. Creaky, the door closed gently, and the moonlight fell on the floor like a transparent silver gauze. Everything in the room seemed peaceful and quiet. Suddenly, a breeze blew, and the French window on the side of the room close to the balcony was gently blown open. Under the moonlight, two figures quietly appeared. Ronan pushed open the door and walked slowly into the room. He squatted beside the crib, and his black robe spread out on the floor. On the bed, a 2-year-old girl was sleeping soundly. Ronan's eyes slowly passed over the girl's face, hair, and body, and suddenly fell on the toy she was holding tightly in her hands. It was a little bear made of velvet, with rough workmanship, and the exposed seams were crooked. It was very old, and one of the eyes made of buttons on the little bear had fallen off. Lil. Ronan looked at the toy bear, his lips moved slightly, and a little wave appeared in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, This toy bear was made by his predecessor for Lil on her 5th birthday. She loved it very much and played with it until the predecessor Ronan left home. Unexpectedly, this little bear is now in the hands of Lil's daughter and has also become her favorite toy. Ronan gently looked at the sleeping girl in the cradle. Just like that, Molly stood beside him, looking at him with a strange look, as if she knew him for the first time. Time passed slowly like a river flowing calmly under the moonlight. Ronan gradually woke up from his memories. He reached out and gently stroked the girl's face. He unexpectedly felt an inexplicable throbbing from his blood. This throbbing of blood was much stronger than when he faced his biological father, Count Ferriture, and his biological mother. Ronan thought about it, cut his finger, and a drop of blood seeped out, and then was quickly sealed by a little bit of frost condensed from the void, and finally formed an extremely beautiful ice crystal gem. Ronan took out a necklace with a built-in protective spell from the space ring, strung the ice crystal gem that sealed a little of his blood on it, and then placed a gem necklace next to the girl. On the inside of the necklace, there was a line of small words engraved by him personally, given to Agatha. Ronan Damien Agatha Ronan whispered, and the girl sleeping in the crib seemed to hear his soft call, and her eyelashes trembled, as if she was about to wake up from her sleep. Ronan tapped the girl's eyebrows with one finger, and the latter was immediately soothed and fell asleep again. At this time, there were slight footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Ronan tilted his head, then leaned down and kissed the girl's cheek. "Let's go." The door opened quietly, and the little nanny holding an oil lamp walked in. She walked quickly to the crib, and saw the sleeping girl at a glance, and her hanging heart finally let go. "Hey, why is the window open? Did I forget to close it?" The little nanny suddenly noticed the half-open floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, and walked over in confusion. The balcony was quiet, without any abnormality, only the occasional owl cry. "The moonlight is so beautiful tonight." The little nanny was attracted by the moonlight outside and couldn't help but sigh and said, "May the moonlight bless our poor Agatha." She closed the French window and turned back into the room. She didn't see that just above her head, under the night sky, two figures were standing in the air, quietly overlooking this side. "She has good qualifications." Molly suddenly spoke, and of course she was talking about the little girl Agatha. "Yes." Ronan nodded, "Much better than I was at the beginning. Maybe there will be a chance to meet again in the future." Ronan retracted his gaze, and when he turned around, his face had completely returned to calm. He waved Molly to leave. On the way back to the Earl's territory from Xiangho territory, an unprecedented dramatic change began to take place in Ronan's body. With the final and greatest obsession of Liar, the predecessor, resolved, Ronan clearly felt that all the blocked lumps in his soul were completely dissolved at this moment. A series of memories flashed before his eyes. They were all the memories of his predecessor, Ronan, from the moment he could remember. From then on, this memory was no longer the memory of his predecessor. Like his previous life, it all belonged to Ronan. At this moment, Ronan felt that he had truly become a complete whole. Soon, the two of them arrived above the Earl's castle. "I need to retreat for a while." Ronan looked at Molly, who waved her hand indifferently. Ronan didn't talk nonsense with her. He took a breath and fell down quickly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the secret room at the bottom of the castle. At this time, his mental power and his consciousness space was growing rapidly, which was brought about by the significant improvement of his soul power. Before his soul was complete, the soul fragments left by his predecessor Ronan were redundant parts of his soul, and could even be counted as impurities. However, now, these fragments have dissolved and turned into nutrients for his soul, making his soul continue to grow. After this change, my soul qualification may be able to reach a higher level. Ronan thought, silently closing his eyes. Soon, strange light shone from every pore of his body, illuminating the entire secret room. That night, many people living in the castle felt an inexplicable throbbing in their sleep and woke up for no reason. As time passed, Ronan never came out since he entered the secret room that night. That afternoon, Molly, who was sitting on the roof watching the donkey hoof repair as usual to pass the time, suddenly seemed to sense something and looked in one direction, and the laziness on her face disappeared. She jumped off the roof directly, grabbed a horse and rushed out of the castle. Because of her special identity, no one dared to stop her. Molly galloped all the way, through the jungle, across the stream, and across the hillside. When she was a certain distance away from the castle, a touch of pain suddenly appeared on her face, and the whole person fell off the horse without any warning. Just as Molly was about to land, the space suddenly fell into complete stillness. The clouds in the sky, the wind, the galloping horse, the flowing water, and the falling Molly, everything was frozen by a mysterious force. In this absolute stillness, countless red dots of light emerged densely, and soon gathered together to form a slender and upright figure. The figure walked to Molly, stretched out a hand, and gently plucked at the void somewhere behind Molly. Bang! Some invisible string broke. In the next breath, everything that was still here resumed action again. Bang! Molly fell hard to the ground and rolled a few times in a slightly embarrassed manner. When she got up and saw the appearance of the person in front of her, a cold and complicated look immediately appeared on her beautiful face. "It's you, Wallace." The young man walked out from the countless red dots of light, wearing an extremely gorgeous golden robe, with a handsome appearance and an indescribable noble temperament. He looked at Molly, smiled and said softly, "You should call me Uncle, my dear Molly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Level 3 Completion, Leaving, Silver Tea Talk. "Okay, Wallace, I'll definitely be Wallace next time," Molly replied expressionlessly. The handsome young man with many golden lines on his face and many golden threads in his orange-red hair shook his head helplessly. He said nothing more, but just took out something and showed it to Molly. It was a translucent crystal ball, which was filled with a lot of black smoke, which occasionally turned into a painful and twisted man's face. If Ronan was here, he might be able to recognize that the soul of the man sealed in the crystal ball looked exactly like the purple-haired middle-aged wizard of the Resurrection Society who had chased him and burned the entire town of Homer Blue to ashes. When Molly saw the man's appearance, 2 rays of light instantly burst out of her beautiful eyes, and then her brows frowned again. She couldn't help asking, "Where's the other one? Where's the damn resurrection wearing the Abyss Demon armor, level 5? "I'm sorry, Molly." The handsome young man shook his head and said, "I was a little careless. I let the little guy slip away without paying attention, and only barely left him with an arm. You are really useless, Wallace." Molly stared at the handsome young man in front of her and gritted her teeth and said, "It's because you are like this every time that those people don't take us seriously at all. If the glory of Phoenix had not fallen, Vivian would not have died." Molly screamed hysterically, and the emotions that had been suppressed and buried deep in her heart for a long time were fully erupted at this moment. Some golden slender flames jumped out of her body, and in an instant, the surrounding grass, air, and the horses lying on the ground were all burned into charcoal. Molly's pupils also turned into a strange golden red, and a noble and ancient aura was released, which faintly transformed into a feather crown behind her. Seeing that Molly's emotions were about to get out of control, the thin fire-type free energy particles between heaven and earth all gathered in an instant, condensing into a huge and dazzling fire ring. Suddenly, at this moment, a more powerful and majestic invisible force appeared. With a whoosh, all the strange phenomena were extinguished. "I'm sorry, Molly." The handsome young man opened his arms and gently embraced Molly in his arms. Those golden flames licked and swayed on his neck and cheeks, but could not cause any harm to him. At this moment, his eyes were full of deep apology. "I didn't know it would have such a big impact on you. I am willing to make up for my mistakes. I know a few hidden bases of the Resurrection Society. Are you interested in walking with me?" After a long silence, a muffled hum sound came from his arms. The handsome young man immediately let out a sigh of relief. He loosened his hands, leaned down slightly, and looked at Molly in front of him with great tenderness. "It seems that this time is not all bad. Your bloodline has almost awakened to a level close to mine. Time flies so fast. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were lying in Manil's arms, just a little baby." The handsome young man's words seemed to remind Molly of something. Her eyes were slightly touched, but they were quickly covered up. "That's enough, Wallace. Sometimes you are so nagging like a sissy." Molly dodged the handsome young man's hand that tried to touch her cheek, and said coldly, "When are we leaving? If you want me to be in a better mood, you'd better hurry up." The handsome young man sighed helplessly and dotingly, then his expression returned to calmness, and his eyes looked behind Molly. He raised a finger, and a cluster of light golden flames quietly ignited at his fingertips. "What do you want to do?" Molly felt the indifference emanating from the handsome young man. Her eyes changed slightly, and she spoke hastily. Erase the traces of your existence in this place? And the guy who signed a coexistence contract with you for a period of time. The handsome young man looked at Molly in surprise, frowned and said, I smell the smell of rotten snow on you. I think you should have had enough. My poor little Jasmine, you really suffered. No. Don't. Molly pressed down the handsome young man's fingers. I mean, at least not now. She took a deep breath and said quickly, this guy is too annoying. I want to kill him myself. But not now. I have to go back and think about what interesting ways to torture people. Under the stunned and puzzled eyes of the handsome young man, Molly pretended to be indifferent. After a long time, the handsome young man finally put his hand down slowly and chose to compromise. Okay. Everything is up to you. Molly heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She walked forward impatiently, urging him, hurry up, Wallace. I really hate your slow personality. The handsome young man in gorgeous clothes looked at Molly's back as she walked forward quickly, then looked at the direction she came from, shook his head, and finally turned into a burst of scattered fire, wrapped Molly, and disappeared into thin air. The place returned to peace again, except for the scorched earth left on the ground, as if nothing had happened. Ding! It was like the crisp sound made by the collision of the top-grade crystal cups. Ronan slowly opened his eyes and woke up from his meditation. At this time, in his consciousness space, 9 light golden, diamond-like spiritual power crystals were shining. 5 of them were sealed with talismans, and the remaining 4 were pure and transparent. On the character panel, Ronan's strength progress showed, level 3 formal wizard. 100%, theoretically, he can now try to impact the realm of level 4 dawn wizard. I wonder how far my current soul qualification is from a true genius. Ronan looked down at his right hand and muttered to himself. Only he knew how much improvement he had gained. The replenishment of spiritual power was only the most superficial performance, and the biggest improvement was in the essence of the soul. According to the classification of ancient wizards, the fog stage from level 1 to level 3 was only the stage for wizards to lay the foundation. The dawn was the real beginning of the gap between wizards and wizards. After experiencing the battle for the genius seed of Hermes, Ronan's soul foundation was greatly supplemented. Looking through the entire southern wizard world, there has probably never been a wizard who has achieved such a huge improvement as him. After all, he completed a round of bloody battles and defeated a number of opponents that ordinary people could not reach. The harder the process, the greater the benefits in the end. Now the problem of incomplete fusion of the soul caused by soul penetration has also been solved, and most of the soul impurities have been eliminated. If Ronan goes back to test his talent now, the result will definitely be much better than before. The improvement of soul qualifications has enhanced my intelligence a lot. In Ronan's understanding, the concept of intelligence is not completely equivalent to wisdom, but more represents the ability to learn and understand, the ability to absorb and digest new knowledge, the frequency of inspiration, etc. When he was a first-level wizard, he took 6 bottles of Myrfidere's Kiss, and his intelligence was greatly improved. With the blessing of Empty Realm, his learning and thinking ability is not to say that it is the best among his peers, at least few wizards of the same level can match him. Now, Ronan's intelligence level has been improved a lot. He feels that his brain activity is now almost comparable to the state after opening Empty Realm. This improvement is of great help to Ronan, which means that his analysis process of the inheritance runes in the armband of the Hermes Guardian can be greatly shortened, and the optimization and upgrade of his own spell system can be more relaxed. After 2 purifications of mental power, the soul is now complete, and Ronan's mental strength has completely reached more than 100 times that of wizards of the same level. Judging from his understanding of dawn-level wizards, Ronan estimated that his total amount of mental power was not inferior to that of an average 4th-level wizard. He just couldn't do the same as a 4th-level dawn wizard, which was to add the effect of elementalization to the released mental power. This was something that even Selena, who had stepped into the mist-forbidden zone and condensed the 10th mental power crystal, could not compare to. And I still have room for improvement. If I can practice the master-level proficiency of basic meditation to more than 1,500 points at the 3rd-level wizard stage and purify my mental power for the 3rd time, even if I can't step into the mist-forbidden zone, I will far surpass the top wizard geniuses in the middle in terms of mental power. Ronan took a breath and slowly stood up from the ground. The incomparable super-strong mental power cultivation brought an extremely terrifying mental pressure. Even if Ronan had tried his best to gather it, the void around his body naturally formed a striking sense of distortion and collapse. A large number of free energy particles in the air gathered spontaneously and condensed into a thick energy barrier around him. The strength of this naturally formed energy field was almost as strong as the protective spells released by ordinary third-level wizards. The soul is the destination of immortality. Ronan looked at the natural protective field outside his body, which was many times stronger than before, and suddenly had a deeper understanding of the sentence that he had been familiar with since his apprenticeship. The wizard pursued the strength of the soul, not because the physical body was strong and useless, but because strengthening the soul was the most cost-effective way. The soul is the foundation of everything, and the mental power is derived from the soul. In addition to attacking, the mental power can also provide a strong defense for itself. The little benefit brought by physical training or physical transformation is really not as good as the slight improvement in mental power. Of course, the premise of all this is that the mental power has always had enough room for improvement. Once the mental power cultivation reaches a bottleneck, the physical body may find another way. Ronan slightly dispersed his mental power, and an invisible ripple spread out, spreading throughout the Damien family castle in an instant. What surprised him was that he found many people with wizard potential in the Damien family, including his father, Count Felicia. Before that, he had clearly checked everyone and found that they were all acquired wizards. Is it because of the radiation of soul power when my soul changed? This kind of radiation seems to be limited to my people with the same bloodline as me. Ronan was thoughtful and seemed to have a deeper understanding of the concept of bloodline inheritance. He spread his mental power to the area of nearly 10 miles around the castle, but did not find Molly's figure. The symbiotic connection in his soul was also broken. It seems that during the time he was in seclusion, Molly had been taken away by someone, and the problem of the fusion of their souls was completely solved. This result was much better than he expected. There was no revenge. Molly left quietly, and all the backup plans he prepared in advance were useless. However, Ronan felt a sense of loss in his heart. Over this period of time, he seemed to have gotten used to Molly staying by his side, even though he had wanted to break that guy's neck countless times a few months ago. It should be because of the soul residue, as Evaqui said. It's a pity I didn't get the legendary Phoenix bloodline for free. Ronan calmed down the mixed emotions in his heart and his expression returned to calm. He took out the communication stones that had not been opened for a long time from the space ring and checked them one by one. Then he took a light step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky outside the castle. The soul problem was solved, and it was time for Ronan to leave. He didn't say goodbye to anyone, and he would probably never come back here again. There is nothing eternal and immortal in this world. Even those ancient wizards who once shone in the sky were eventually drowned by the long river of time, not to mention a small secular family. He has done everything he can for the Damien family. In the future, it may be prosperous or decline. However, it has nothing to do with him. He still has his own way to go, and everything has just begun. Molly left safely, so the headache will be for those people in the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Looking at Molly's personality, we can guess that the people behind her will not have a good temper. In the next period of time, the southern wizard world will be the safest. Ronan thought, and his figure gradually disappeared into the skyline. Is there still no news about Damien's whereabouts? Silver Ring. At the top of the silver-white tower that was as magnificent as a steel throne, 8 ringmasters, led by the first ringmaster of the Silver Ring, stood on a slowly rotating metal ring and were discussing something in a low voice. No. Kosti shook her head and replied softly, he doesn't seem to want to be disturbed, and doesn't want people to know where he is now. Can he be forcibly recalled by relying on the contract? Someone frowned and spoke. Do you think we have the ability to protect him? Kosti's eyes turned cold and she replied aggressively. The speaker was about to refute when a voice sounded faintly. I have informed the teacher. Kosti's expression froze slightly. The next second, she saw the first ringmaster turned around and looked at her gently. He said, the teacher is very happy and attaches great importance to it. He has clearly stated that he will send someone to pick up Damien to the central region, and is even willing to accept him as his disciple and teach him personally. And we. The first ringmaster glanced at the people in front of him, and his tone was filled with an inexplicable emotion. He spoke word by word, we will also be qualified to return successfully as outstanding. In an instant, all the ringmasters present, except Kosti and the plant-based female wizard who joined the magic circle later and was originally from the Thorn Palace, could not help showing a faint excitement on their faces. As members of the elemental magic circle, they have been away from the central region for too long. It has been so long that they almost forgot why they came to the south. Sometimes going back is not an easy thing. If it is not the right time, even if they go back, they will soon be abandoned and neglected. In that case, it is better to stay in the south. Now, there is finally a great opportunity in front of them. It would be a lie to say that they are not excited and happy. However, Kosti did not have any joy at all. Her eyes flickered, as if she wanted to say something. At this time, the first ringmaster changed his tone and continued to say, "It will take some time for the teacher's people to come. Before that, there are some small troubles that we have to solve by ourselves." Before he finished speaking, everyone, including Kosti, felt that the light and shadow projected above their heads suddenly changed. Everyone subconsciously looked up, and then they sensed a majestic and hot mental pressure rolling towards them. It is a dawn-level wizard. And there is more than one. Everyone's face changed slightly, and they saw huge magic airships cruising out from every corner of the sky like floating whales. On each airship, there is a ray of light, like a powerful figure like the sun. The spiritual power of the Dawn Order poured down from all directions, dispersing all the clouds in the sky and kneading countless transparent ripples in the void. An old and deep voice was like thunder, humming in the sky. "Silver Ring, Manuel, do you remember the tea party that was agreed upon 300 years ago? We are here to keep the appointment now." Chapter 245, 8 Ancient Shrew Bodies, Extreme Frost, Unusable Armlets. The tradition of tea parties, like sunset gatherings, has always been a tradition in the wizarding world. In that era when the elements of heaven and earth were still obscure and the boundaries between schools were not yet so clear, wizards would light a bonfire in the starry wilderness, share knowledge as wine and experiences as delicacies. They would exchange spells, meditations, experimental research results and experiences, and even exchange personal rune marks. The brilliance of any civilization is inseparable from the dedication and promotion of people with outstanding talents and broad minds. Of course, as time continues to the present, tea parties between wizards have become more purposeful and private. The glow of dawn is brighter than the sun, shining on the faces of the ringmasters of the silver magic ring. Everyone's face changes, but the first ringmaster of the magic ring, who is also a 4th level dawn, looks calm. He raised his right hand, and the silver-white short staff inlaid with gemstones in his palm glowed with a hazy white light. The invisible mechanism in the void was pried open, and the huge metal ring under everyone's feet suddenly collapsed, turning into countless metal cubes of the same size, blooming outward like flowers, and then quickly combining, and finally condensed into a huge bowl-shaped platform, with metal stairs extending to all sides, like a bridge connecting to the location of each magic airship. The dawn light hanging high in the sky converged, and figures fell one after another, walking step by step towards the center along the metal stairs. The entire silver magic circle was startled by this sudden and huge movement. A large number of silver magic circle wizards flew out from around and under the 8 silver-white towers, looking up in doubt. On the huge metal platform, 7 dawn wizards gathered together and slowly approached the magic circle. The 7 people were surrounded by mana fluctuations that could almost be touched by hand. Each of them seemed to be an endless source of power. Every move they made had an aura that was superior to everything else. Even if you were standing at the same height as them, you still had to look up. The leader was wearing a black robe, with smooth skin and handsome appearance. He looked like a young man in his 30s, but he exuded a sense of inexplicable vicissitudes. His aura was stronger than the other 6 people. The whole person was like an ancient pond. In the calmness, there was an immeasurable depth, giving people a sense of déjà vu of having experienced the baptism of time and accumulated countless knowledge and experience. Except for the first ringmaster, the other ringmasters, who were only late 3rd-level wizards, all felt a sense of being out of breath under the close-range pressure of the 7 dawn wizards. "Manuel, we haven't seen each other for 300 years. The handsome wizard who is the leader of the 7 smiled and spoke, and the first ringmaster took the initiative to greet him with a calm expression. The 4th-level dawn wizards gathered, and then stepped on the void and quickly rose to the sky. "It's Ferrand." Seeing the handsome black-robed wizard chatting and laughing with the first ringmaster Manuel above his head, one of the 7 ringmasters took a breath and slowly said, "He is the chief disciple of Ronan, the only 5th-level wizard in the south, and the current head of the Star School." Now I know what the little trouble Manuel is referring to is. Someone said in a gloomy face, gritting his teeth and whispering, "Front is here on behalf of the 5th level wizard Ronan. They know the details of our magic circle, and I know that they will never let Heramis's inheritance be taken away from the south so easily." In an instant, everyone's mood became heavy. The inheritance left by Heramis in the south is equivalent to the ticket for all of them to return to the central region. And looking at the current scene, it is obvious that the wizards in the south are trying to force this ticket to stay, or even tear it up. The previous excitement and joy turned into worry and irritability at this time. An inexplicable emotion surrounded several people. Suddenly, at some point, someone spoke in a deep voice, "So, where's Damien now? Costi, you should know this, right?" As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's eyes immediately turned to one person. Costi faced the gazes of the crowd, pursed her lips lightly, and said nothing expressionlessly. In the vast blue sea, a few scattered seabirds soared in the blue sky. Suddenly, the calm sea surface below became turbulent, and groups of black and blue frost rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The huge waves rose high, and before they reached the top, they were frozen into a wall by the terrifying cold air, and then collapsed heavily, breaking into countless ice flowers. In just a blink of an eye, the huge blue and turbulent sea surface was covered with a thick layer of solid ice, like a smooth mirror standing alone on the sea surface, reflecting a large area of brilliant sunshine. Crack! The strange scene did not last long, and the sea surface covered with solid ice was suddenly broken by something. A large number of free energy particles gathered between heaven and earth, and large patches of dark clouds rolled up, with dark blue lightning falling from them. Then, under the broken ice, a giant snake head that was indescribably ferocious, domineering, and majestic suddenly jumped out. As the head of the giant snake appeared, the cold air rushing on the sea surface seemed to be dozens of times stronger in an instant, and the terrible coldness continued to spread rapidly along the frozen sea surface. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see that the sea at this time is like a huge piece of blue cloth, and the wrinkles on it are being quickly smoothed out by an invisible force. Boom! Boom! The continuous ice layer exploded, thunder rolled in the sky, and the absolutely cold breath almost filled the entire world. 3 more giant snake heads emerged from the ice layer on the seabed, and the coldness between heaven and earth reached a peak. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and even black and blue snow fell. At this moment, it seemed that the ancient dominant creature hidden deep in the deep sea had awakened from its slumber, commanding the ice and snow, and trying to seal off the entire world. Crack, crack, a series of cracking sounds of ice rang out. On the sea surface where the frost was as thick as black fog, a slender and tall figure walked out from the bottom of the water step by step. He was guarded by 4 fierce giant snake heads, and the countless frosts surging between heaven and earth seemed to be worshipping him. A large amount of seawater rolled down from his black robe, and before it hit the ground, it turned into billowing white mist. A seabird that was affected by the cold air and frozen into an ice ball, but still maintained its flying posture, landed at the feet of the figure. The latter reached out a hand and gently touched it, and the frozen seabird silently turned into tiny ice dust and dissipated. Ronan looked at the seabird whose all traces had been completely wiped out from this world, and continued to move forward, slowly walking onto Coral Reef Island that was only a few square kilometers in size. He gently raised his hand, and the dark clouds gathered in the sky dissipated, the frozen sea surface melted, and the 4 snakeheads that looked like ancient frost overlords also turned into countless glimmers and disappeared without a trace. The world became clear again, but there were more large and small sea icebergs. The sun shone down, reflecting dazzling colors without any temperature. It seems that this idea is indeed feasible. Ronan sat casually on the Coral Reef Island, opened his character panel casually, and his eyes fell on one of the spells behind the skill bar, Mirror Soul, Expert 142 out of 800. This is a non-grade spell from the ruins of the ancient Mirror Court. Ronan's original development plan for it was to use his blood containing the blood of the ancient Frost Hydra as a guide to simulate a powerful spell summon with a bit of the ancient Frost Hydra's breath. This idea is actually not wrong, but because the proficiency of Mirror Soul is not high, the strength of the spell summon released is far from the height of the trump card, and Ronan has always had an ice crystal snake as a battle pet, so he has never used it much. But after the battle for the wizard, Ronan had a sudden idea to use the multiple mirror light talisman to forcibly replicate the ancient bite of Hickwalter, fused with 4 domains when fighting Selena. Ronan suddenly had some new ideas about this spell. During this period, based on his further understanding of runes, he upgraded the multiple mirror light sigil once again, and combined with the replica effect of the mirror soul spell, he finally achieved the initial realization of 4 heads. Ancient Bite of Hecalter. At the beginning, multiple mirror light only replicated a trace of the aura of the 4 domains, and it almost collapsed. Now with the assistance of mirror soul, it can perfectly withstand the backlash of the power of 4 heads. Not only is the power of the spell far greater than when he fought with Selena, Ronan even feels that he still has spare power. Under extreme conditions, he may try to condense 5 heads. The ancient frost hydra Hecalter has a total of 8 heads. The spell created by Ronan based on Hecalter's ancient true body will double the power of each additional snake head condensed. From Hecalter's desperate gaze, only one eye of Hecalter's true body was constructed. 2. Hecalter's ancient bite, a head of Hecalter's true body was constructed. Then 2. 4 heads. Ancient Devour. The power of this spell is constantly approaching the realm representing taboo. I am now casting 4 heads, and the power is infinitely close to the realm of the forbidden domain. The 5 heads realm may be able to fully enter, or integrate into the new ice-type extraordinary domain, and achieve the fusion of 5 or 6 domains, which may also achieve the effect of the real forbidden domain. Ronan sat on the frozen beach and thought silently. The former requires him to continue to study the space and mirror runes in his hands, continue to optimize and upgrade multiple mirror lights, to increase the upper limit of multiple mirror lights, and the reproduction effect, or practice the mirror soul spell to a higher level of proficiency. The latter is to continue to cultivate the path of multi-domain fusion. The more domains are fused, the stronger the ancient majesty of Hecalter can be reproduced. There is no saying which of the 2 paths is easier. The best way is to do both. If I can push the power of my original magic to the realm of forbidden domain, then once I encounter an irresistible enemy, I don't have to knock on the forbidden door and risk being eroded by Hecalter's will to use the power of forbidden. Red ice. Forbidden. Red ice represents the power of ice killing among the 8 extreme frosts, which is engraved on one of Hecalter's snake heads. Ronan never understood it, but it was Hecalter who instilled it in him. This power does not belong to him completely, but is a double-edged sword. While killing the opponent, it will also cut himself, so he has always been very cautious about it. Ronan glanced at the proficiency of several cornerstone spells in his ice magic system again: Ice Ball, Desperate Freeze, Master 1351, 1600, Frost Ray, Ice Veins, Master 1322, 1600, Ice Blade, Frozen Soldiers, Master 1407, 1600. The higher the master level proficiency, the more difficult it is to improve each point. However, because of the blood of the ancient frost hydra, the speed of improving the proficiency of these spells has always been quite stable. After returning to the East Coast this time to complete the growth of intelligence of the soul, the speed of improvement has become more obvious. It is estimated that it will not take long to reach the 3rd stage of the domain resonance realm. Among the other ice mages who have reached the master level, Frost Spear and Ice Armor are also about to enter the 2nd stage. Ronan has already thought about it. He used Ice Armor to construct the scales of Hecalter's ancient true body. The next step is to use Frost Spear to construct Hecalter's teeth. By then, the power of the fusion of multiple domains will surely be able to reach a higher level, and taboo will not be far away for him. This time when I return to the south, I must go to Whitestone Castle. In addition to asking Aunt Soraya for the 3rd level inheritance of the frozen earth flow, I will also ask her about the Alice Ice Ring. Ronan subconsciously touched the center of his collarbone under his neck, where he originally wore the Alice Ice Ring necklace. Now the necklace is broken, and the ice ring has become a special mark, branded into his soul. Putting aside the training plan of the ice system for the time being, Ronan turned his palm and a crystal glass-like ring appeared in his palm. The light in the ring was flowing slightly, as if there was a whole galaxy hidden in it, with indescribable mystery and beauty. Ronan stared at the ring for a long time, and then slowly put it on his arm. Then he took a breath, and the light in his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he pointed at the sea in front of him. In an instant, in the consciousness space, 9 spiritual power crystals bloomed at the same time. The multiple mirror light talisman lit up, and an extremely strong mysterious aura surged out. Between heaven and earth, Endless free energy particles swarmed in, and in the blink of an eye, condensed into a huge and majestic 7-colored quiet river. 1, 2, 3. A full 4 7-color rivers were born, and then gathered at one point, gathered together and leaked, forming a huge, deep and dark bottomless vortex. A forbidden aura was born, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and dazzling thunder fell. On the vast sea surface, countless seawater was stirred, and a bottomless giant seawater vortex was formed. The power was so terrifying that it was like a tsunami. However, until this terrifying vortex showed signs of decline and disintegration, Ronan's temples were covered with large beads of sweat, and his fingertips were almost trembling. What he wanted, the black hole that swallowed everything, absorbed everything, and destroyed everything, was not formed. Why? Ronan suddenly put his arm down as if he had lost his strength, gasping for breath, and his eyebrows were tightly furrowed on his pale and handsome face. Why can't I pry the power of this armband anymore? Ronan gritted his teeth, deeply puzzled. Since embarking on the journey back to the south, he has tried many times to try to reproduce forbidden black hole, but none of them succeeded. The spellbinder armband that he had easily manipulated when facing the 5th-level wizard of the Resurrection Society in the Wizard's War was now like a dead thing in his hand, not being driven by him at all. It completely lost any additional amplification effect on the spell, Energy Missile Particle Torrent. Chapter 246, For Damien. Ronan immersed his mind in the armband, and the space inside the armband was as magnificent and mysterious as ever. No matter how many times he had seen it, every time he entered it, Ronan would still be deeply shocked. Countless runes were like stars scattered all over the starry sky. He had explored them and found that these runes were all-encompassing, almost of all types, and there was no connection between them. The only common point was that all the runes were closely connected to the huge planet-like rune in the center, which was also the real core rune of the armband. They all formed a whole, like an asteroid belt surrounding a planet, or like a galaxy that slowly flowed along a predetermined trajectory. Obviously, I was able to use it last time I tried it. The last time Ronan thought of was when he was in the town of Homer Blue and faced the pursuit of the 4th-level wizard of the Resurrection Society. At that time, his Torbu Red Ice power could not be used because of the clamp of the Phoenix bloodline, and he could only rely on the power of the Haramis Guardian armband. Although he did not use this power in the end, he did get a clear and reliable response from the armband when he tried to cast Torbu Black Hole. Since then, the armband seemed to be dead. No matter how Ronan tried, he could not pry open the slightest power of it. What's the problem? Ronan fell into deep thought. His current mental power and understanding of the core runes in the armband are far superior to before. It should be easier to use the armband. Can this power only be used when casting a spell on an opponent stronger than myself? Ronan felt like he had grasped something, but it was not very clear. In the end, he could only shake his head, put away the armband, and ignore it for the time being. Ronan slowly got up from the beach, took out the map, locked the direction, and then continued to move towards the set goal. There was no more favorable boat to take on the way back to the south, so Ronan simply chose to cross the ocean alone. He had memorized all the routes when he came here. For him, who is now at the peak of the 3rd-level wizard and has condensed 9 spiritual crystals, traveling alone is faster and safer than taking a boat. With a strong physique brought by stainless body, and the effect of empty and clear realm that continuously restores spiritual power, Ronan has super endurance that ordinary wizards can't even imagine. He is not afraid of the consumption of long journeys, and can even practice while rushing on the road. This return journey, for him, is more like a journey of asceticism. Between the vast sea and sky, Ronan is like an ascetic monk, completely immersed in the tempering of himself. He even longs to see the huge ancient marine creature silverfish he met when he came here again, but unfortunately he didn't get his wish. Boom! On the huge silver metal platform, the gorgeous crystal-like spell shattered, and a figure slowly walked out of the overflowing energy aftermath. This was a handsome blonde youth, with a pale face and a look of excessive mental exhaustion. Behind him, there was a young wizard who was so weak that he had to use his hand to support his staff to avoid falling to the ground. Someone quickly went forward and caught the blonde handsome young man at the edge of the metal platform. The wizards of the silver ring gathered below showed a hint of excitement and joy on their faces. Some cheered in a low voice, as if they were celebrating a victory. What do these people from the Star School want? Somewhere in the sky above the edge of the metal platform, A group of silver ring masters looked at the ongoing young wizards battle below with expressionless faces. Are they going to waste time like this and wait for us to hand over the inheritance? They probably don't know at all. Even we ourselves don't know where the inheritance is now. This inexplicably launched wizard tea party has been going on for a while. After the initial unfamiliarity and trial, it gradually evolved into a platform for wizards from the Silver Ring and the Star School to communicate in the form of competition. Members from both sides continued to go out, each had their own victories, and secretly competed with each other, presenting a harmonious and friendly atmosphere of competition. A silver-white hurricane suddenly arose, and then the hurricane broke apart, and a middle-aged man with a silver metal short staff and gentle eyes walked out of it. All the ringmasters stood up and saluted slightly to the newcomers. Frut's meaning is very clear. The first ringmaster Manuel stretched out his hand and gently rubbed his brows. His eyes swept across the people in front of him, and slowly said, "Inheritance, or people. One of the two must be left behind." "What about leaving the inheritance? What about leaving the person behind?" Someone frowned and asked. "If we are willing to leave our inheritance, the Star School headed by Ferrant will fully support our Silver Ring to be independent in the south until it develops into the fourth large wizard force. At that time, the inheritance belonging to Haramus will also be returned to us. It can be regarded as a lease, but the time limit will not be less than 1,000 years. If you are willing to leave someone behind." Manuel paused, and then said, "Everyone present here can get 3 instructions from Wizard Ronan. Of course, the premise is that the problem is within his ability." After Manuel finished speaking, everyone in the field was silent. The 2 conditions, no matter which condition, seemed so exciting. They came to the south without any support from the headquarters. They created the Silver Ring with great difficulty. Today, it can be said that it has reached a limit. It is precisely because it is difficult to break through the bottleneck that the idea of returning to the headquarters arises. But if there is external support, the situation will be completely different. If the Star School can really fully support the development of the Silver Ring and support it to develop into a large wizard force, then what does it matter whether they return to the headquarters or not? The rights and resources that a high-level figure of a large wizard force can enjoy are much more than being a middle-level member of the Elemental Ring headquarters. Unfortunately, they have lost the opportunity to choose this condition. Before Ferrant and others arrived, all the relevant inheritances had been reported to the headquarters. Perhaps the people who came to meet the headquarters are already on their way, leaving them no chance to regret. It looks like we have no choice but to keep them. A ringmaster wizard sighed and said, "Face-to-face guidance from a level 5 wizard, and 3 full chances is extremely precious. Perhaps it will allow us to take that step and embrace the dawn." Someone nearby nodded in approval, but soon someone said with a strange look on their face, "The people from the Star School know our background well. They should have guessed that we would report the inheritance matter to our headquarters as soon as possible." "What do you mean?" Someone frowned, and the latter added meaningfully, "Don't you think that, of these 2 conditions, the second one is much easier to accept than the first one?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then someone blurted out subconsciously, "They are here for the person. Ronan Damien. What the Star School really wants is Ronan Damien." In an instant, the few people who figured it out took a deep breath. They only realized now that, yes, everyone's focus was on Haramus's natural spellbinder heritage, so much so that they almost overlooked that, compared to this heritage, there was also an inheritor who was the first among countless talented prodigies. Ronan Damien, a demon-level genius belonging to their Silver Ring, completed a feat that no one in the southern wizard world had been able to accomplish in 1,000 years when his soul was less than 30 years old. He passed the Haramus bloody battle and even defeated the top wizard genius from the central region, and finally became the chief wizard of this session. He should have been brilliant, but because of a huge bloody turmoil, his reputation has not been fully spread until now. They always thought that the people of the Star School coveted the heritage in their hands, but they never thought that the 5th-level wizard standing behind the Star School saw much deeper and farther than them. What he really likes is Ronan Damien, a unpolished jade that has not been polished too much. He is a young inheritor who has been personally recognized by the legendary wizard Haramus. There is no one in the world who is more suitable to be accepted as a disciple. In fact, from the teacher's letter, I read that Damien is more important than inheritance. Manuel swept his eyes over the crowd and said quietly with a calm expression, "So, I rejected both conditions proposed by the Star School." Everyone was slightly startled. At this time, A domineering and strong mental power fluctuation suddenly rose from the silver metal platform in the distance, faintly reaching the height of the third-level peak. A clear and peaceful voice came from afar with a wind of magic. Zeppelin of the Star School would like to ask the ringmasters of the Magic Circle for advice. Everyone's face changed slightly, and they felt that a powerful dawn-level consciousness suddenly descended and swept back and forth over them indifferently, with the meaning of not being rejected. In the field of vision, on the huge silver metal platform, the fights between ordinary wizards had long been cleared away. Only a young wizard wearing a dark blue robe, who seemed to be surrounded by countless stars, stood quietly in the center of the platform. Manuel raised the short staff in his hand, and the blooming dawn light drove away some of the pressure on the crowd. He continued calmly what he had just said. So, what they want to do now is to do everything possible to defeat us and make us voluntarily give up the qualification to teach and guide Damien. Everyone, I can't leave, I can only look at you. Manuel's eyes finally fell on Costi in the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, if you have contact with Damien, tell him not to come back during this period of time. Costi pursed his lips, subconsciously grasped the staff in his hand, and nodded solemnly. Splash! In the surging waves, a slender and upright figure suddenly broke through the water. He stepped on the white waves and stepped onto the sea surface step by step. All over his body, a large number of pure black lines were like living things, slightly wriggling with a rise and fall of muscles, giving people a mysterious, strange, wild and primitive feeling. Ronan held a strange dagger like a three-edged thorn in one hand. In the seawater below him, a large amount of blood was surging, and one shark corpse after another floated on the surface with its belly turned upside down. In this thick bloody smell, it seemed that a trace of blood was attracted to the dagger. The strange eyeball embedded in the middle of the handle seemed to be completely alive at this moment, constantly turning around, revealing a bloodthirsty and greedy look. Ronan shook it lightly, shaking off the water stains on his body and hair, and transformed into a black robe with titanium, which was automatically put on his body. Is this the effect of the evil weapon? After doing all this, Ronan looked down at the strange dagger in his hand. He just tried to use the evil weapon he got from Beatrice and found that the effect was indeed magical. The special structure of this dagger can transform all external evil thoughts into power to strengthen the wielder. And this kind of strengthening is mainly in two aspects, mental strength and physical strength. Ronan estimated that he had just deliberately attracted a group of sharks. The evil thoughts provided by nearly 40 sharks increased his overall strength by nearly 10%. This increase is already exaggerated. Just imagine his huge strength base. 10% of mental power is enough to determine the direction of many battles. And this does not seem to be the limit of the dagger's increase. It is indeed a power that most people can hardly refuse. Ronan looked at the evil dagger in his hand. Because the battle ended and the source of the evil thoughts disappeared, the power increase brought by the dagger was also rapidly fading. Ronan read a strong desire in the strange eyeball embedded in the dagger, and even some fragmentary information was transmitted, which was about how to retain this power forever. Feed with your own blood. Ronan read the information conveyed by the dagger. This was something that Beatrice and her group had not mentioned to him. He didn't know whether they had deliberately not mentioned it or he didn't know it either. It looks like a scam, a trap. If it were an ordinary wizard, under the huge sense of loss brought by the fading of this power, he might really not be able to resist the temptation and feed with his own blood. In the end, it is likely that his will be eroded by evil thoughts, and he will become a slave to the weapon step by step. Ronan took a light breath and put away the evil dagger. His expression was calm, and he completely ignored the temptation and pleading revealed by the eyeball on the dagger. It's a pity that this temptation is useless to me. What I'm pursuing now is the purity and power of soul force. This kind of complex power spawned by evil thoughts is as uncomfortable as wearing a dirty, greasy and smelly apron. Ronan stretched his limbs, and the rune patterns belonging to immaculate body ancient power, intermediate, gradually disappeared. He checked his character panel, skills, basic meditation empty realm, master 1357, 1600, energy missile particle torrent, master 1302, 1600, charged weapon breaking power, master 670/1600, ascetic body forging ancient power, master 1470, 1600, his master level proficiency of austere body forging is almost reaching 1500 points. If nothing unexpected happens, ancient power will also be promoted from intermediate to advanced By then, as his proficiency approached, Ronan could already feel the rune lines growing along his skin and toward his whole body. Moreover, it seemed that something was trying to break free and be bred in the rune lines of the ancient power. Ronan had not forgotten his initial guess about the unsullied body. Perhaps it was just a container to bear the ancient power, a customized soil suitable for the growth of the ancient power, rune. The real core and powerful thing of austerity body forging was not the unsullied body, nor the vitality ball in his body, but the ancient power, rune that he was still in the exploration stage. Time will give all the answers you want. Before that, I just need to take every step in front of me silently. Ronan thought calmly. At this time, he suddenly sensed something, and when he flipped his palm, a glimmering communication stone appeared in his hand. Chapter 247, What level are you? Are you worthy of seeing my ice magic? As he approached the southern continent and gradually entered the coverage area of the magic signal tower, Ronan occasionally received messages from old friends. He made up his mind to return to the silver ring. He didn't care whether his position would be exposed or not. He would basically take it out and check it one by one. A message from Kosti. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he clicked on the message stone. After a few breaths, he slowly put it down. Astral School. Level 5 wizard. He subconsciously reached out to grab the armband on his arm. Is it because of Heramis's inheritance? Ronan buried his head in thought. In fact, he had considered this issue after the wizard competition ended. He obtained Heramis's spellbinder armband under the attention of everyone. It is absolutely impossible to say that this inheritance will not attract covetous people. He chose to leave the south alone as soon as possible. In addition to avoiding the pursuit of the wizards of the Resurrection Society, he was also worried that Heramis's inheritance would attract the snatch of other forces. I thought that after the matter of the Resurrection Society was settled, the silver magic ring backed by the element magic ring in the middle would be able to give me some protection. Unexpectedly, before I arrived in the south, I had already received a message from Kosti, asking him not to return to the magic ring for the time being. Why didn't he come out to resist the level 5 wizards from the Resurrection Society when they appeared before? Now that the crisis is over, he is the first to set his sights on the inheritance in my hand. Ronan's mind was indifferent. Although most wizards are selfish, the higher the strength, the more obvious this personality trait is, which is considered a very common thing. But when things fall on him, he still inevitably feels a little unhappy. It seems that I can only find a place to stay first, or it is not bad to keep practicing hard on the sea. I just don't know if the silver magic ring can withstand the pressure exerted by the level 5 wizards. Reason tells Ronan that it is the best choice to temporarily avoid the edge and stay away from the silver magic ring, the vortex caused by him. I don't know how long this will take, but judging from Kosti's tone, it doesn't seem to take long. But for a moment, Ronan still felt a little annoyed and unwilling. What if he really went back? What if he lost this inheritance? He rose from obscurity and reached his current height. How could he rely on anything? He could avoid this level 5, but could he avoid the next level 5? Exclamation mark. After a moment of emotional catharsis, when reason regained its consciousness, Ronan's expression fluctuated a little. He stretched out his left hand in surprise and gently placed his 5 fingers on the armband on his right arm. Then a strange light began to bloom in his eyes. Just now, he suddenly felt that the armband was beating and responding to his call. The fluctuation was very strong, just like the previous 2 times. At this moment, Ronan seemed to have grasped something, and his 5 fingers tightly grasped the armband, and he fell into deep thought. In the vast sky, the clouds dispersed, and the sun's rays seemed to be blocked by a transparent film. The shocks caused by the collision of various spell energies formed circles of visible ripples in the sky, which spread out like violently turbulent water. 4 powerful figures fought fiercely, and the chanting and whispering of spells resounded through the world. The roar continued, and the dazzling or obscure light burst out from time to time. Below, the wizards of the silver magic ring were all paying attention to this battle, their faces tense, and a solemn atmosphere filled the field. Zephlin, I remember this name. At the edge of the huge silver metal platform, the eyes of several silver magic ring masters, led by the first ring master Manuel, were almost all focused on a figure. It was a young wizard who looked elegant and intelligent, surrounded by countless stars, and his face was always filled with a calm and confident smile. 150 years ago, this name was quite famous in the south. It is said that although he missed the wizard competition that belonged to him, He later challenged several wizard chiefs. He won and lost, but his record was brilliant. He is probably the most outstanding disciple of the Star School in the past 500 years. According to the Age of the Soul, the young wizard from the Star School should be considered a junior of the Ring Masters, but at this time no one looked at him with the eyes of a junior. Because 3 of them had already left the field, and even though he was besieged by the spells released by 3 third-level late wizards at the same time, the young wizard named Zephyrin from the Star School had always firmly occupied the upper hand. The talent and strength shown by the opponent had already shocked them greatly. In most cases, even if the realm is the same, the strength of the wizard will continue to increase with the accumulation of knowledge and experience brought by age, resulting in a gap. But there are always some genius monsters who can break this common sense. Zephyrin is obviously one of the best. This is exactly the real purpose of the Star School holding this tea party, to show the Silver Circle the powerful foundation and strength of the Star School, and to force the Silver Circle to voluntarily give up the right to teach Ronan. Elemental Circle? The Elemental Circle is too far away, and everything should have been settled before the people from the Central Region came. Mother of the Rock Core Kosti held a bright yellow staff as tall as a person, chanting in a low voice. The light of runes bloomed in the depths of her pupils, and one after another crystal light balls emitting the luster of yellow crystals fell off the staff and scattered around her. As Kosti's mental power surged, those yellow crystal-like shining light balls trembled, and then a phantom like a rock block suddenly appeared in the void, squeezing the void and booming forward. Standing next to Kosti was a middle-aged man with a brass pocket watch in his left eye socket. The latter also chanted rapidly, and liquid metal kept flying out from under his robe, transforming into a huge brass gear burning with blazing flames. Together with another wizard who cast a crystal spell, the 3 of them attacked Zephyrin, who was in the center of the battle group. As the 7 ring masters under Manuel, the first ring master of the Silver Ring, the 3 of them were at the peak of the 3rd-level wizards, and they were only half a step away from Dawn. And no matter how hard the 3 of them tried, and how well they cooperated with each other, their offensive seemed to be a little insufficient for this proud child from the Star School. Zephyrin held a staff that looked like a purple diamond in one hand, and raised it lightly, scattering a little bit of star-like bright light under the wide robe. Zephyrin stood proudly in the field. Wherever he passed, he only needed to wave his hand, and the star-like bright light spots flew out quickly, and the spells summoned by Kosti and the other 2 would be quickly smashed and collapsed. Starnet. Zephyrin suddenly chanted, spread his 5 fingers, and the majestic mental power and the aura of the domain of law surged wildly around him. In an instant, the countless bright lights surrounding him flashed rapidly, looking like gorgeous eyes, and then all shot out narrow beams of deep blue and purple, weaving a spell cage of starlight in the field in the blink of an eye. Boom! The middle-aged man with a brass pocket watch inlaid in his eyes and the other wizard who controlled the metal crystal spell with the silver magic ring were unable to dodge, and their bodies were pierced by the crisscrossing starlight in an instant. Any defensive means were ineffective, and the energy protection force field outside the body was like paper. Kosti's position in the battle group was slightly safer. Most of Zephyrin's attacks were blocked by the other 2, so she did not lose in the first place, and survived safely under Zephyrin's star network. The gap is too big. Kosti clenched the staff in her hand, and felt powerless. The Silver Ring is just a small branch of the Elemental Ring. It is a big level behind the Star School in inheritance, and these so-called Ring Masters were not outstanding geniuses in the Elemental Ring. With these 2 factors combined, it is normal for the 3 to have such a big gap with Zephyrin. Kosti believes that if the top genius of their Elemental Ring comes, Zephyrin will also feel similarly powerless. But no matter what, she still has to try her best before this battle is over. Kosti put away her staff and replaced it with a thick book of rock crystals. She hummed in her mouth, and the sound of the spell caused the pages of the book to turn. A strange resonance was achieved, and some soft light bloomed between Kosti and the pages of the rock crystal book. Soon, energy surged, and huge crystal-like rock pieces rose in the void one after another, like stretched fish scales, extending forward from Kosti's feet. The rock pieces interlaced and collided, releasing a majestic and heavy momentum, like countless axes slashing at Zephyrin. Facing Kosti's last resort, Zephyrin's face did not fluctuate at all. He began to walk towards Kosti, surrounded by countless starlight. The beams of stars were arranged in an orderly manner around him, spreading like wings, colliding with the crystal-like rock pieces, cutting out countless broken and flying light butterflies. Zephyrin stared at Kosti intently, his mouth gradually curled up, and a faint admiration and appreciation appeared on his face. He seemed to break Kosti's spell much faster. This kid is too rude. At the edge of the silver metal platform, there was a ringmaster wizard who was close to Kosti. Seeing Zephyrin's expression, he couldn't help but frown, and his mental power surged. He couldn't help but want to stop him. But he was stopped by the first ringmaster Manuel with a look. Kosti is no longer a little girl, she knows her limits. And Manuel glanced at the location of the Dawn Wizards of the Star School, and said lightly, Zephyrin better dare to be rude in front of everyone. Everyone was startled, as if they thought of something, and their emotions quickly stabilized. At this time, Zephyrin was about to enter Kosti's safe casting area. Kosti, who had been chanting spells with her eyes slightly lowered, stopped chanting spells, and slowly closed the rock crystal book in her hand. She raised her head, looked at Zephyrin calmly, and said, I give up. Zephyrin's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer immediately. He just kept walking and walked a distance forward under the starlight. Kosti frowned slightly at his behavior. Zephyrin caught the slight displeasure on Kosti's face and was about to say, I. However, at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice fell from the sky like an ice blade. What do you want to do? This voice appeared so abruptly that no one expected it in advance. At the same time as the voice, there appeared a terrifying golden shadow that was hot and twisted and fell from the sky. The huge silver-white metal platform, the energy vibrating void, was cut in half by this golden shadow, like a transparent cloth. Zephyrin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he had almost no time to react. The countless star eyes surrounding his body all shone brightly, and countless star beams emerged, weaving a dense starlight cage that completely covered Zephyrin's figure. The rich magic domain or an energy constructed an indestructible magic star cage. Before this, even the siege of Kosti and the other three could not shake it. At this time, under the whip of this twisted golden shadow, the beams that made up the star cage continued to break, and the gorgeous and stable star cage was directly shattered. Zephyrin's figure retreated wildly, and the golden shadow followed him like a shadow, blowing up several groups of intertwined starlight before slowly withdrawing. The sudden change in the battle group situation made all the onlookers stunned for a moment, and when they turned their eyes to the direction where the sound and spell came from, the expressions on their faces were awe-stunned. When Kosti saw the figure standing in the outline of the sun, with a twisted light emanating from the edge of his body, he suddenly felt a slight trance. Zephyrin stared at the newcomer, his frowning brows soon relaxed, and then his eyes shone with dazzling brilliance, and he recited the name he had been waiting for a long time word by word. Ronan Damien, you finally showed up. In the sky, the focus of countless shocked, stunned, happy, or excited eyes was a young man with an upright figure and handsome face standing quietly. His eyes calmly swept across some positions in the void, but he walked step by step towards the silver-white metal platform on the stairs of nothingness, and his pure black robe with silver edges fluttered slightly. Who else could it be but Ronan, who had just arrived? Ronan. Ronan is back. He is Damien, the youngest genius chief in the history of my southern region. Damien. There was a buzzing commotion in the field, and everyone's eyes were focused on Ronan. On the side of the circle of magic, after a brief moment of joy, many ringmasters could not help but frown, with deep worry between their brows. On the other hand, on the side of the School of Stars, the Dawn Wizards headed by Ferrant all smiled more or less. Good, very good. The brief commotion was covered up by Zephyrin's laughter. Starlight that was more than 10 times more brilliant than before rose from the field. Unlike his previous gentle appearance, since Ronan arrived, Zephyrin was like a pearl that had completely flown out of a box, radiant, and like a starlight sword that was completely unsheathed in the night, showing its sharp edge. His robes fluttered, his eyes were blazing, and he held high the brilliant purple crystal staff in his hand. With an unparalleled, powerful and confident attitude, he smiled and greeted Ronan above his head. I have challenged all the previous chief wizards in the south, and I was defeated only by the one who was 5 years ago. Ronan Damien, I heard that your ice magic is the best among the same level, and is known as the strongest under the dawn of the southern wizard world. Today I want to see if the aura on you is as brilliant as the rumors. Zephyrin's high-spirited confidence and unparalleled enthusiasm almost moved everyone in the audience. At this moment, he was completely different from when he fought against Kosti and the other two. It seemed that Zephyrin at this moment was the real Zephyrin. The last disciple of the 5th level wizard Rona, the most talented and dazzling disciple of the Star School in the past 500 years. However, Zephyrin's momentum only bloomed for a moment, and was severely suppressed by a more powerful and domineering momentum. In everyone's vision, Ronan, standing high in the sky, suddenly bloomed with a light that was almost comparable to those dawn wizards in the field. More dazzling than the sun, it distorted a large area of void and light, and a huge light golden force field suddenly spread. Amid the trembling sound of a certain armband, Ronan's voice fell coldly from high above, resounding through the sky. What level are you? Are you worthy of witnessing my ice magic? Lingmea, Touch of Gold. Chapter 248. The king who rules over everything, with unparalleled ambitions. Dawn. No, his spirit has not been conceived, but how can his mental power be so huge and powerful? The moment Ronan released his mental force field, which was suppressed to the extreme, it was like a small sun blooming in the sky. The void above the silver metal platform collapsed, and the light was distorted. Countless people were shocked and horrified. Even the 7 Dawn Wizards of the Star School moved, and their faces changed slightly. In terms of the quality of mental power alone, the mental strength displayed by Ronan at this moment was almost as strong as some 4th-level wizards who had just entered the Dawn. And he clearly did not enter the Mist-Forbidden Zone, which is incredible. Faced with this overwhelming mental pressure, the expression on Zephyrin's face, which was originally high-spirited, suddenly froze. Before he could react, he saw rich golden color quickly gushing out from under Ronan's robe, condensing into 9 extremely thick golden tentacles behind him. Each tentacle was covered with dense suction cups, and each suction cup was a sharp gear that rotated at high speed and continuously dripped golden magma. Tier 9 golden tentacles suddenly disappeared, and the terrifying golden shadow that had forced Zephyrin to retreat before appeared again, and this time, there were 9 of them. In Zephyrin's vision, the sky in front of him was suddenly cut into countless pieces silently, and an inexplicable chill surged from his heart, making his scalp numb for a moment. Star Cage. Pentagram Cage. Zephyrin had almost no time to think, and his instincts drove him to chant the spell quickly. The purple crystal staff in his hand drew a trace of a pentagram in the void, and countless shining star beams shot out, drawing one pentagram shape after another. All the pentagrams were combined, and quickly woven around him a starlight cage that was many times more dense, complex and exquisite than before. Boom! The defensive star cage that Zephyrin had just built suddenly exploded without any warning the moment it took shape. 9 golden tentacles that seemed to be the touch of an indescribable ancient existence wrapped around the collapsing pentagram cage layer by layer. The 2 terrifying forces of heat and cutting contracted inward, the void shattered, and the energy aftermath that escaped formed a terrible gale on the platform, tearing everything apart. Zephyrin's face was pale, like a shaky meteorite. The moment before the star cage around him completely collapsed, a gem necklace around his neck quickly floated up and then exploded. Zephyrin's body was fully unfolded, and the skin surface of his cheeks, neck, and limbs suddenly cracked into countless baby-sized gaps, and each gap seemed to hide a rotating eyeball. Countless strong lights shot out from these gaps, and his entire body almost turned into a pure light source. Prime Minister of Stars. Zephyrin, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, roared, holding up the purple crystal staff with his bright hands. The countless stars and streams of light around him gathered together, and the vast domain of law spread out, and quickly stretched out the intertwined golden tentacles, condensing a giant phantom composed of countless bright spots and lines. Around the giant, the majestic energy spread out like water waves, and each wave reflected this strange landscape of twinkling stars. From the perspective of the spectator, it was as if a vast and dazzling starry sky was slowly spreading. The giant raised his hand to grab Ronan, but Ronan's face did not show any fluctuations. Lingmea, Silver Body. A calm voice came from Ronan's mouth, and more titanium poured out from under the robe. Along with the strange fluctuations of magic, a large amount of titanium alloy constructed a body with 8 silver wings in front and back in front of Ronan. Boom! The shadow of the starry sky giant slapped the silver-winged body with one palm, and large cracks appeared. But before Zephyrin, who had cast this spell, felt a moment of joy, Ronan had already stretched out his hand and gently tapped his forehead. Lingmea, Head of Brass. In an instant, Ronan seemed to turn into a huge vortex. Countless brass-colored ripples spread from his body, and an indescribable sound rang out in the ripples. This sound was like the crazy friction of rusty metal, the suppressed roar of an ancient beast, and it was as if an indescribable thing was whispering in his ear. Zephyrin was swept by the brass-colored ripples, and the brilliance around him dimmed instantly. He almost directly abandoned the purple crystal staff in his hand and hugged his head with both hands. The shadow of the starry sky giant he summoned also became illusory and blurred. Gassadar. Ronan, wrapped in 8 silver wings, chanted calmly, uttering the ancient language of the Golden Kingdom. In an instant, a brilliant light rose from the soles of Ronan's feet, and soon dyed the void where he was into dreamy and blurred golden color. A huge head similar to a lion appeared out of thin air, and the 9 golden tentacles slowly fitted with a silver body below. Boom! When the golden color between heaven and earth bloomed to its most brilliant, a huge and ancient mysterious body was completely formed, an ancient lion head, an 8-winged eagle body, and chainsaw tentacles. Ronan stood in the center of this huge magic shadow, 8 gorgeous and dazzling golden wings stretched out from behind him, and an indescribable terrible power was released. In just a moment, all the brilliance of the stars in the sky was extinguished, and the shadow of the starry sky giant collapsed. Zephyrin's figure trembled violently, and then fell down rapidly like a falling star. Everyone stared at Zephyrin's falling figure and Ronan, who was surrounded by golden light, familiar yet unfamiliar. Zephyrin, the genius wizard who was known as the most outstanding student of the Star School in the past 500 years and could suppress the 3 ringmasters of the Silver Ring by himself, was defeated by Ronan in just 2 encounters. He was suppressed from beginning to end, a huge gap in all aspects. When the news of Ronan's victory in the Haramis Wizard competition came back, the entire Silver Circle was in a state of shock. It was a long-lasting carnival. All the wizards of the Silver Circle were shocked, amazed and incredulous at Ronan's strength. Those dazzling rumors made many people feel extremely illusory and unreal. Now that Ronan has returned, the dream has come true, and they suddenly realized that Ronan's strength is even greater than the description of the rumors. At this moment, not only ordinary Magic Circle wizards, but also all the ringmasters of the Magic Circle were shocked and lost their words for a short time. The shadow of Lingmea slowly dissipated, and Ronan stood in the center of the energy tide. At this moment, he became the focus of countless eyes in the world, but his whole mind was almost focused on the armband on his right arm. Buzz buzz buzz, the armband of the magician from Haramis vibrated endlessly. Ronan closed his eyes tightly, and in his mind, in the space of the armband, the vast starry sky, at the center, the core rune like a planet was glowing. Every detail of the pattern was lit up, as if it was waking up from sleep little by little. It responded to Ronan very warmly, conveying a sense of joy of finally finding a sense of belonging after countless years. I should have thought of it earlier. Ronan whispered softly. How could a great and legendary figure like Haramis not leave his own inheritance will in his own heritage? If the golden country of the Sibyl alchemist represents a pure and brilliant dream, then Haramis's lawmaster heritage represents his ambition to rule all laws. Haramis is too proud. He has unparalleled ambitions. He wants to be the real king of law. He is arrogant. He tries to be above all wizards. He looks forward to endless opponents to help him appreciate and collect all laws. Haramis has been fighting all his life, and the vast runes in the space of the arm ring are the best medals and certificates. He is a battle wizard among battle wizards. This arrogance of not retreating no matter what, swallowing up the stars, despising everything, and treating all opponents as food, is the key to gaining the recognition of the Haramis inheritance. This is also the real reason why he finally decided to return to the Silver Ring at this time and face the Wizard of the Star School. At this moment, Ronan felt that his consciousness seemed to be undergoing some wonderful changes, and his soul was rapidly receiving some kind of wonderful cleansing. In the space of the arm ring, the mysterious rune as huge as a planet finally revealed its full appearance to Ronan. 7 figures as blazing as the sun slowly descended from the sky. The leader, Ferrant, had a strange look on his face, staring at the young figure in front of him with his eyes closed, and the whole person was in a subtle state. I heard that the southern wizard world has a century of pride that is seen once in 1,000 years. I have always been curious and want to see it. Ferrant walked towards the figure. As he was talking, he suddenly saw the figure standing still in his field of vision, suddenly slowly pointed a finger at him. Instantly, including Ferrant, the 7 Dawn wizards of the Star School all felt a sense of trembling for no reason. The next second, the sky suddenly changed. Endless free energy particles between heaven and earth rushed in like a whale swallowing its tsunami, and converged on one point. Where the young figure pointed his finger, a point of extremely deep blackness quietly emerged, and then quickly grew larger. Countless dark thunders rolled down in the sky, but strangely, there was no sound at all. The originally bright light was completely swallowed up, and the void was like paper, suddenly collapsing into one place. The rich breath of the forbidden domain continued to spread and grow in the void. Ferrant and the other 7 people's faces changed wildly, and they roared silently. Each of them bloomed with the powerful magic light of the dawn level. However, all these lights seemed so dim under the black hole that was constantly expanding like a twisted black sun. This world seemed to lose all light at once and fell into absolute darkness. When all the noises subsided, this world completely returned to normal. The figures of Ferrant and others reappeared, and everyone's face was filled with an extremely shocked expression that could hardly be expressed in words. Several people looked up again in disbelief, and suddenly found that the young wizard who had pointed at them from afar had opened his eyes. Ferrant and others seemed to see a miniature of the entire vast starry sky in those blue and purple eyes. Indistinctly, there seemed to be a complex and mysterious rune that he had never seen before. "Now, do you see it?" The young wizard looked at Ferrant calmly and said calmly, "If I were born 10 years earlier, today, you would be buried under silver." When Ferrant and the other 7 heard this, their expressions froze, and their faces kept changing. For a long time, no one responded. In the quiet room with bookshelves on all 4 sides, soft light was shining. Ronan sat quietly in front of the long wooden table, watching a group of great people in front of him, only the size of fingers, with transparent wings on their backs, running around noisily, as happy as if they were celebrating a festival. The dust elf girl named Ariete by him was hugging 2 dust elves who looked like a middle-aged couple tightly, and was so excited that she cried. It was less than half a year since I last left this attic space, but it always felt like a long time had passed. After seeing the scene of Ariete and her dust elf relatives reuniting, this feeling became stronger. Beyond the dust elves, Ronan's eyes fell on the wooden textures on the long table, thinking quietly. At this time, he only needed to close his eyes slightly, and an extremely mysterious and complex rune pattern would be clearly reflected in his mind. This rune is the core rune in the Hermes's magic armband, and the name of the rune is magic. The effect of the rune is very simple. It is the ultimate amplification of energy spells. Ronan estimated that if he used the magic armband now, he could probably increase the power of his energy missile, particle torrent, spell by about 100 times. As long as he used the armband, he could gather 100 times more free energy particles than in normal state when casting energy spells, and then let the energy missile, particle torrent, spell directly transform into forbidden black hole. Simple and pure, but extremely terrifying amplification effect. Although the price is a bit high. Once used, Ronan's mental power, which is 100 times more than that of a normal 3rd-level late wizard, will be drained in an instant. Even with the blessing of empty and clear realm, it will take a long time to fully recover. This situation seems to have returned to the time when he was an apprentice and just comprehended the extraordinary domain, particle torrent. Things in the world seem to be a wonderful reincarnation. After completely taming the magic armband, I finally have a magic trump card that can be freely cast and reach the forbidden realm. However, this trump card is completely related to the magic armband. Once Ronan loses this legendary magic tool, he will be immediately reduced to his original form. I don't know if it is because of the continuous practice of ascetic body training, or the difficult experience of the apprenticeship. Ronan has always advocated the concept of all great power belongs to oneself, and is extremely distrustful of the power obtained by relying on external objects. This is also a major reason why he has never relied on magic tools and equipment when fighting against the enemy. Servants will decay and die, magic tools will be damaged, and potions will run out. Only the power that comes from the body, will, and soul is the real power that belongs to you. So Ronan's current idea is whether he can use this magic rune as his own soul seal and engrave it in the spiritual power crystal. Chapter 249, Wizard Ronan and the Ancient Star Book. Before getting the approval of Hermes' inheritance, Ronan could not see the full picture of magic, and this idea was naturally impossible, but now, there is a possibility of realization. However, to accomplish this, Ronan faces 2 major problems. First, the magic rune is profound and difficult, which is the only obscure thing Ronan has ever seen in his life, and it is even more than the mysterious space rune that he got in the secret realm of the ancient Mirror Garden, which is constantly in a state of fragmentation and reorganization. To fully understand and comprehend it, and then to condense it, this is undoubtedly a big project, which requires a long time of accumulation, but it is not impossible. What really made Ronan frown was another problem. His spiritual power crystal could not withstand the engraving of the magic rune. Ronan has made some attempts to engrave the magic rune in a single spiritual power crystal, which is no less than planting a whole garden full of flowers on a grain of wheat. Moreover, his spiritual power crystal is too fragile and cannot withstand the magic rune that can reach 100 times amplification when activated. Multiple mirror light just wanted to push Hikalto's ancient bite to 4 heads, 5 heads, infinitely close to the height of the forbidden domain, but it couldn't withstand the collapse. You can imagine the pressure that 100 times increase would have to bear. It can only be said that Hermes's magic talent is unparalleled in the world. We can only hope that basic meditation reaches the master level of proficiency of 1,500 points, and the mental power is purified 3 times to meet the requirements. If it doesn't work, Ronan can only continue to hope that basic meditation above the master level can continue to bring the effect of mental power purification, but that may have to wait until he is promoted to Dawn. After the wizard reaches the 4th level, the 9 mental power crystals are aggregated into a spiritual embryo, and the strength of mental power and soul power can be greatly improved, and the soul seal can still be engraved. It is only necessary to complete the engraving before the 4th level. The runes engraved on the spiritual power crystal can increase the spirituality and quality of the elemental spirit embryo, thereby improving the grade of the elemental spirit bred later. The grade of the magic control rune is extremely high. If the engraving can be completed before the 4th level, it is enough to greatly improve Ronan's future potential for the elemental spirit. This matter is related to the foundation of the elemental spirit, and Ronan must strive for it no matter what. Selena and Molly let Ronan see the vastness of the world. He came from a humble background. In the future, he wants to compete with those top wizard geniuses in the central region, or even enter the middle ring continent. It is impossible for him to do every step to the extreme. Destiny can only be in his own hands. Ronan's eyes were calm, but his will was unprecedentedly firm. After completely inheriting the will left by Hermes in the magic control arm ring, Ronan's consciousness also changed. He casually flicked a titanium on his fingertips, and the titanium alloy fell on the floor, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a gorgeous silver mirror as tall as a person. Ronan stood up, walked slowly to the silver mirror, and looked at himself in the mirror. Before leaving the silver ring, the attic where he had practiced for 3 years, he had looked in the mirror once in the same place. Now, more than half a year has passed, and the person in the mirror seems to have changed again. His appearance and figure have not changed much, but his temperament has become more restrained and cold. His eyes have become deeper at some point, and a hint of purple has appeared in the azure blue, like ice ridges floating in an ice lake, with a hint of sharpness that cannot be looked directly at. Calm, strong, proud. These are what Ronan saw in the person in the mirror and in his eyes. The cruelty and tyranny of the ancient frost, the innocence and romance of the Golden Kingdom, the ambition and arrogance of the Law Guard. Ronan looked at himself in the mirror. As he carried more and more inheritance and will, he gradually became different from his original self. Every person he came into contact with, every spell, every rune, all influenced him more or less. In the future, perhaps he will become another person. Ronan gently stroked his cheek and whispered softly, "I am who I am. My path, before, now, and in the future, will be uncontrollable." After completely merging with the remaining soul of his predecessor Ronan, Ronan's greatest gain may be this: an unprecedented, extremely clear, and extremely firm self-awareness. For a wizard, this is far more important than any powerful inheritance. The metal silver mirror melted in front of Ronan and turned into titanium again and was stored in Ronan's robe. Ronan has always believed that the greatest value of a magical equipment is the core rune in it. The core rune of Hermes's magic armband has now been obtained by him, and the remaining armband itself is no longer something that he cannot give up. The effect of the magic rune in a single armband is so exaggerated. I wonder what kind of outrageous and terrifying height the whole set of magic armband, magic equipment will reach when it is assembled. I wonder what the core runes in the other magic armband, magic equipment set parts are like. Ronan thought, of course, these are a bit too far away for him now. In comparison, the Golden Country, inheritance of the Spirit Alchemist, is the most powerful inheritance that he can really see and touch. The battle with the genius wizards Ephraim of the Star School has fully demonstrated the horror of the Golden Country, Inheritance. Just a simple combination of the 3 spells, Touch of Black Steel, Silver Body, and Head of Brass, summoning the most basic, Lingmea, spell body. The power is enough to crush Zephyrins, Prime Minister of the Stars. Of course, this result is also related to the fact that Ronan's mental strength is too much higher than that of the opponent. But it is enough to prove the power of this set of spell inheritance. He has not even comprehended a corresponding extraordinary domain, and has not even ignited the golden fire of Lingmea. After dawn, Golden Country, may be my greatest reliance, Ronan was thinking. Creaky, the sound of the door opening came from behind him. He turned around quietly, and after seeing a small door with flowing light, the figure of Kirsty slowly walked out. The two looked at each other quietly. Kirsty stood in front of the small door, looking at him with an indescribable complex look. From Ronan's point of view, Kirsty was quickly losing the maternal nature that had always existed when facing him. He had more hesitation, embarrassment and shyness that he had never felt from her, like a girl of the same age. This feeling was very strange, and it made Kirsty seem like a different person in Ronan's heart. Daydreaming. After hesitating for a long time, Kirsty finally plucked up the courage to come up and called his name softly. Have the people from the Star School left? Ronan tried to speak to Kirsty in the most natural tone to make her less nervous. Gone. Kirsty nodded, but soon shook her head. Ronan just frowned in confusion, and then heard Kirsty quickly say, "There's someone who wants to see you." Who? Kirsty was about to answer, but she closed her mouth tightly again, with a bit of helplessness in her eyes. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, and probably guessed the other party's identity. I know. He had expected a similar situation, and was not surprised. He just nodded calmly. Now? Where is he? Kirsty made way for the small door behind him and said, "You can see him after you go out from here." Ronan nodded and slowly walked towards the small door with flowing light that Kirsty came from. The two passed by each other, and when Ronan was about to step into the small door, Kirsty suddenly spoke, "Damien." Ronan turned his head and saw Kirsty looking at him with an unusually firm look, saying, "The magic ring and I are behind you." Ronan did not answer, but just smiled faintly, and then disappeared into the small door. Stepping into the small door, Ronan keenly sensed the fluctuations of space and rune magic array in an instant. When he came back to his senses, his eyes were slightly stunned, and he saw that what appeared in front of him was a beautiful and mysterious night sky. Starlight sprinkled from all directions, and occasionally a meteor streaked across, leaving a trail of glory. Under the starry sky, there was a gray floating island that was not very big. The floating island was empty, with only a figure sitting cross-legged, seemingly waiting for him. The illusion space created by magic. This was not the first time Ronan had seen it. There were countless similar illusions in the universal orb, and they even looked more real than this one. However, Ronan's mental power spread out in all directions, but he could not touch the edge of the illusion at all, as if he was really in an endless space at this moment, which surprised him a little. However, Ronan did not explore this for too long. He calmed his mind and walked step by step through the void towards the floating island in front of him. After a short time, Ronan landed on the floating island and gradually approached the figure in the center. He saw an old man wearing a wide gray robe, with snow-white hair and beard, wearing a pointed wizard hat, and a long wooden staff leaning on his knees. When he looked up at Ronan, Ronan seemed to be instantly penetrated by the pair of dark gray eyes. He felt the wisdom and temperament accumulated over time from the other person. The other person was like a real sage, giving people an extremely stable and wise attitude. Ronan walked up slowly and bowed calmly in front of the gray-robed old man. Even though he inherited the pride of Hermes, he still had his own order. Wizard Ronan. Ronan read out the other person's name. In the south, Ronan could only think of this one person who could make the silver ring unable to refuse for him. The leader of the Star School, the only level 5 wizard in the south, Rona Orlan Gabmongo. Usually everyone respectfully calls him Wizard Ronan. Gray-robed Ronan narrowed his eyes, wrinkles piled up on his old face, and looked at Ronan with an almost kind look. He didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand. Ronan turned his palm upwards, following the ancient wizard etiquette, lightly touching his ring finger and middle finger, then lifted the hem of his robe with both hands and slowly sat cross-legged in front of him. "Play a game of chess with me." Gray-robed Ronan spoke after Ronan sat down. Although his voice was old, it was full of magnetism, as if it contained some special power. making people feel like spring breeze, but unable to refuse. Ronan nodded slightly, and gray-robed Rona swept his sleeves across the empty ground between the two of them. Fine starlight-like arms fell from his robe sleeves, and these starlights condensed into a solid state when they fell to the ground, gradually changing into stones of various shapes. Ronan looked at the stones scattered on the ground, not knowing what kind of ancient or new chest this was, and Rona didn't seem to want to explain. Ronan thought for a while, and then tried to use his mental power to move a stone on the ground. The goose egg-like chess piece rolled several times, and the light above its head suddenly rotated. He looked up and found that as he fiddled with the chess pieces in front of him, the stars in the sky above his head would also change their positions accordingly. Each stone corresponds to a star, the stars are chess pieces, and the entire starry sky is a chessboard. Ronan realized this and his eyes suddenly fluctuated. Gray-robed Ronan noticed his enlightenment and narrowed his eyes at him with a smile. What are the rules? Ronan thought for a while, his mind completely calmed down, and he slowly immersed himself in the chess game in front of him. Under the eternal starry night, the young and handsome young man fiddled with the scattered pieces of gravel in front of him with a focused look, his eyes constantly showing a light of thought, and occasionally looking up at the starry sky above his head. The old man in gray robe and white beard sat opposite him, occasionally reaching out to move a stone on the ground, but more often, he was paying attention to the young man playing chess with him. The starry sky alternated between bright and dim, the stars moved, the light and shadow changed, and time passed quietly like fine sands flowing through fingers. I don't know how long it took. When all the changes of light and darkness stopped, the starry sky returned to peace and tranquility, and the sound of a gentle exhalation sounded under the night sky. "I'm lost," Ronan said calmly. Retracting his gaze from the chess game in front of him, a deep sense of fatigue appeared between his brows, but more, it was a new joy that he had never experienced before, and a faint fascination and reluctance to part with it. Ronan thought for a while, stretched out his hand, took off the armband on his right arm, and gently placed it in front of the gray-robed Rona. The latter did not speak, but just picked up the armband and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. Haramis likes young people who are as vigorous and unstoppable as him. I am old. Even if it is very charming, it is not suitable for me after all. Gray-robed Rona sighed softly, raised his hand gently, and the armband fell back into Ronan's hand. Ronan frowned slightly. So you really just want to see me? Not entirely, I also have my own selfish thoughts. Rona shook his head and soon laughed again, but now it's gone. Let's talk about the game just now. He casually changed the subject, reaching into the cuffs of his robes and said to Ronan, "You are smarter than I expected. For a wizard who is new to astronomical deduction, your performance can be called outstanding. In fact, it is not a real chess game, so there is no so-called winning or losing." As he spoke, Rona took out his hand from the sleeves of his robes, and there was something else in his hand. It was a thick black-covered book. He handed the black book to Ronan and said softly, "Just record it in this book and see." Ronan took the book with both hands and looked at the plain black cover. Suddenly, some purple, moving light spots appeared in a trance. These light spots drew beautiful and wonderful tracks on the book, constantly forming various complex or simple patterns. Ronan's mind was unconsciously attracted by the track patterns and he was deeply immersed in them. When he couldn't help but reach out to touch the cover of the book, some ancient and mysterious information quickly flooded into his mind. Ronan's body shook slightly. He raised his head suddenly, stared at Rona in front of him, and blurted out, "Ancient Star Book. Chapter 250 Future, Arrangement, Abandonment. Some people say that the land of truth and peace is hidden among the stars. This statement cannot be verified, but the saying that it is like a library is the consensus of countless wizards from ancient times to the present." Rona retracted his gaze and said slowly, "Wizards who adhere to the ancient methods observe the trajectory of the stars to gain infinite wisdom. I think you should have felt it." Ronan slowly stroked the pages of the book in his hand with his fingertips and answered hesitantly, "Rune." "Yes." Rona nodded, with a hint of appreciation on his face. "You can't imagine how many runes come from the starry sky. It is an uncountable number. It is eternal and has always led wizards forward, like a mentor." Ronan didn't speak, and Rona finally brought the topic back to the book in his hand. "The ancient star book is the best tool for deciphering the mysteries of the starry sky. It is said that Haramis once owned it. It will also be of great help to you in understanding Haramis's inheritance. Are you going to give this book to me?" Ronan raised his head suddenly and looked at Rona with an incredible look. After just a short while, he could already feel the mystery and extraordinariness of the book in his hand. The truth contained in it could be said to be a priceless treasure for any wizard. Ronan guessed that this book might have a great relationship with the core inheritance of the Star School, and it might even be the core inheritance of the Star School itself. Rona also mentioned that this book was once owned by Hermes. And it was such a precious thing, and Rona actually planned to give it directly to himself. The greatest value of the ancient Star Book is to spread wisdom. It has no fixed owner, and no one can become the true owner of the ancient Star Book. Rona shook his head and replied, "It has been in the Star School for a long time, and I can't selfishly continue to possess it. And when Hermes took a part of it, you are the one who most hopes to complete it in the entire South. Is this book incomplete now?" Ronan was slightly startled, looking at the mysterious book in his hand that seemed to explain the mysteries of the starry sky. A long time ago, the ancient Star Book was divided into several parts. When Hermes had it, it should not be complete. Rona looked at the black book in Ronan's hand and said, "This part now should be the most easy to understand part of the whole book. I have just given you the method of how to use it." Ronan nodded, tightened the book in his hand a little bit, and then stood up and bowed to Rona again respectfully and sincerely. Rona smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. He just waved his hand at Ronan, then lowered his head and continued to fiddle with the scattered stones on the ground in front of him. Ronan turned around with a complicated expression, and he strolled under the starry night until he completely walked out of this space. From the time he came in to now, everything he experienced was completely different from what he had originally expected. When Ronan's figure completely disappeared at the entrance of the space, a figure appeared on the great platform, walked slowly to Ronan's side, and called respectfully, "Teacher." Ronan nodded slightly. If Ronan was still here, he would be able to recognize that the person who appeared later was Ferrant, one of the Dawn Wizards of the Star School who was forced to retreat by his Torbu black hole. He has an extremely firm will. Rona gently fiddled with the stones in his hand, causing the starry sky above his head to change, and said lightly, "It will not be changed by anything, it can only be destroyed." Ferrant seemed to be deeply touched by this sentence, and nodded slightly with a complicated expression. "Although we can't make him a member of our team, at least he will never be an enemy of the Star School." Rona threw a stone and it landed on the ground, making a crisp sound. In an instant, all the stones were broken and turned into countless stars. Rona clapped his hands and got up from the ground. "Starting tomorrow, I will personally teach Zephyrin." Rona put his hands behind his back, looked at the starry sky above his head, and said lightly, "He has always been too proud, but lacked the capital to be proud." Ronan taught him a good lesson. Now he should be able to bear better shaping. "Yes." Ferrant nodded respectfully, and the two stood quietly under the starry sky without saying anything. Ronan walked out of the light gate from when he came in, and suddenly appeared in a spacious, bright, and cold metal hall. The 8 ringmasters of the Silver Magic Ring all stood in front of him, among whom were familiar faces and some he saw for the first time. Kosti looked very nervous, but after he appeared intact, she relaxed visibly. She seemed eager to ask her something, but she held back. The other ringmasters all had complicated expressions when facing him. Ronan's strong return and the battle against the Star School shocked not only the wizards of the Star School, but also the people of the Star School. Rumors alone could not accurately perceive the true weight of the title of the first genius in the southern wizard world in 1,000 years. When Ronan stepped on the defeated Zephyrin and had the 7 Dawn Wizards of the Star School headed by Ferrant with the Torbu black hole, these people knew what kind of amazing and brilliant demonic person their silver ring had produced. The leader of the 8 was a handsome man with a gentle temperament, wearing exquisite and luxurious robes. The force field and light emanating from his body belonged to the Dawn. Ronan guessed the other party's identity and saluted him slightly. Manuel, the first ringmaster, smiled, opened his arms to Ronan, and said, "Welcome home, Damien." Ronan did not respond, but said calmly, "The matter with the Star School should have been resolved." Manuel nodded, with a smile on his face, as if he had expected this result. Wizard Rona is as generous as ever. The others were all happy and relaxed. "Okay, I think Damien should want some space and time of his own now." Manuel glanced at everyone, and finally looked at Ronan gently and said, "If you need anything, tell Kosti." After speaking, Manuel patted Ronan on the shoulder and walked out of the hall first, and the others followed. The purpose of their coming here seemed to be just to see Ronan up close. Soon, everyone left, leaving only Ronan and Kosti in the hall. Ronan heard the sound of Kosti's gentle exhalation. Wizard Ronan shouldn't have made things difficult for you, right? Ronan thought of the ancient star book lying quietly in the space ring and shook his head. No. He is a real elder. It seems that what Manuel said is right. Most of the toughness shown by the Star School before was pretended. Does the first ringmaster know Wizard Ronan well? When we first arrived in the south, Manuel stayed in the Star School for a while. Kosti pondered and said, Ronan is a very low-key and cautious person, which also affects the style of the Star School. To be honest, he was able to stand up in the open about the ancient witch resurrection meeting, which has surprised many people. The two quickly ended the topic about the Star School. Kosti did not ask about the content of the conversation between Ronan and Ronan, but asked him, what are your plans next? Ronan heard some hidden meaning in Kosti's words. He glanced at her and said, does the magic ring have any special arrangements for me? Not exactly an arrangement. Kosti said slowly, you have now reached the end of the fog, even surpassing many of us. It is difficult to find someone in the entire South who can continue to teach you. Wizard Ronan is one of them, but unfortunately his path is not suitable for you. You should have realized it. So? Ronan looked into Kosti's eyes and asked calmly. So? Kosti paused, then said, Manuel and the others want you to go to the central part and join the headquarters. Manuel has contacted the mentor of our school, a knowledgeable and powerful 5th-level wizard, who will guide you in the right direction in the future. Elemental Ring. Ronan was not surprised. What Kosti said was actually within his expectations. The Elemental Ring is a nearly super-large wizard force in the central part of the Life King Court Empire, to which Selena belongs. The support and help that Ronan can get from all aspects is obviously far more than if he continues to stay in the south. Ronan did not reject such an arrangement, but he found that Kosti hesitated several times, as if there was something else she wanted to say to him. You don't seem to want me to do this? Ronan asked doubtfully. Kosti showed hesitation on his face. After thinking for a while, he whispered, although Manuel said that the mentor highly appreciates your personal talent, the inheritance of Hermes must be one of the things you must get. You may lose the inheritance that belongs to you, for a period of time. Of course, based on my understanding of Mentor Goodman, after taking away the inheritance research, he will definitely make sufficient compensation to you, but you may not be willing to accept such an exchange, right, Damien? Is it because of this inheritance again? Ronan listened to Kosti's explanation and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart. He won this year's wizard competition and won the real inheritance of Hermes from countless talented wizards, but it doesn't seem to be a good thing at the moment. There are too many people who covet the inheritance, and not everyone will be like Ronan. Once he deviates from the rules set by Hermes, he immediately becomes guilty of holding a wall. The people who know about my inheritance should not be limited to the south. Ronan thought for a while and asked Kosti. Kosti nodded and said, all the information about you will spread slowly in the central region sooner or later. There are many people who pay attention to this inheritance. There have always been people who can collect the whole set of inheritance to reproduce the supreme glory of Hermes. Then this is the best choice for me. Ronan replied calmly, if I hand over the inheritance, the elemental ring should protect me. And you said that your mentor is not a completely unreasonable person. Don't worry about this. Master Goodman is definitely the person who advocates the principle of equal exchange the most in the world, and he is probably just borrowing it, and will return the inheritance to you sooner or later. Kosti said helplessly, you are right, Damien, this is probably the best choice for you. I'm just a little ashamed that Manuel exchanged part of the value that should have belonged to you with a teacher for the capital for the 8 of us to return to the elemental ring again. You think too much? Ronan couldn't help but smile and shook his head. The ring, especially you, has always been a great help to me. I should have found a chance to repay you. Kosti said with emotion, originally, Arian was our bargaining chip. Our idea was to use 100 geniuses like Arian to exchange for the arrival of this day. I didn't expect. If Arian heard what you said, his heart would be broken. Kosti explained the pros and cons to Ronan, and Ronan's mentality was completely calmed down. Hermes's magic armband is definitely the most powerful magic equipment he has ever come into contact with, but if he really can't keep it, there is nothing to regret. After all, Ronan has already obtained the core rune, and it is so far away for Ronan at this stage to collect the entire set of magic equipment inheritance. Sooner or later, he will be able to achieve Torbu Black Hole completely by his own strength. The value of the armband in his hands will only gradually decrease as his strength increases. It is better to throw it away when it is of the greatest value in exchange for the resources needed for his next practice. In fact, before meeting Ronan was ready to hand over the armband, and this result is not so unacceptable at the moment. When are you going to arrange for me to go to the central region? Ronan asked Kosti, and Kosti replied, the mentor has already sent someone over, and it should take some time. Ronan nodded. It was just right, he could use this time to sort out his current strength, and by the way, arrange and solve some things left in the south. Kosti seemed to have been entrusted by Manuel and the other 7 people to come to Ronan to explain everything. Now that the matter was finished, she relaxed. Damien, I still remember the scene when I first met you. Kosti looked at Ronan with a rather complicated look, and sighed. Time flies so fast, in the blink of an eye you have grown to this height. Kosti stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch Ronan's cheek, and finally sighed softly, and then turned and left. Ronan was the only one left in the huge metal hall. Ronan slowly walked to the center of the hall, where a white beam of light fell. He sat down casually and took out the ancient star book he had obtained from Ronan before. Perhaps he will lose the magic armband of Hermes, but before that, the benefits he has gained from it are enough. Ronan placed the ancient and heavy black book on his knees, rubbed his hands on the rough and cold cover, and finally slowly opened it. A deep and mysterious starry sky immediately appeared in front of him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.